Shalom. I'm actually not lonely. I just so it's a tradition for Jewish doctors to work on um, Easter and Christmas so that everybody else can have the time off. And Grimm has been trying to have streams so that people aren't lonely on Christmas, and I figured um, I should probably stream if people are watching, and there are people apparently watching on Christmas Eve. Either they're Jewish or they have nobody to celebrate with, or you guys should be going to mass. You really should. If you're Christian, I would much rather you go to mass than sit at home on. Let me get my drink water. On Christmas Eve, but I figured if you're all home alone and lonely enough that you're on YouTube, I should uh, um, give you some company. Mark says a sound strategy. Put out a flag so you can tell people to get lost and go to church. Yeah, I went to synagogue today. Well, kind of. I went to lunch at my rabbi's house. And yes, the title is a reference to the song from South Park. If you don't know it, I don't want to get a copyright strike, but I would play it. It's a funny song. Lunch? Did you do the whole towel washing thing? Yes, we did. Merry Christmas, Aaron. So you're supposed to actually have 3 meals on the Sabbath. So Friday night meal, and then you have lunch, and then, well, in the winter, usually it's uh, people just have a light thing towards the evening. Summers, people will actually have a full meal towards the evening as well. Yeah, it was very nice. So, if anybody wants to jump on, there should be a link posted towards the top. And we can talk about anything. I'm actually mostly interested in talking about Elon and the Twitter files. Like, it's far worse than anything I imagined. And I am pretty, what you call it, paranoid, conspiracy minded. Oh, he means doing the Tilasidaim. That's what he means. While you're all here, I guess I'll tell you guys about Knittle. Sandy,
Hey, Jacob.
how are you?
Oh, I'm very well. Snowed in though. Didn't get my son today. Gonna try in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah. I look outside and it's hard to know the degree to which people in town tend to exaggerate the snow, but apparently we had 2 plows in the ditch and, and the number of roads closed. So it's like, maybe I'll wait till morning. So
I have to say, today was one of the most beautiful days in Los Angeles in a very long time. It
that's nice.
was, yeah, it was very nice and sunny, and yeah, yeah. I
It's
think it must have been around 70 degrees or something.
well, that's pretty nice weather.
Oh, today was actually it was one of the nicest temperature today in Los Angeles. Yeah, it was 69 degrees.
That's perfect.
Oh, actually, high of 80. It's 69 right now.
Oh, it had a high of 80. Wow. That's getting
Yeah.
a bit warm.
Actually, yeah, today was one of the warmer days, but yeah, and tomorrow is going to be 83. They're saying rain on Tuesday.
Good grief. What do you get up to in the summer?
It can go up to 110, 115, sometimes 120. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I'd like 120. I remember when I was a kid, days that were, 108, 110, but I don't think I would want 120.
Yeah, it can I mean, it depends like but yeah. So Mark says it was hella cold here. My pipes froze. It was a disaster. It's cold again tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. That's hard. You got to leave your pipes running, your water running just to keep the pipes from hopefully not freezing.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't think we've ever had that here, but then they're built for not freezing. So, but up
Yeah.
north, I don't know.
Yeah, I would think, I mean, in a place where it happens every year, like I understand if it's a problem if you're not home like for a very long time.
Well, we're always reminded to, either shut your outside faucet off. You're not going to be watering anything in the winter. You don't want your pipe to freeze there, but that's about it.
Hmm.
But I don't know. I don't know if there's any issue with it kind of where my family lives or not. They're another 7 hours north. So
I know from New England, totally forgot. It was 50 yesterday, but it dropped to 14 or something stupid overnight. This is not normal for South Carolina. Well, global warming. I mean,
yeah, apparently the polar bears are navigating south. You guys might get, you can have them. We'll send them on down. I've actually never seen a polar bear. Seen regular bears, but not polar bears.
well, I think I've seen them at zoos.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't count. I mean, I didn't mean like that.
Tropical far north Queensland, Australia, sending warm wishes if that helps. Yeah, it's summer there. It's summer in Australia.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, my son took it pretty well and said, tomorrow's better or Monday. So I'm like, that's good. Yeah. It's kind of nice, actually, after all the years of language work, sort of seeing him connect with the conversation and be able to get the point and say, yeah, no, better stay home. It's better to stay home. Look at later tomorrow or Monday. It's nice.
How old is he?
36.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He's a
He's
big boy.
done a lot better with his language since being in the group home. I used to think that was purely the autism. Then some of it was stress, bit of trauma and stuff towards the end of stuff. But yeah, but it's really amazing to watch him now. He's, makes all those years of effort worth it. Not that they weren't, but it's nice to see and enjoy. Yeah.
Cool.
You're gonna have kids, you gotta be proud of them. It's kind of obligatory. I'm very proud of mine.
What I tell people is my nephews are the smartest, most good-looking kids in the world, and
Yep.
I am totally fine with saying that's because they are my nephews, because I we need partisans on our side in our lives, and it's like that's part of being an uncle is. I constantly tell my nephews, tell them, when I went to the hospital and saw you, it wasn't because it was like, oh, that's the
Yeah.
smartest kid or whatever, right? I was there because your mother gave birth to you. That's the only reason I like you. So, like, there's nothing you can do short of somehow changing who your mother is that's going to change the fact I'm your uncle. And that's just, I'm just your uncle. And that's so no matter what you do, I am going to be your uncle.
Those are important roles, though. Being an uncle is very important.
I hope so. Yeah. I hope so.
I do. I believe that. It's you don't have to. I mean, you like your parents kind of because they're your parents. You like people in your extended family because you like them. A little bit more because you don't have to see them every day. You're not navigating the everydayness sort of with them, maybe. So
I think we need to be a lot less nuclear family and a lot more. Um, it's
yeah,
it's like no, and frankly, I mean, I tell my nephews the same. You know, your brothers when they have kids, those are going to be your nephews, and you have to love them, right? So because they are your family. You get to pick your nose and pick your friends, but you can't pick your friend's nose, and you can't pick your family.
if you can, I would question it deeply. Yes. Um, I was so fortunate that I had grandparents one street away, one direction, and the other set the other way when I was a kid growing up. And my uncle and his family lived, right next door to the one grandparents practically. And my kids didn't get to have that. We originally lived close-ish to some family, but when we moved for my oldest to go to school, then we didn't want him in the residence at the deaf school.
Mm.
So we thought, we'd rather he'd be able to be home with family. He's, go back and forth and stuff. But that meant that we were away from all the other extended family because they lived
So,
other. But plus, my sister. That's on my
look,
ex-husband's
you,
side.
you, you, you do what you have to do, and things are, the perfect setup is nothing's going. Life doesn't work that way, right?
No,
Life works how it works, and you make compromises, and that's the difference between the ideal and real life. And yeah, that's just how it is. That
and it would be nice, but I think my kids, I think they mostly remember my mom's husband Ken. Um, they're the youngest on their dad's side of the family,
mm,
and so his parents were gone when we were around 30, so the kids were only just little and don't remember them. And then yeah, and my dad was gone fairly shortly after that. So, hmm, hmm.
hmm.
Go again,
Go
and I
again,
don't
and I
have
don't have
anything
anything
on.
on.
Can you
Can
hear
you
it?
hear it? I can hear on one side and not the other, and I'm wondering why that is. And I've been fiddling with my.
Huh, huh.
I I don't know what's. So yeah, this setup has been not working perfectly, and I I tried reinstalling everything, and I'm gonna have to when I move. Like, I gave up my office, so I have 1 month and a few days to get everything out of here, and then move everything to my house and set things up. And so I'm not spending too much time trying to figure things out, but at the same time, like, yes, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, it stopped working. Like, my sound stopped working, so I had to reinstall everything. And now, for some reason, when I came in today, um, it's only working on one side, even though it's supposed to be stereo. And then I don't know why. And it's like,
That's
that's
interesting.
interesting.
I'll
I'll
sign out
sign
and
out
back
back
in.
in.
My
My
my cell
my cell
phone
phone
died for
died
about
for
an
about an
hour.
hour.
Not
Not
really,
really,
just work.
work.
Just when I
Just
was
when I was
supposed to
at
Jacob's
Jacob's
group
group
home,
home.
if I was
If I was
so back in a
back in
minute.
a minute. Okay. Antonio says, nice sweater game, bro. Um, you want to hit leave studio on the bottom. There's an X there.
Oops.
I'll take you off so you can figure it out. Hello, Northwest River. Okay, so I'll pull this up. So I've made all kinds of jokes with Paul Vanderklay about TBN, and he took a picture of the TBN Christmas special on his thing and put it on Twitter, and so I did the it's happening thing, and somebody follow Jesus said, "What are you watching? Christmas Eve tradition?" And Paul responded, "A particular Jew's Christmas dream cube true." I think he means came true. And Jay Gatz loves the dystopias. Apparently, didn't like it. Yeah. So, Sandy, are you redoing things or not?
Can you see me?
Now I can. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I took you off so that you could do whatever you needed to do, but like you didn't do anything.
I was. That's just an echo. Whatever. So
I was trying to
push
push
the next tab, and then I could close the first one. Only I missed.
Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about, but as long as you're cool, I'm cool.
Yep. So you were bugging.
No, he was bugging me. That's the funny thing. Sandy's echoing? Are you echoing?
Mm-hmm.
That's my fault. It's my sound thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if I can figure it out. Try saying something now.
Something now.
Okay, I can hear you. Is she echoing?
Not to my end. See what
You
other
weren't.
people.
Okay, so it stopped echoing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's my whole sound system. Yeah, that's what. I have to figure this out, and it's bugging me. But if you're not echoing, and I can hear you, and
Nope, I'm not echoing.
okay.
So what do you usually do on Christmas Eve when are you done? Are you finished the 8 days of Hanukkah now?
No, Hanukkah is tomorrow as well, but yeah. Hey Zach. So it. I don't usually do anything on Christmas Eve, but it's traditional among a lot of Hasidim. So it's Christmas Eve is called Knittle, which literally means the little night. And I was going to talk about that, so I was going to explain. So in Eastern Europe, it was common for the Jewish community to get attacked around Christmas night, especially drunk people and stuff like that, and people who were ordinary about their holidays and stuff. So it became a tradition in a lot of Eastern European communities that people wouldn't go to synagogue and they wouldn't do anything. They would just pretty much go hide in their homes. Chabad actually has a tradition of playing chess at home as opposed to like normal stuff. So a lot of people play chess on. A lot of Jews play chess on especially the very religious Hasidic types. They play chess on Christmas Eve, and then a lot of Jews ended up because they had the day off, and it's become kind of a thing, especially in the United States. But because they had the day off, a lot of Jews would go to Chinese food on Christmas Day. So like dim sum on Christmas Day has become partially because so Chinese food have doesn't doesn't have much dairy in it, so it's kind of kosher style. Um, and usually, I mean, if you really want, you can just eat fish or vegetarian or whatever. So like a lot of people would and um because the people who worked in a lot of Chinese restaurants were also not Christians, they were Hindus or Buddhists or Confucian or whatever. So their restaurants would be open. So it became kind of a Jewish tradition to go to dim sum on Christmas Day. Um,
I've
so
done that with my son on Christmas Day, just because neither of us wanted to cook.
yeah, I mean I've done the Chinese food on Christmas Day thing, but um, yeah, I figured might be good to be here in case somebody needed. Were you here at the beginning when I was explaining?
I think shortly after you started.
Okay, well, so it's kind of become a tradition for Jewish doctors and nurses to work on Easter and Christmas in order to let the Christians have the day off. And I was like, well, I could do something similar and have a live stream in case people are home alone and don't have anybody to watch TBN with.
Yeah. Oh, TBN. Yeah. No, I even looked to see if I could find any church services or anything on Facebook or something. No, I think everybody's bored of that now. Very few people. Some hold to the Sunday ones, but I don't think there's much extra stuff going on. They're all hoping to get together.
Hey, Teo. Merry Christmas. Teo's in England, so um, I usually our things don't collide too much. When I'm doing he's been on the streams with Gavin like in the mornings, and I'm not a morning person, so I never have morning streams, and like he's never come on my evening streams. But you're welcome to come on, Teo. I don't think I've ever actually talked directly to Teo. I'm not sure though.
You have so many people, and you seem to remember so much about them. People that you talk to.
Actually, I have a really bad memory for people's names, but I guess it's a lot easier on with internet and like yeah, because their name is next to whatever you see them. Like I forget people's actual names if that's not what they use. Like
Yeah.
so I end up calling them by whatever. Although I don't like so Grim Grizz, I actually know his name, and I hate like when we're not on something, I call him by his name because I hate this like Grim Grizz thing. And he doesn't like the fact that I don't respect the LARP. But yeah, once on one of my streams, I made the mistake of calling him by his name, so I took that stream down. Uh, yeah.
That's got to be tough. That's not only do you have to watch remembering the names, but remember to forget the names when appropriate.
Yeah.
Not easy to.
Well, I really think people we need to stop with the with the anonymity. Like, and a lot of people were not happy about it. With when Jordan Peterson was like talking about not having anonymity on Twitter, and I think it's a great idea. Like Yes, some people may need to be anonymous, like Dr. Rollergator. I don't know. Do you do Twitter at all?
Well, a little bit, but not the way I've seen with listened to with some other people. No.
So Dr. Rollergator is actually I actually know him. He's actually a friend of mine. But he has this online persona which is really funny. Let me pull up his. Where is Dr. Rollergator? So this is Dr. Rollergator. He responded. Um, yeah, my account is still restricted because of my violations because I violated I when they suspended Dr. Rollergator and Dr. Jordan Peterson and Babylon B, I tweeted out Ellen Page. Ellen Page is a woman, and I got suspended, and I left that up and stuff. And now, so when if I try to go to Twitter for professionals,
Mm.
it won't let me because I have a history of strikes and bad behavior. I'm a bad person. So I said that. And so Dr. Rollergator said, "Stop doing bad things on Twitter, Jacob." And I pinned that to my thing. But he's got this funny it's his account is really funny. He's really smart and he's really funny. So, yeah. That's Dr. Rollergator for you.
Smart people should always be funny if they can. They do it way better than the rest of us.
Yeah, his it's funny. I mean, he's gotten let me see how many he has 17,000 followers even though he like they've definitely been trying to keep down his account, which yeah, they but whatever. He was debunking a lot of COVID stuff. There's a lot of people watching.
Hmm. And they're not coming on to talk to you.
Teo.
Hey yo,
Hey. Am I saying your name right, Teo?
yeah, you are, which is actually quite impressive. I just
You're British, right?
Nigerian British, yeah,
Nigerian British. I
yes sir.
see. Is this your first time? This might be. I've seen you on other streams and stuff, but like,
Yeah, I mean it's what time is it here? It's 2:17, so usually it's past my bedtime. But
uh
I took a nap after my church's New Year's Eve service because I was trying to go to a Catholic mass, like a
oh,
midnight mass, but turns out all of the like 15,000 Catholic churches that are around me, none of them are open. So yeah, so now I'm up all night.
up all night. You're gonna have to party until the dawn.
uh, Not quite, but yeah. Um, do you do the stream? Are the streams timed every? Are they? Is there a set time for each stream? Because I just
No.
catch them whenever, really.
Yeah, I generally I do streams. I mean, my Bible study I try to keep regular. Um, we're doing this Tuesday, by the way. I thought I was going to do it Wednesday, but we're going to do this Tuesday. But other than the Bible study, which is 6 Los Angeles time, what is that? Like 10 p.m. your time? 6 p.m. my time is what British time. 6 p.m.
Well, so you're
Six.
6.
2 a.m.
ahead of me, and they're 6 ahead of me, or 6.
2 a.m. Yeah. So if you
ahead
want to
of
get
you,
up at 2 a.m. on a Wednesday morning to
Do you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, my slipping past all over the place. So I'm sure one of these Wednesdays I'll catch you.
Oh, well, in January we're actually moving it to Wednesday, so it'll be Thursday morning your time. But yeah.
Yeah, either way.
Yeah, that's the only one I really do on a regular basis. I generally on Sundays, like Sunday afternoons, I do something. I try not to cross program with Father Eric, who has something 5:30 my time on Sundays. But almost all my content is streams. I stream everything. It, first of
Why
all, it gives me
streaming?
an excuse not to edit anything.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Is streaming better for like views and audience with all
I
that stuff?
think so. But like also my audience, I mean, it's a very niche audience. Like, how many people want to hear a Jew like complain about Christianity all the time?
Just put out your website.
Let's not overanalyze this. But you do talk a lot about Judaism and things. You talk about a lot of stuff.
I do. I mean, frankly, like we could talk about anything. The Elon Musk stuff. I haven't felt so for a good 6 years at least. I've kind of felt like we were on our way. Like it's been a slow motion train wreck, where like you see things getting worse and worse and worse. And since Elon bought Twitter, it's like I am so happy with the stuff that's coming on. Wait, did I just get called niche by some Jew on Christmas Eve? Like I finally feel like there are people waking up to how crazy and stupid things have been getting, and that's just awesome. And I mean, like Paul kind of said, that this idea of so here, let me pull this up. So when he did that picture of the TBN thing, I also retweeted it with this. And Paul said, I told my wife she's got to get busy with the makeup.
That's a funny tweet.
Yeah, because like, I mean, the whole Jan and Paul Crouch thing, it's kind of it is really funny. It is really funny. But look, if the TBN thing is it kind of is happening, like thank you very much, CW, and Merry Christmas. Can't stay, but I love the stream title. Charlie's about to turn 19. Or maybe 20. I remember I said he's like an 18-year-old kid, and he's like, I'll be 20 in a month. And I'm like, if you have to say...
proves the point.
Yeah. Once you have to tell me in a month you're going to be another year older...
Yeah.
Like, I sometimes forget how old I am. Like, I'm 45 now? He turned 20. Happy birthday, Charlie.
Happy birthday.
Somebody else had a birthday. Who was it who just had a birthday?
This is very TBN, the birthday shout out. Write in if it's your birthday.
That was, maybe it was Charlie. No, it was Konstantin Kisin. That's who.
Ah.
So he also had a birthday. So I told Charlie, tell your parents for me that it's pretty mean of them to have sex in March just so they can get away with not buying you birthday presents. And he was like, no,
No.
not gonna tell them that. So Teo, how'd you find my channel? I've seen you on Grim Grizz's stuff, right?
I've been on Grim Grizzly. I had the pleasure of meeting him once. I think it was last week or the week before. That was cool. I found your channel through the Paul van der Clay funnel. So yeah, and I subscribed to your channel. I subscribed to pretty much everyone when I first discovered this little corner. I was like, wait, you are these weird people doing all this crazy stuff. So it was like a deep dive for me. But I was basically stuck on Paul's channel, and also the meaning code was like were the two that I was like. And then when you started doing the just chatting, that's when I started paying more attention to your channel as well.
Karen Wong of the meaning code. Sandy, you would actually like Karen, I think, if you haven't.
I hadn't heard of it really. No.
Karen, it's really interesting. She's very, very smart, and she asks really good questions. For me, it's a lot like Joe Rogan. Like, I don't actually listen to all of Joe Rogan's stuff. I only listen when he has somebody interesting on, because I know that when he has somebody interesting on, he brings out all the interesting stuff. And Karen's very similar to that.
I think she's like...
And Chag Sameach, Rabbi. And Chodesh Tov. So today was a triple header. It was the new moon and the Sabbath and Hanukkah.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Happy holidays.
That's amazing. All three at once.
Yeah. All three at once, yeah. It happened. So the way Hanukkah is, there's always a Sabbath and a thing. And Rabbi Malot's going to be on my channel Monday afternoon. Yeah. So yeah, there's all.
Every Hanukkah has a moon.
Every Hanukkah has a new moon in it because it's on the 25th. So always there's a new moon, and yeah, but the new moon doesn't always fall on the Sabbath like it did this year.
Neat. Yeah. This was an interesting year. Weren't there a couple of extra special moons this year as well in some of the time cycles? I think we had I don't remember all the names of the moons.
Hanukkah doesn't actually fall on Christmas very often. Only once in a while. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although it's going to happen more and more because like the way the calendars work, the Jewish calendar is kind of shifting slowly. So like I think this was the last Thanksgiving that was gonna, like last year was the last Thanksgiving that was gonna be on Hanukkah for like 80 years or something, and then after that it's not gonna ever happen again, basically.
Oh, well, I'll never celebrate Thanksgiving with your Hanukkah anyway. I don't, Hanukkah's never going to shift back to October.
Wait, you believe the new moon conspiracy? The moon hasn't changed, Jacob. The earth is flat.
That I agree on. What's the crossover, Jacob? Oh, sorry,
How
go
long
on.
have you been watching all the other channels? So, like, have you been involved with this stuff for a while, or?
No, I discovered this weird, wonderful place during the our first lockdown, so it would be probably around March 2020, March, April 2020. Because I knew of Jordan Peterson. I was a fan of some of his. I loved his Carter Newman interview, all that stuff. But I never done a deep dive. I didn't even know he did the biblical series. I just knew his Joe Rogan appearances, all of that, and I was like, okay, this guy. I wish my pastors spoke about God the way he speaks. That's what I thought of him. But then I saw his conversation with Jonathan Peugeot, who I was not familiar with at all. That came out around that time, and I remember leaving a comment like, "Where can I find people who speak like this?" Because my mind was blown. I had like a religious experience from that conversation because I was going through a deconstruction Christian thing because all I really knew was like the evangelical uh Christian church and like nothing about the Orthodox, very almost nothing about the Catholic apart from what I was told about why we're not Catholic. So I was just having like Christianity just blew up for me. And then I watched Paul Van der Clay's commentary on that video, and that's how I found Paul Van der Clay. And then it's just been, yeah, since then I've
So,
been stuck in this corner.
are you near London at all?
I mean, compared to America, yeah.
Compared to America?
Because I don't know, I was speaking to that drove for 3 hours and was still in the same state, which is insane to me. If I drove 3 hours, I would be in London. So yeah,
Okay, so Father Hugh, I don't know if you know Father Hugh. He's
not
not
familiar.
very active, but he's been on my channel once.
Okay.
And he is a Catholic priest, and he's a priest in London. So you might, I mean, if you're going to a Catholic, you might go talk to Father Hugh. He's writing a PhD dissertation on Plato's concept of the soul.
Is he on? I'll find the video that you did with him actually. That would be perfect.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Father Hugh and my name Federecci. Actually, why don't I just pull it up for you and not be lazy. So
Thank
there
you.
it is. Yeah, that's the conversation I had with Father Hugh. He
Nuts.
is on Discord.
Okay.
Did you share the video? It's not showing. Still see our
No.
face.
Comment.
Oh no! It's
Or you just
I
sent
shared
it
it in the chat. I put it in. The chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yep.
I mean, I guess if you guys wanted to,
No.
we could watch that video. But and Harry single celled he also lives in England and he's active on my Discord.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm trying to get people to actually meet with people in real life as opposed to stay online. I mean,
Are you
that's
starting
one of
an
the things.
estuary, Jacob?
I have to drive 2 hours to get to the nearest estuary here.
So you're starting one.
The problem with me starting an estuary is I'm just too controversial and opinionated. I'm actually thinking of starting. Have you heard of Magic the Gathering?
I've heard of it.
So it's a card game. It's a very, very complicated card game. And
Right.
I used to be very involved, and I have a very large collection. And I'm thinking of starting a magic cube and like having a type of Jordan Peterson / this little corner Los Angeles
Wow.
Magic the Gathering cube draft. It's you need 6 people, and you sit around, and it's a few hours of just like sitting around and playing a game, and it's fun and it's interactive, and yeah. So I was thinking of doing that, but I'm in the middle of kind of I moved into my new apartment in August, and I haven't really, and it's much bigger than my old one, so now I can actually have guests and stuff, and I just need to actually set it up and figure things out, and I'm moving my office there, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, but I thought I could have a cube draft. So anybody
Sounds cool.
who's in Los Angeles, which is nobody, who wants, well, no, Richard's in Los Angeles. Richard might come to my cube draft. But he plays Pokemon. Who plays Pokemon when you can play Magic the Gathering? This is heresy.
Everybody, apparently.
Yeah, everybody plays Pokemon. That was a strange that was a strange year where Pokemon Go just captured everyone, and since then,
this is Pokemon the card
card.
game. But yes, Pokemon. Yeah, I actually played Pokemon Go as well myself.
That was, yeah. People do strange things.
People do, in fact, do strange things. This is true.
Sandy, I'm not familiar. I've only seen your faces on the Just Chatting screen.
Canada. I live in Canada.
Oh,
3 separate countries represented here.
Well, you're both you're both subjects of the king. Used to be queen, and now you have a king.
That's still strange to say. You've got a king.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
God save the king. King Charles III. Yes.
That kind of surprised me, actually.
What do you mean?
Well, because I don't know. I try not to follow things. My family did intensely, but you kept hearing people talking about how it wasn't going to pass to Charles. No, it was going to skip over and directly to William. And I'm thinking, well, why would they do that? That shouldn't even. I don't think that's even really technically.
Yeah, that's not.
I was hoping they would do that. I was actually hoping they would do that.
Why?
Partially because Charles is so woke. He really is. But I don't know if William isn't.
What does that mean? I hear everybody say that.
Thank you,
He's
Sandy.
very, very involved in leftist political stuff, and he was writing letters. Like, he got caught writing political letters that people said were, as Prince of Wales, he shouldn't have gotten as political as he did, and he kind of apologized for it and said he would never do similar things as king, but at the same time, it kind of displayed his very left-wing.
So, curiosity question for the non-political among us, or the I don't know. So we have more than 2 parties in Canada, and left is what? I mean, is left like our say NDP or Green Party, or is left like? Because I think some of the things where I think people are gone way off the edge of the world, or some of the other parties sometimes.
Well, okay, if you're not actually following politics, part of the problem, part of the craziness, is if you're not following politics, the CBC, for example, and to a lesser extent the BBC, but the CBC is really, really bad. It is really, tell you how much really I love bad. It. What?
I love the CBC.
The CBC politically is they just lie to you. They're absolutely just straight up lying to you.
Is it okay if I know a couple of people who work there?
It's fine if you know lots of people who work there. My cousin who won a Pulitzer Prize works for George Soros, but that's like, and I love him to death, but he works for George Soros, and he wouldn't have gotten the Pulitzer Prize if he hadn't been working for a left-wing organization like he was. Like,
Mhm.
so yeah, I mean, this was part. It was a
You do
small part
realize
of
that
why I left journalism.
you do realize if you want to be, then theoretically, in my mind, if you want to be right wing, you do realize you desperately need the left people, or you wouldn't be anything at all.
Well, that's always the case with everything. I mean, yeah, you couldn't be left wing without the right people, right? And God forbid we end up with a one party state. But what's going on right now is it. This is part of what really bothers me. The CBC has been completely taken over. As has the BBC, as has NPR here in the United States. And like the news is straight up lying to you in ways that are obvious, and it's really bad, and things are just going to get worse until people realize, no, we can't have it like this. And that's part of the reason I'm so happy about Elon Musk buying Twitter. But
Oh,
like
he's going to
the
give a lot of money to
CBC,
Canada, according to the news. Just wait, he's plotting to take over Canada, and he's just
okay, this is the CBC, and
sorry.
they haven't covered the Twitter files at all. They have not covered the Twitter files at all. And it's
What?
like,
Of course, have they not?
what do you know about the Twitter files, Sandy?
I don't know much about anything. I mostly work when I'm not dealing with people's fashion chaos, trying to repair things worse than your 12 pack of kids could destroy a house. Then I'm kind of hanging out here talking to people.
Okay, so this is Twitter files, right? CBC.
Okay. Let me have a look, because I won't be able to see it on your screen.
So 9 days ago, Elon Musk suspends journalists from Twitter. 5 days ago, Twitter users vote yes to Elon Musk's poll on whether he should step down. 4 days ago, Albertans tweeted through election, a pandemic, and catastrophic flooding. Could that change? Nothing about the Twitter files. Nothing about the Twitter files.
Okay.
And it's like, really? Nothing? And I'm sure the BBC is the same. BBC? Twitter files sparked debate about blacklisting 10 days ago. Why is Elon Musk spending his time on Twitter 8 days ago? And that's 8 days ago. Twitter condemned by UN and EU. Like, this is something else, but it's not talking like. And the Twitter files, like the stuff that's been coming out, it's really, really important, and none of them are covering it.
So
here, New York Times.
Okay, yeah. What is it saying? Because I have heard a lot about a lot of firings, there's been a lot of stuff going on.
So Mark says, realistically, what are they going to say? We know we were being paid by the government all along. They are hiding their own bad behavior. The FBI and the CIA were telling Twitter to take Americans' tweets down, including like just small jokes that individual people were telling. Because there's so much there. I mean, it's the fact you haven't heard, like the FBI just came out with a new here, I'll pull it up. So this is FBI statement on Twitter. It is unfortunate that conspiracy theorists and others are feeding the American public misinformation with the sole purpose of attempting to discredit the agency. Like, just the fact that the FBI had to say that is like,
What were they
why
doing?
isn't this news? What?
What did you just read that they were doing? Whoops, we've lost the
This
page.
is the FBI statement on
Mhm.
the Twitter files that just came out recently. It is unfortunate that conspiracy theorists and others are feeding the American public misinformation with the sole purpose of attempting to discredit the agency. Now, I don't care what you think, if it's misinformation and whatever. Like, just the fact that the FBI issued that statement should make you want to know what it's talking about, right? And the CBC and the BBC and the New York Times should at least be reporting on that, but they can't, and they don't. Mark says, this is actually just Gamergate all over on a different scale. Sargon of Akkad warned us all. I defended the BBC for many years, but can confirm highly contentious ideological positions presented as if it's the settled default. The loss of the BBC is a huge thing, very sad, but how else can Lotus Eaters exist if not for the fall of the Fourth Estate? Yeah, Zach says, this is actually my case for monarchy. A king can be and is the left and the right simultaneously, all the hyper-specific solutions at his fingertips, and not subject to an endless political stalemate. I have definitely gained a lot of respect for constitutional monarchy, and the only real hope there is that the regime will change in Iran is actually the return of Reza Pahlavi, but as constitutional monarch, but I don't even see that happening.
So I'm sorry. So I was reading, and then you jumped to Iran. So was that related to what you were talking about with the Twitter files? Because the only thing I found on CBC was thing from Fifth Estate about
they're not nobody other than on Twitter itself are actually covering all of the stuff that came out, and there's a lot of stuff that came out. If you want to see what's going on, I would go to Matt Taibbi's Twitter, where he's covering a lot of it. But other than that, you're not... Well, actually, the CNN article that I linked, which is the only one I could find. So here, this is... This CNN article is the only one that I could find, and Wallflower, who responded long enough, is right that they basically they tried to bury it by making it really long and putting the stuff in the really long file. It's a very long article, and I'm guessing everybody's going to be pointing to that and being like, oh, well, that's what's going on. Oh, here, read this article, and nobody's going to read the article. It's a very long article. But that's the only thing. It's from CNN. It's called No Directive, FBI Agents, Tech Executives Deny Government Ordered Twitter. And obviously it has Twitter to suppress Hunter Biden's story. This is actually from a couple of days ago, and like new stuff dropped just today. But and it's at least they covered this. At least they covered it, but honestly, it's like the only article I was able to find from a mainstream news source. And it's a very, very long article, partially in order to hide everything that's inside of it. So, yeah.
Is that Elon Musk?
Say that again?
Who do you think, like, he's made the Elon released it, right? Elon did the drop, so Is he trying to guide
I
if I'm
think
making alone?
Elon I honestly, my view is that Peter Thiel knew everything that was going on, and he convinced Elon that he needs to buy Twitter and make this stuff public so that it doesn't continue to happen for the next election. That's my wild guess that I have no insider information about, even though I know some things about Peter Thiel that a lot of people don't. I am far more closely connected to Peter Thiel than the vast majority of human beings, but that doesn't mean much because he's a very, very private person. I've met him like twice.
But anyway. Billionaires index.
Peter Thiel was actually behind Donald Trump winning the 2016 election, and it was very, very surprising. But he actually kind of engineered it, and he's always been a few steps ahead of the game. And I am a huge fan of his. Grim hates him. Grim's like doesn't understand why. He sticks it to Gladwell. I did not know that. I haven't actually read his books, but for 20 years, he has been way ahead of the curve. I am a huge Peter Thiel fan, and like, Grim finds that weird and thinks Thiel is creepy and stuff. I love Thiel.
All I really knew about it was the PayPal stuff.
Yeah, he's a billionaire, and he has a data mining firm called Palantir, which does a lot of work for the defense industry, and I think through that he has a lot of information. That's why I think he's the one who tipped. So yeah, that's precisely what
Grim
what's his name?
said.
Grim thinks. He's like, isn't he the one who drinks who like gets injections of blood of young people? And it's like, no, he actually doesn't do that, but he has been funding biomedical research. Yes.
Same thing. I love Grim Gray so much.
How could you not love Grim?
Oh gosh.
Of course, Grim doesn't like a billionaire. He thinks they're doing all the bad things that prevent Grim from improving.
Whoa.
Well, a lot of them are in fact doing a lot of the bad things. No, I actually like Grim. It's funny how on point Grim is. Like, I call him a shaman because he kind of is, because he doesn't even necessarily know why he sees all the patterns, and he does see too many patterns, like he overfits the data, but he's worth paying attention to, and that's why when he tells me to make a video, I make it. And he's done that like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, it takes me a second. It takes me a second to get what he said, but when I do, I'm like, "Oh, you're a genius or something."
He is. Oh, he definitely is.
Like it's
no, Grim is a genius, and he sees patterns, and he's very incisive in ways. So, for example, the video I made, Vervaeke's bullshit, that was one of the videos that like, Grim pinged his server and told people to pay attention to Vervaeke's video, responding to Jordan Cooper. And when I when I watched it, I was like, I guessed that Grimm didn't actually know why it was so important, but he has this spider sense, right? And then when he came on and we talked about it, it was like, yeah, he has no idea why it's so important, but he has that spider sense. He sees anomalies in the matrix, you know, and um, and people like that are important, and that's why I make sure to listen to Grimm. You are far more likely to be preyed upon by people with millions or tens of millions than you are by any kind of billionaire. This is true. These people love this blame the billionaire games. They can hide easily. Yeah, actually, the people you really have to worry about are the people who are millionaires, not billionaires. That's the funny thing.
The people
Like,
trying
yeah,
to become
George
billionaires.
Soros. Say that again?
The people trying to become billionaires.
I don't even know if they're trying to become billionaires. Like, a lot
Why
of.
is the cap at millions?
Say that again?
Why millions? Why can you be wary of billionaires but not billionaires?
Well, no, I mean, George Soros is a billionaire who's, I think, doing horrible things with his money. But George Soros is driven enough to become a billionaire because of the trauma of the Holocaust on his psyche. And that's why, as a billionaire, he's spending his money to do the things that he's doing. A lot of these people, like, who are the corruption, right? It's not worth like how much extra do you get if you're a billionaire in terms of your personal like life, right? How you live your life. You're not going to spend millions and millions of dollars. You're certainly never going to spend $1 billion on no ma- like on anything that's actually so. People who become billionaires are driven by some sort of drive for something. I think Elon Musk really, really wants to get us into space. He wants to, and he's driven by that. I think George Soros is honestly very, very driven
Zach,
by his experience during World War II. There's a lot of people who are driven by various things, but like the people who really mess things up, in my opinion, are the people who are a little bit corrupt. They just want to live a really comfortable life and they don't care about anybody else. Like Nancy Pelosi, she's never going to be a billionaire. She has many millions of dollars, and she likes the power that she has, and she likes being famous, and she likes being powerful. But like, it's not about the money anymore for her. You know, same thing by Chuck Schumer. Same thing. Lots of people. Um, the way you become a billionaire is totally different from how you become a millionaire, and those skills don't overlap actually. I've had almost 2 million stolen from me by millionaires. Yeah. I know people who have preyed upon me that don't even have hundreds. This is
amen to
true.
that.
Sure, Zach, and there are more bad people that are poor, but you are more likely to get your stuff taken by people who make all their money and a lot of it that way. So, this is the thing. Poor people gets are the victims of crime so much more than middle class and rich people. Poor people are constantly being ripped off. Constantly. It is really, really horrible. And this is why like I am such a big supporter of the minimum wage, for example, because it's most likely that poor people will be hired by a job that's actually taking their money if as opposed to paying them, they may in fact end up owing their job money, like that happens.
Mhm.
And like, I don't understand why people think it's more I don't understand why people think it's somehow morally superior to trick somebody out of money than it is to physically like beat them up. Just because I'm smarter than you and I take your money because I am smarter than you, that's not more moral than if I'm physically stronger than you and I take the money from you physically. But for some reason, people are like, oh, it's their own fault or whatever. And it's like, no, F you. Some people are smarter than other people, and just because you're smarter doesn't mean you should be tricking people out of their money, and it doesn't mean that people who get tricked out of their money are bad people. Or if you're tricking people out of money, you're a bad person. You're just as much of a thief, I would say even worse, than somebody who physically beats somebody up and takes their money.
I went to I live in Manchester, which is the north of England, and it's like the working class area where a lot of the anti-billionaire sentiments are very much expressed. And I was at a comedy show this past week, and a lot of that was going on. It's you've got Democrats, Republicans, we've got Labour and Conservatives, and this is a
Right.
very Labour area. And I think it is to what you're saying, because poor people do get taken advantage of more, and they look around and say, okay, who's got the thing? I don't have things. Who's got the things? Who's got the most things? Billionaires, they're to blame. They've got my things. It's just very simple maths that they do. And uh, when they look around, it's like a shared distribution thing. It's like, okay, there's only a set amount of resources. I don't have a lot. He's got the most of it. The top one, the 1%, and it's just blame the 1%. Which I
Okay,
know
so
when you like on higher resolution, it's not always the case, but that's how it
so
feels.
this is so this is the thing. Okay. Um a lot of people just think wealth is transferred, right? If your neighbor has an apple tree, right, that apple tree is creating wealth. And if you don't go and actually, if you go pick the apples, those apples are wealth, right? But if you just let them rot on the tree, then that just goes away. And if you chop down your neighbor's apple tree, that doesn't mean your apples are going to get cheaper in the market. It actually means, in fact, there's more of a demand for apples, and the price of apples goes up infinitesimally, right? But people don't know economics very well, and economics is really complicated. And but there is such a thing as rent-seeking behavior, and that's when
As
you're not providing any value to the money for what you are getting in terms of money. And when you have a regulated economy like we should have, rent seeking behavior gets discouraged. But we're not doing that. And
is it
that's the corruption. Go ahead.
the first word
What?
rent?
Rent seeking. Yeah. So, yeah, it's actually a technical term, rent seeking. It doesn't necessarily refer to just like owning real estate and renting it, because that actually might not be rent seeking behavior if it's done correctly. But when you're just getting paid for not doing anything, there's a lot of things that people just get paid without actually producing anything of value, and it's a huge problem, and it's a complicated problem that most people don't really understand. um
What's an example?
so the example that really gets on my nerves is
Well, I didn't ask for that specific one, but sure.
um so so when you buy a house in the United States, and it's only in the United States, it's actually not really in most of Canada, you have to buy this thing called title insurance, which used to be necessary, but it's not necessary anymore. But because nobody's paying attention, people still buy title insurance, right? And we could get rid of the whole title insurance system, and the system would actually run much better than it is.
Mhm.
But because there's people who make their money from the title insurance system in the United States, they make sure that it sticks around, and like nobody's actually paying attention to that little part of the economy to be like, hey, you're not actually doing any productive work. You're just taking people's money for real estate transactions. But it's rent seeking is almost always something incredibly complicated that you have to really look into to see whether or not it's actually rent seeking or not. And if it is, then the government should shut it down. But like for some weird reason, we have this and I actually did like an hour-long podcast on this with somebody once, but not on my channel, on a different channel. But we have this thing where our supposed fiscal conservatives, which is like the Tories and the Republicans, are all for free market, and then we have our supposed left-wing people like the Democrats and Labor, who basically are constantly saying, oh, it's all corrupt, like everything's corrupt. And so you don't have anybody actually reasonably saying, no, actually, we need to regulate the market and not and get rid of the corruption and have the good stuff from the market. And that's part of the stupidity that's going on right now. Mark says, people get confused between income and wealth, correct? Rent seeking is key, yes. Read Taleb, Taleb has a lot of smart ideas, but the problem with Taleb is he also is incredibly intellectually lazy, and therefore a lot of the stuff he says is just BS. And I don't think most people can sift the BS from the jewels that are in what he's writing. So you're much better off hearing about Taleb through somebody else. I am a much bigger advocate of, for example, Mark Blythe from Brown University, or what's the name? Glenn Lowry. Glenn Lowry, also of Brown University, great economist, really smart guy, who talks about this stuff much better than Taleb does. Jacob, I agree with you that taking money from folks by trickery is no better than beating them up. No billionaire worked 100,000 times harder than his employees, though fishy. See, this is where you're wrong. Okay. A good economy, the way a good economy works, is you reward people a percentage of the wealth that they create. Okay? So you don't reward them the fact is, even if you rewarded them 100% of the wealth that they created, the entire system would be wealthier. But you don't want to give them 100% of the wealth they created, but you want to give them a good percentage. You want to give them at least 50%, but let's say you only give them 1%. The fact is, somebody can create billions and billions of wealth, and 1% of that, especially when we're talking about something like an anti-rivalrous good, which our economy is increasingly anti-rivalrous goods, right? So think of MS-DOS. The amount of wealth created by MS-DOS is gigantic. It's in the trillions of dollars. It really is. And like Microsoft is only getting a small portion of that. And so Bill Gates, even getting a small portion of that small portion, is in fact good, because when you're actually creating wealth, that's give them even all of it. If you give somebody even 100% of the wealth that he creates, the entire system is better off. But you have to make sure that they're in fact creating wealth. If they're just transferring wealth, and sometimes they're in fact just consuming wealth, and that's why you have to look at wealth creation. And most people don't even know what wealth is, much less wealth creation, consumption, destruction. Right?
We don't get taught that. Not in the schools I went to. We don't get taught that.
Yes, economics is not taught, and trigonometry is, and nobody ever uses trigonometry, whereas economics is something, and statistics is something you would use every day. And this is part of our education system being deliberately sabotaged, I would say. Elon just fired a bunch from Twitter. Yay! Greetings. I am a yeshiva graduate. Which yeshiva? I even have smicha. Nice. Yeah, I'm guessing you're. All my life, I've been struggling with my homosexuality. If you want to come on, we can talk. For some weird reason, all financial speculation is rent-seeking behavior. No, I don't think so. I went to Rosh Yeshiva Rebbe's and did my best to kill this taiva within myself. I am a meyuchas on both sides from the greatest tzaddikim and geonim, and so I want to remain in a life of Torah, for Torah means everything to me. Then the other night I foolishly watched Yaron Reuven's horror film about Gehinnom. I have now fallen into despair, and I know I cannot change my feelings. At the age of 43, I have still not been with a man, but I know how I feel. If I can't change my soul, what's the point of going on? My grandmother, Alayha Shalom, used to say, where there's life, there's hope. Okay, Yaron Reuven is an idiot. And if you have smicha, you should know better than to listen to Yaron Reuven. Honestly. Especially if you're meyuchas from both sides. I'm sorry, but like, as a 43-year-old man who has smicha, you should know better than to be listening to Yaron Reuven. So if you want to come on here, or actually come on my Discord server, we can talk. But I would recommend watching the video Trembling Before God, which was about 20 years ago. Listening to the things that somebody like Rav Breidovitz says, who's an actual person. I don't know which community you're coming from. It might be a Hasidic community where you haven't actually heard of people you should be talking to. But like, Yaron Reuven's an idiot. And I'm sorry that it sounds like you come from a Hasidic background. We can definitely talk. But like, yeah, stay away from you're Litvish. Okay, so come on my Discord server and we'll talk. Yes.
I think his grandmother's wise. Like, where there's life, there's always hope. That's a beautiful thing to say. And no matter what the topic or what the thing we struggle with, that's always true. Where
Right.
there's life,
And
there's hope.
look, we can learn Tanya together, and there's a whole conversation there. Honestly, come on my Discord server, or we can talk privately, or you can come on and we can talk publicly. But honestly, like, I have to wonder with what you've been learning and what communities you've been learning in, because this type of atzvus and yiush, and this is not Yiddishkeit. And Yaron Reuven I have a video on Yaron Reuven being a charlatan. He knows nothing, and to listen to him is a huge mistake. You should not be listening to him. Okay, it's not about hard work. It's about smart work. That is egalitarianism. Everyone wants it until they don't do well because they suck. Bottom line, hard work correlates with a better life, not money. Yeah, I mean, if you're creating wealth, then you should be, look, if you create wealth, even if you just create it for yourself. So let me explain what wealth is.
I was just going to ask because I have my thoughts and opinions, but I want to know what you think.
Okay. So, well, these are the economic. If you're interested in learning about economics, I highly recommend starting with some of Thomas Sowell's books, including Basic Economics, which is available on YouTube for free, the entire audiobook. And it's a very good. Yes, Bill Gates didn't even create MS-DOS, much less all that wealth. Yes, I understand that, but he made it available, and it doesn't even matter. When it comes down to it, MS, like, okay, so wealth. What is wealth?
How do you perceive wealth?
Okay, so generally, what economics uses is the only good definition of wealth we have. It's called the price theory of value. So valuing wealth is the hardest question in all of economics. Is how do you know? So, for example, what is the value of this cup, right? If I were to break this cup, I have somehow reduced the wealth in the world. But by how much have I done that?
Do you want my answer?
Yes.
That thing's worth next to nothing as long as it's empty. If you're in the middle of a desert full of sand, it still looks like it's worth nothing until two of you reach an oasis and only one of you has a cup.
But Sandy, ultimately, if this cup were to break, I would have to go buy another one, right?
I hear what you're saying.
It has a value, right? The question is, what is the value of this cup? And the only good answer, and it's not a good answer, it obviously has a lot of problems. The only good answer is what's called the price theory of value. And so, and I actually have a video on this, post-Platonic propositions, where I talk about this type of stuff.
I would never look for answers to wealth under something with a topic like that.
Well, okay, so the series I started, post-Platonic propositions, where people wanted me to talk about the things that I thought were most important that everybody should know. And so I have a few videos called Post-Platonic. I think I only did like 3 of them, but they're called Post-Platonic propositions.
Okay.
So all models are wrong. Some are useful. And so the price theory of value is wrong. I mean, there's all kinds of problems, including what you said, which is it depends on the context, right? If like it really does. If I'm out in the middle of the desert, like this has no value to me, right?
The only other one I was told by somebody, like where I work in retail, it was like, well, it's worth whatever somebody's willing to pay for it. The more you can
that is the price
pay for it.
That's the price theory of value, and that's actually what we generally use. Is everything is worth what it can get on the open market, right? That you could sell it in what's called an arm's length transaction, which means that the person who's buying and selling, they have no relationship together, right? So the fact that I can go and buy this for like $1 at the dollar store, right, means that it's worth, we say, $1, right?
Yes, although I'd suspect it's kind of worth the difference between the dollar and whatever the costs were to create it.
So now you're pointing at what a lot of other people would like to create to call the theory of value to be, which in a sense is the labor theory of value, and that was what Karl Marx and Engels were saying, is that the worth of something is what it takes to create it, and labor specifically, right? But that's just really bad, because some people might be able to create the same thing much more easily than other people, right?
I only mentioned the distance between those two as being the value because, like I said, I work retail, so I work for a big corporation, and theoretically, and I work for minimum wage. So, like, they'll leave the minimum wage aside for a second.
Good night, Jamie.
The company, we're allowed to have profit sharing. If they earn, we earn. But everybody thinks that because they are big, that it doesn't really matter if they steal from them and or etc. So therefore, it's like tipping my tip jar over, because I'm not allowed to have tips, but I can't have profit sharing if they just come in and they take everything willy-nilly. And the big corporation probably has loss insurance, but I don't.
I mean, the fact is, the price theory of value isn't great, and it has a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, a lot of people, especially in the Marxists, like the CBC,
He's got to get that in again. Wait a minute, you left his
what?
BBC.
I saw something. Is the BBC still in existence?
I said CBC, but yes, the BBC is still in.
Okay, because I was looking up CBC and I saw something on that. So okay.
But both of them are Marxists. A lot of the intellectuals we have are in fact Marxists, and that's part of the problem, because Marxism is obviously stupid. But so I mean, we can argue about the failures of the price theory of value. I agree with you. It's a horrible measure of value, and it fails in many ways. But that doesn't matter, because it's the only theory of value that's actually practical.
Okay, so I wasn't aware I was arguing a point, but I was just explaining my day-to-day life. But anyway,
I understand that, but practically,
2 a.m. entertainment factor. He is going to be so glad he stayed awake all night.
I am loving this.
on Christmas Eve, we're discussing the theory, the price theory of value. Yes.
And Saturday
because
doing that.
Yes, it's a Jewish stream on Christmas Eve, and we're discussing Marxism. It's perfect.
Oh god.
Marxism is observably stupid. More people need to know that. Yes. Look, the fact is that the price theory of value, with all of the problems that it has, it's the only good model we have. It's the only functioning model we have. And that's why I say all models are wrong. Some are useful. The price theory of value is actually useful, as opposed to all the other theories of value, which are completely worthless. They're not useful.
I'm also I think I'm with you, Sandy. I know very little about most of this, but I did watch a debate between Glenn Lowry and Richard Wolff.
Oh God!
That was moderated by, but that was moderated by Glenn Lowry's wife, which is actually really cool. But it seems like Richard Wolff's qualm was that Marxism wasn't welcomed in the academies, and he was shunned for most of it.
That's bullshit.
Most of his career.
Richard Wolff is a liar and a charlatan, and he knows the reason. So okay, Do you know why? You should like this. So, do you know why the Nigerian prince scams still use still use that same format? Do you know why they keep on why they don't actually change the emails from Nigerian being a Nigerian prince?
I'm not
So
sure.
there's a book called Freakonomics where they talk about this. And the reason for it is if you don't know about the Nigerian prince scams by now, you're the most likely person to actually fall for Nigerian prince scams because you haven't heard of them, right? So they still send the emails saying they're from Nigeria in order to find the people who don't know better and don't know that Nigeria is a capital of fraud. And that's what Richard Wolff does. He calls himself a Marxist economist because he's looking for people.
Oh, Jacob, you just called Richard Wolff the Nigerian.
Richard Wolff he's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing. He's doing the Nigerian prince scam. But he's doing it by calling himself a Marxist economist. Because he knows that anybody who's willing to listen to a Marxist economist doesn't understand economics and can be easily fooled.
Well, Glenn Lowry was willing to listen to him, and you recommended Glenn Lowry.
No. Glenn Lowry was not listening to Richard Wolff. He was debating him, but he certainly was not listening to him. Richard Wolff is just a liar and a charlatan.
Glenn Lowry actually did agree with Richard Wolff on the point of not be, Marxist economists not being welcome, but he said that's because Marxist economists were not doing, basically they weren't doing their maths right, was what it came down to.
Right. Yeah. Like, but actually Marx is one of the most read, he's, the problem is actually that academia listens to Marx too much. So let me read what Fraudwith said. Some people might be able to make this faster than others is arguing with a straw man. The first few chapters of Capital are about this distinction. Don't do mud pies either. Go read Capital 1. No, anybody who's reading Das Kapital is an idiot. Das Kapital, Marxism has failed so many times they don't know their maths. Exactly like Teo just said. Some people are better at doing things than others, therefore value has to change based on the effort, even with the labor theory, which is one of the many obvious flaws in that idea. Yeah, the labor theory of value is garbage. Yes, good point. Marxism is observably stupid. More people need to know that, yes. If labor isn't a stable measure across people, evolution would have to be wrong for that to be true. Then the labor theory of value cannot be correct because it assumes this equality. Yes. Everyone should read Freakonomics, all of those books. They will open your eyes to some economics that is important to know. I mean, Freakonomics sounds great, and a lot of people are very interested in it, but Das Kapital Part 3 really brings it together, Jacob. I thought there were only 2 parts of Das Kapital, but I wouldn't have gotten that far anyway, because I think you have to be an idiot to read Das Kapital. And I think Zach is probably making that joke. Yeah.
So the price theory, then the labor theory, is that based on cost of getting your labor, as in, those of us that work for the people with money, or is it what is in kind of?
Yeah, I mean, what is that? So this was Marx and Engels' idea, was that the value of something is actually the price of is actually how much you have to pay somebody to create it. It's not functional at all. It really is completely not functional. And there's a reason why all actual economists, not Richard Wolff, will use the price theory of value because it's the only workable theory of value, even though it is definitely faulty and misses on a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's why it's funny. Most people have only read Volume 1. Yes. Look, if you're reading Das Kapital, you're already a little bit foolish. Mark hasn't read Marx either, and it shows, and apparently we're proud of it on this channel, so kudos. Yes, we are proud of not reading. There's no reason anybody should read Marx. All the predictions Marx made are not only wrong, correct, they were the opposite of reality, correct. All the facts Marx based his theory on were also false, correct, and that was knowable at the time. Zach is right. Part 3 is where it all makes sense. You just need some DMT to get and this is part of the things like on my channel that I really try to do. Like, we need to cut down stupid ideas. Marxism is truly a stupid idea. I mean, there is no idea that has proven to be so wrong so many times, right? It's been tried in almost every country in the world, every culture, all kinds of places by billions of people. And so if you're a Marxist, you're just stupid. If you don't read Marx, maybe stop speaking from ignorance about his economic theory. No. See, this is the thing. I don't have to read Marx to know what his economic theories were. That's
jump on.
Well, the thing is, like, Marx has a religious value for these people. So it's like, they have their Bible of Marx, right? And you have to actually read the Bible. How can you talk about the Bible? But Marx was supposedly a scientific person, and the knowledge in there, it shouldn't be like, you read a sonnet and or you read a book and it moves you. That's not, it's supposed to actually be materialist, right? Science. And that's why the people who insist you read their Bible, Das Kapital, they're in fact religious zealots. It's not a Marxists have the best copy though. Who are they competing against other mind blown. Fun fact: Marxism is indescribable from indistinguishable from feudalism. The only difference is how the powerful get that power and keep that power. Well, yeah, I mean, again, like, are you talking about Maoism, Leninism? Because Marx himself, like, his predictions were for England. Like, he thought inevitably, he actually said this, he was in England. He was actually, wasn't he in Manchester? Where was the library that Marx Engels library? Yeah, it's in Manchester. Cletham's library in Manchester, England.
As someone who just moved to Manchester, that makes a lot of sense. This is a very leftist city.
Yeah. So Marx was actually, I don't have to read Marx because other people have read him and his ideas didn't win. It's not his ideas didn't win. His ideas were stupid and ended up with millions, hundreds of millions of people dying. Like, have you read Darwin's what's the name of his book? Origin of Species? Of course not. It's like 100 years old. Why would you read a science book that's 100 years old? You have to understand, people who read Marx himself, who read Das Kapital, they don't view it as a science book. They view it as it's a Bible for them. It is a Bible for them. Because if it was a science book, then you could read an economics book which explained it, and that would be fine. But people who insist you read actual Marx and Engels, it's because it's a religious faith that they have in it. And that's why they want you to read their Bible. It's not a scientific thing.
I just thought that
I'm not here talking about Darwin at length and about how stupid he is either. Well, I mean, that's because Darwin actually has real science. Like, what, you think evolutionary biologists today need to go read Origin of Species? Like, how does that make sense? That reminds me of the Thomists. No one has really read Aquinas except every other Thomist. I read Darwin's book because I liked his TV show.
yes.
Wrestle with. Yeah, I mean, no. Honestly, if you need me to read Das Kapital in order to, like, you're just it's your religion. That's what it is, and it's like, no, I don't need to read your Bible because we're discussing economics. We're not talking, like, if we want to talk religion, then yes. I mean, if you want to discuss Marx's religious ideas, we should, then I guess maybe we should read his Bible and see if, like, it resonates with, like, the narrative resonates and stuff.
Oh gosh. This has been no, the chat's going wild.
If you're going to comment on a writer thinker as if you are an expert on their ideas, and also loudly denounce anyone who would deign to read that thinker for themselves as an idiot, what can I say? Well, see, this is the thing. This is the difference between literature and science. No, it is really important to recognize the difference between literature and science, right? So if I were talking about Mark Twain and how, like, it's stupid if you don't see the, like, how funny he is without having read him, but you have to understand that's the difference between literature and science. We can discuss scientific ideas based on history, based on what those ideas are, not on how the person who wrote them, right? So when I've never read Descartes himself, but, like, his ideas, I discuss many ideas that are that have disseminated. When you're talking about ideas as opposed to literature, this is the really important thing to understand as a fundamental difference. Yes, Marxism is in fact just plain wrong. And if somebody is calling themselves a Marxist economist, that person really needs to be removed from any sort of scientific position.
Sorry, the debate was socialism versus capitalism, not Marxism versus. But the conversation went that way anyway, and I think that what the debate exposed is what I'm actually witnessing lately, which is actually funny, which is socially. I'll speak social because that's what they discussed. Socialism, it sounds like it was shunned, and, like, just like anyone that even goes near it, like, stupid, stop it, not dumb, just got dunked on, and Richard Wolff was reveling in the fact that he's now being brought into the spotlight now, and is like he said that he's got a lot of resentment towards how he was treated, and now is
The funny thing is social democracy, the Scandinavian model, and we actually discussed this on my Discord server. It's actually fascist economics.
I don't know enough to comment on that.
No, it's Mussolini's fascist economics, and it's like, and it works where it works. I'm not using it as an ad hominem attack, like, but it is, and it's just really funny. Like, if somebody is seriously studying economics, and I think economics is worthy of serious study, I mean, it's obvious, like, there's a debate between, for example, the Austrian school and the Chicago school, and I am much more on the Chicago school side than the Austrian school side. But those are real debates that intelligent human beings can have, as opposed to the socialist versus socialist versus capitalist debate, which is like it's like trying to debate evolution. Like, what do you think of a biologist who doesn't believe in evolution?
They
It's
might be.
like,
Christian Science.
right. No,
Yeah.
and the socialists, it really is a religious faith for them.
So weird question, because I was trying to look up Marxism and that book you were talking about, just to
Das Kapital.
Das Kapitals, just because trying to get a picture of how is it described, if you were going to go and search for it. And it talks about something about social theory. I just put it down to being something philosophical. I thought he was something in the past. I didn't realize there was still existence of things. But so if he's got some take on this, that Theo was saying too, something about socialist discussion on the video, what is the opposite of that then, or what is the equivalent to that in the price theory of economics? Because there's no economics if there's no social interaction of kind. So what is...
Zach is killing me. Sorry.
It's always fun to talk to somebody who has no clue about something and get their opinions on it. So seriously.
Okay.
So in economics, I would assume there's some kind of social viewpoint on both sides of whatever.
Well, I mean, the price theory of value, ultimately, there is a question of social. So, for example, and this is something Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson talked about. Like, where's the value in Elvis's guitar? It's worth millions of dollars, or however much one of Elvis's guitars are worth. But where does that value come from?
Not the materials.
Definitely not the materials, right? And so look, the price theory of value, it and Hayek does a very good job of explaining why we need to use the price theory of value, and how, I mean, and Adam Smith in Wealth of Nations, and like economics as an actual science, and it really is an actual science, has developed and continues to develop. It's just the Marxists are people who religiously have a particular faith, and they refuse to just recognize reality. No, and I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just true. Elvis's guitar is worth a lot of wampum, but not much labor. I mean, again, if you want to read into this stuff, I would start with Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics. It's a great book. I don't agree with Sowell on everything, and there are debates between, for example, the Austrian school and the Chicago School of Economics. And those are real debates between people who actually know what they're talking about. But anybody who's advancing socialism is just ignorant.
What's the I think from the debate and also from this conversation, what I'm getting is, again, I don't know the economics or the science to have any opinion, but there is you understand the problem a lot more than the quote unquote Marxists that I know. A lot of my friends, like the way you're describing Marxism, most of my friends are probably Marxists. Like you would be like, yeah, there's a Marxist, that's what's up. It's funny to hear, but
it's popular. It's a very popular religion.
They wouldn't even, like, if you call them a Marxist, they'll call you yeah. But the problem is you have identified that the theory of value is it's insufficient. There is a problem in it. It doesn't. It's again nothing. This is not a utopian world that we live in. So there will be people left behind, and the left behind need something. They need like something to like hope, something to believe in. Like, okay, how can I get to the top? And what's the narrative that's being told to them? Like, what's the offer? And I think that's the problem. If there isn't one, then Marxism offers a very, very appealing utopian.
Right. Yeah, no, it is about narrative. It really is theological. This
Yeah.
is their religion. And when you're talking reductive materialism, right? Marx provides that pseudoscientific veneer to allow you to have a narrative, a theology of value, right? And that's why. So the it was really interesting to me when the debate between Zizek and Jordan Peterson, and ultimately Zizek or Zizek, he he wasn't defending Marxism, and he didn't really defend Marxism at all. He explained why it is a theology, it is a religion that he grew up with among communists, right? And so it has a religious value, and it does. Marxism has a religious value in for a lot of people. The problem is they don't recognize that it is a religion for them, and that's a really large problem of it. Is when you deny that a religion is a religion, it becomes much more problematic than when you recognize, oh, this is my religion, and these are like scientific things. And that's Lysenkoism. Socialism is a great religion for people who are not living up to their own potential and don't want to take responsibility for that. Look, it depends.
That's the narrative that they're being told by the people who understand what the problem is. People such as yourself, Mark. Like, it's like, oh, the problem is you're not, like, just it's the put yourself up by the bootstrap thing. That's what it comes. That's what they're like. And in some cases, that is definitely true. Yes, there are definitely people who are not living up to the potential, but those people's voices added to the people who are just, life sucks sometimes. Like your you know your Job, yeah, Job. So some people are just born into shitty circumstances, and when they're messing, when their narrative of like, oh, how do I get out, and they're being told is you are not living up to your potential, and you don't want to take responsibility for that. That's not an appealing narrative compared to what Marxism offers, which is it's the people at top's fault, and you can, like, if you
Yeah.
So that's why it's appealing, and it will always be appealing, because the hope that capitalism offers is take responsibility, work harder, change, move different, and you'll be successful, which isn't always
So
the
Fraud
case.
with says capitalism is a great religion for people who want moral justification of for the ego-centered behavior. We
Clap
all Protestants indeed. I actually kind of agree with that. For Protestants, capitalism does in fact take on a religious value, which I would say is a problem. That, like, this was Tucker Carlson and Ben Shapiro. They talked about this, and Tucker Carlson talks a lot about how capitalism cannot be an end on itself. And look, it's absolutely true for people who have completely lost any religion. Capitalism can become materialism becomes, I would say materialism more than capitalism, becomes a religion for them. And that's a problem. That's definitely a problem. We need actual religions to be religions. And reductive materialism fails to provide human beings with what they need. That's absolutely true. I'm not dunking on Marxists because I love capitalism. My religion is Judaism. But in recognizing, okay, this is my religion, I can realize that, okay, economics is actually a way of trying to understand the world, and I don't have to attach religion's significance to it. But if you don't have a religion, then some form of reductive materialism, whether it's capitalism, I'd say materialism, but you can call it capitalism if you like, or Marxism or something, becomes your religion because you have no religion, and it's impossible for a human being to exist without religion.
Agreed.
If you believe you do not have a religion, one will provided to you without your knowledge or consent. 100%. Sure, if they can convince you that you have no agency, that you cannot change, then you have to follow them. They should be in charge. That is wrong, however. I mean, there is a narrative that is sold, especially by the socialists, of resentment, which is a problem. I agree. I'm under the impression that the invisible hand is the Holy Spirit and providence being built into the morality and mechanism of capitalism, that market selection will be the will of God, etc. So this is a very Protestant idea. I'm not sure I completely hate it, but ultimately there are things of value that the price theory of value cannot capture. The price theory of value will never capture the importance of family, of children, and it doesn't need to.
Just to reply to Zach before you move on. I don't know if I've misunderstood what you said, but I've just read that as you basically saying capitalism is Christian. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if I agree with that.
I think, well, so the Puritanism, which comes from English theology, what has kind of married with the wealth of nations and ideas of economics, and there is a sort of marriage that was made, especially among Protestants, with the idea of, well, you will be, and that's where, for example, prosperity gospel comes from.
I was
right?
going to ask if that gives it a jumping off point.
Yeah,
I think Zach's comments leaning heavily into that, you reap what you sow. So if you've got a ton, you must have done something good.
Yeah, and prosperity gospel, I mean, ultimately it is heretical within Christianity, but there's a reason why there are so many Protestants who fall into prosperity gospel, because of this marriage of capitalism and Protestant theology.
But I'm not sure I was understanding the one above that one about social something or other, because we talked before about
Which one?
the one right above it.
Yeah, this one.
This one, Marx. Sure, if you can convince you that you have if they can convince you that you have no agency, that you cannot change, then you have to follow them. They should be in charge. That is wrong, however.
Who's the they that Mark's referring to?
He's talking about the people who are selling wokeism and postmodern neo-Marxism.
For those among us who like to keep it simple and lose some of the rhetoric. So who's the they? Who's he talking about?
BBC.
The BBC and the CBC. Yes, the BBC. Yes.
When I read that, honestly, what I think of when I read that is another friend who's on disability pension, and keeps going out and trying to apply for jobs. But there's the whole unemployable, and then there's the not permanently employable. And you know, and then there's the whole guilt of that. But when I listen to people talk and then they get into this leftist something, wokeist something, it reminds me of standing in the self-checkout being yelled at by the union guy because I'm stealing his taxes, you know, and I'm like, what? I'm just trying to put bread on my table. Like, don't be yelling at me, you know, like, and so
part of
that's
the problem.
who is the they? Is the they somehow me, the evil person working in a mechanized self-checkout world because I blew out my neck and shoulder and can't go like
No,
this?
no, 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 no.
Who is he referring to?
He's referring to the intellectual class that today dominates our society, and he's right. I would say there actually is a dominant narrative that the CBC, the BBC, and these people push, and there are actually, like, the people who are the intellectuals in society, the people you listen to on the CBC, they have a particular view that they are pushing.
I agree with some of it.
Doesn't everyone?
Some of the shows, you know.
Yeah,
so...
well, everybody has a theology. Everybody has a theology. You have to have a theology. The question is, do you recognize it or not?
By people on both sides of it, if they were to start trying to label, but most people I actually know love me. So I'm confused.
Oh my God, Sandy, you're a treat.
I have my moments, some of them better.
Fraudwith says, I can learn from Marx's criticism of capital without being a Marxist. Well, you could, the problem is his criticisms generally are bad. They've been reformulated much better by people and addressed. I mean, it's like, honestly, Marx has nothing to contribute to modern day economics. He just doesn't. Render unto Caesar creates a third principality, that of money. From this emerges many forms, some better than others. Okay, now we're getting a little bit beyond, like, okay. No, I don't think it is Christian. It's a child of Protestant theology, not unlike Marxism, prosperity gospel, self-improvement speakers, etc. Sally Joe. No one is wealthy without God's will, basically. Ignores Job entirely. I would agree with that. Anyone pushing any form of socialism or Marxism, resentment philosophy, people who tell you that you have no agency are wrong. There are a ton of people who aren't employable using the standard methods in the U.S. They usually start businesses and do quite well. Well, yeah, that's kind of me. The big problem is that there aren't two sides, but there are lots of people who want to control you by telling you that you are powerless.
I want Mark to jump on.
Okay. What? You want Mark to jump on?
Yeah, because I've got questions.
Teo has questions for you, Mark.
I may have to leave and call somebody, so there'll be a spot open soon.
You are allowed to leave if you need to, Sandy. But what was I going to say? Oh, so this is one of the big things that I talk about regarding distributed cognition. There are times when we notice that we are distributing our cognition to other people, and we deliberately realize, oh, there's two sides, and I want to understand the two sides. And that's great, and that can work. But what Edward Bernays discovered and taught a lot of people was that you can actually, there's a lot of things which we don't even realize that we're distributing our cognition to people. And when we don't realize that we're distributing cognition, that's the easiest, that's when it becomes easiest to change people's views and things. And that's what people have started doing, and that's what I call securing our distributed cognition. I have a video, Propaganda, which I highly recommend, right? It's those places, and Mark agrees with me, it's those places where we don't realize that we're distributing our cognition, and I think we are distributing our cognition to they that Mark is talking about, that we end up, in fact, being most controlled by ideas that we don't even realize we believe.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and I think we have to distribute our cognition. This is what we're told we can know things. There's no freaking way that you can understand. Let's just suppose you know computers like I do, right? You're not going to understand computers, evolution, biology, physics, some of those things, some of them. I don't know how many, and it's going to be different for different people. You're just going to have to trust somebody else. That's outsourcing your distributed cognition to somebody else. All distributed cognition, and this is my argument, is outsourced, right? You're giving it to somebody else. And then you have to do that. So it's not good or bad because it has to happen. But you need to be careful who you do that to. And that's why you don't want to read bad critiques of capitalism, to your earlier point, Jacob, because Marx does not make good critiques. There's plenty of good critiques of capitalism. Just none of them were written by Marx, like 0 of them. That's all. It's not a big deal. So it's fine to engage with that. But Teo, if you have questions, I'm happy to try and be clear enough to answer them.
Sandy, Sally says, she's talking to you. You're more powerful than the they. Glad you got to be here a little.
No, that's so weird because I get, I mean, I was saying earlier, people that actually know me love me. She doesn't know me from Adam, and I get told that a lot.
I don't know. Sally, have you been watching our Bible studies? By the way, you see that painting behind me? That is a Sally Joe original right there.
I think you should have to hold it to the screen so as we can actually see it. You pointed it out once before, and I'm really not. I'm kind of nearsighted.
Lobster.
So this is a booklet that Sally Joe made, and
awesome, nice.
And this is a lobster that Sally Joe made.
That's really detailed.
Oh, it's better. Yeah,
that's lovely. Wow.
Sally Joe is an artiste.
Yes. Don't forget the booklet.
I will not forget the booklet.
I have asked for another 10 minutes before I call somebody, so.
Yeah, Mark, oh yeah, that's it. The agency question. There is no agency. Remember to embody.
Remember, embody. There is no agency.
Great players, love it. Yeah, you said there. Trying to scroll up to your comment. That I was like, wait, what? I've gone too far. Basically, I'll explain what I think you're saying. And let me see if I'm tracking so far. You're saying Marxism is stupid. I'm joking.
We have got
you understand me perfectly.
No, it's. I think you're pointing to that the problem is, if they can convince you that you have no agency, that's the one I was going to have questions about. Yeah, if they can convince you have no agency, I think we've already been convinced that there are in the cultural, Western cultural zeitgeist. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. We've been materialism has won that battle, and I mean I was born in 1995. That battle was decided way before I was born. So people, I'm speaking for my friends now, they were born in a world where religion is stupid. Science already decided that there is no God. That's just the basic reality. So that leads to there is no agency, and that leads to them having to decide. Okay, Marxism at that point that they're at, Marxism offers the best, the most compelling case for like existence, basically.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Look, Teo, I mean, you're very bright. A lot of people don't get that connection that you just made. That is the right answer. The materialism, and this is what Jordan Peterson's talking about. And I know it is actually technically nearly impossible to follow. But the when Peterson came back, he did a talk with John Vervaeke, and Vervaeke actually, Peterson had to beat it out of him. But Vervaeke actually agreed with Peterson about postmodern neo-Marxism is a thing, even though postmodernism and neo-Marxism are fundamentally incompatible. And the reason why I think the problem is actually the materialism, as you pointed out. The materialism tells you all these things. And the reason why the materialism is popular is twofold. One is science is being very successful. Like Immanuel Kant said that, right? This is, oh, science is super successful. We need to replicate the success of science. But the other reason is because if science is, we'll say, an all-encompassing model that explains everything, then the implication is that the physical things, material, are the things that determine everything in the universe. And you have no say in that. Because you right. It's and it's sneaky because they don't say that. They just give you enough that you're literally not your conscious mind, but actually your unconscious mind makes the connection. And your conscious mind knows it's connected, but doesn't know how. And then somebody comes along with some theory that explains that unconscious sort of sense that you have. And then bang, you're a Marxist. Just like actually, that's actually how it works. So you're dead on. I mean, to some extent, that's why the movie The Matrix works. Even though if you watch The Matrix, there's some horrible stories in The Matrix, right? It's a horrible narrative in some sense. It works because they say you were born into a prison. The prison's exactly what you're describing, but also the prison is the condition of life, right? It's the same thing. Because in The Matrix, like one of the key stories in The Matrix is we would rather live totally free from all system, from any sort of organized system, right? From any machinery, which is a lie you learn in the subsequent movies, right? It's obviously it's a lie. They're not living free from any machinery. They're floating around in this hovercraft and stuff. We would rather live free like that, eating food that doesn't taste like food and barely sustains us, living close to the core of the earth, which is the only warm place, and being chased not through dead cities, through the sewer systems of dead cities. And I'm like, how is this a sellable message that sounds horrible? Plug me into the Matrix, please. Like, I mean, really, like, I'd much rather be a slave to the system at that point because the alternative sounds awful. But and look, I'm a huge fan of the Matrix movie, huge fan. But still, if you think about the message, it's very sneaky, right? It's like you'd rather live basically being chased in the sewers of dead cities and eating slop than to be comfortable and know where your role is in life, but have to be told what it is. Because, and Peterson's right, you negotiate your identity with other people. Like you don't just get to conjure it up out of nowhere with a cauldron and some newt's eye or whatever they use. I don't know what they're using this week.
So what's the how do we put it out of the Matrix to carry on the Matrix? It's because when I have conversations with like a lot of my friends, it's I can see where they're at and I can see why they're there, but convincing them of where they're at, it's because it's different worldview. What's the bridge? How do we make that bridge? Because telling them that Marxism is stupid, unfortunately, just doesn't work. Doesn't quite cut it.
Well, I mean, I would. It's so funny. I literally had this conversation last night on Clubhouse about Marxism for 3 hours with a couple of people. Yeah, a couple of answers. The first answer is actually saying Marxism is stupid and observably so, and his facts are wrong, does work. Right?
Oh,
because it cracks them open.
Slopes.
Well, it cracks them open. Now, it doesn't work consistently and reliably, and it certainly doesn't work instantly. It takes a long time. But it does give them the possibility that, oh, wait a minute, maybe somebody just said I'm insane. Maybe I am insane, right? Because we outsource our sanity. It's another distributed cognition thing, right? But But the thing that I do, and like Manuel does on the Awakening servers, when these people come in, and we've had quite a few of them, fewer now, but they still occasionally come in. We deal with each one individually, and the thing that I usually point out to them is, if that were true, these other things would also be happening, and therefore that can't be true. And then they sort of stop and like freak out and say, "Oh, wait a minute."
I am going to take a break. I'm guessing you're going to be around for half an hour or so, Mark.
Yeah, I can be around for half an hour. I'll keep your stream going.
I gotta go and take a phone call, but I will check back in perhaps. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Sandy.
Go find that out button leaving. Okay, see, it was lovely talking. Bye.
Yeah, so Teo, so it's usually an individualized sort of a thing, right? Because somebody, and I had, so Sally Joe's husband, we were talking to him the other day on Discord, and he was saying, no, the only reason why people play sports is for money. And I said, you do realize that most of the people playing sports aren't getting paid ever, right? Like most of the sports, 99.9% of all the sports games being played are
Most
not
people
being played
pay.
for money.
I mean, I pay to play sports, so yeah.
Right, exactly. Most people actually pay for the privilege of playing sports. Yeah, and like it's just because you've been given this formula that works easily. And look, we're lazy and we're stupid, like all of us. We're all dumb. And so it's like, oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, people wouldn't pay, wouldn't play those hard sports because it's difficult and they have to go to the gym all the time unless they were getting paid. That totally makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense, but it's wrong.
Okay, all right. So this is so interesting because I think I'm understanding you more now, Mark. If you see that as the problem, or recognize that as the issue, how's the solution not Christianity?
Oh, okay. So
that's the solution I can say. Again, I'm a Christian, so that's my worldview.
Yeah, who said that the solution
Zach MVP.
Well, the solution 4 or 5 steps down the road is in Christianity. Like nobody said that, right? So what I would say is, and this is all I'm going to say, okay? So be warned. Like after this, I am going to stonewall you on this particular topic. A lot of people came onto the Awakening from the Meaning Crisis server, right? John Vervaeke's server, and a bunch of them left to go to church. That's all I know. I don't know how that happened. I don't know why that happened. I have no idea. I don't know their stories. You can, whatever. Like they're gone, and they were gone to church. Like that happened. Okay, but I think, and I've given this criticism to Vanderklay. Actually, there's a Vanderklay talk that I did with Joey and with Father Eric. And if you haven't seen that, maybe, and I'd love your feedback on it, actually. If you ever get a chance to comment on it or drop me a note or whatever after you see it, it would be great. Because
it's on your channel or Vanderklay's channel?
No, it's on Vanderklay's channel. It's a talk I kind of forced Paul into. I kind of said, we need to do this. And Paul said, I'll do that. And then I tricked Joey and Father Eric. And they were like, well, if Paul would ever agree to that, I'd do it. He already agreed. You're in. Good. I grabbed
the wax.
So, but the part of the point of that conversation was exactly this. Like, you can't walk up to somebody who, and this is part of John Vervaeke's work, right? You can't walk up to these NONESs, the people who identify as no religion, right? And say, hey man, I got some shiny religion here. I mean, you're really, this is the best. And you can have it for free. Like, you can't do that. Right? Because they're like, no, religion's garbage. Like, we don't need that. So that they don't, and I keep trying to make this point. There's a few different types of people. And like Vanderklay's crew is mostly traumatized Christians. They're people who fell out of the church, usually in their late teens, early 20s, right? From what I can observe, and look, maybe my observations are wrong, but this is just what I'm seeing, right? So they're traumatized Christians. Now that's one class of people, very important class. And I think that those people use the biblical lecture series, which is called The Psychological Significance of the Bible, right? Peterson's biblical lecture series to reinvigorate their faith. And that's wonderful and useful. But, and I did some rough numbers on this. The maps of meaning is not that far behind the biblical lecture series in terms of unique views of people who watched the whole thing, right? So like looking at first episodes is no good. Just look at the first episode, you watch 10 minutes and you drop out. That YouTube number is no good, right? But I think that the people that came in through Peterson, through maps of meaning, I think either they got traumatized at a very young age, so pre-teenage years. So that's one. So there are traumatized Christians in that category, or they never had any relationship to religion at all. Like me, I never went to church. I went to a Catholic school that didn't teach me any of this Catholic stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, but you have to take that really seriously, because I think what's actually happening, and I do have a video about this on navigating patterns, training versus education. I think what's actually happened in the US, at least, I don't know that much about the European education system. I know a lot of people in Europe. I've talked to them for years and years. But in the US, they didn't just take religion out of the schools. They also took recess and gym and music and art all at the same time. Not completely, right? But they took all of that out. But you'll notice all of those things are about participation, right? They're all about participation. And if you don't learn participation, you don't learn the importance of symbols. And if you and you don't learn value, like that's one of the problems I pointed out with Marxism, right? It's materialist. The labor theory of value is literally just that everything you can think of, it takes a certain stable amount of labor to build, and therefore has a set value. But value isn't in this world, right? Value is in the Platonic realm. It's form. It's out in the between space somehow, right? It's not here. You can't touch it, right? I like Jacob's example about the apple trees, right? If you don't pick the apples, they're not worth anything. Like, so it's not just plant the tree, it's plant the tree and harvest the apples. And if I can harvest apples faster than you, then the labor theory of value doesn't work. And they don't have the tools to understand value. So you give them a materialist frame like the labor theory of value, and they go, oh, that totally makes sense, because they don't have any other way to make sense of it. So first you have to get them to understand there's more to the world than the material stuff. And that cracks them open. And then once they're cracked open, and sometimes, look, I'll make an outrageous claim, which is true to the best of my ability. I have done it in 3 or 4 hours with a single person, like in real time. But I don't think most people can do that, because first of all, most people can't make arguments for 3 or 4 hours. But
most people can't sit through arguments for 3 or 4 hours. So
exactly. Well, exactly. So right, it wouldn't work for everyone anyway, because some people can't sit, but most people can't make those arguments for hours. But you can crack them open, right? And then once they start to see more of the world, because that's really what it is, you're seeing aspects of the world that aren't material, right? Then they can get opened up. And then as they get opened up, then the next step is they can start to consider other ways of understanding the world, right? And then they can avoid the bad religions, and then they can step into a good one.
I think your project, the Vakian branch of the Slow Corners project, might be more important than any other, because I think that is the first step that's necessary, because that's where most people are stuck at. It's the materialism that they're just, and finding a way to break that. Like you said, it's not a one size fits all thing, and I think that's why all of this Slow Corners got a bunch of different people. I all agree saying yes.
Right. Well, I appreciate you saying that. I'm glad you see it that way. We do too. I mean, my thesis is that the people that are in the most immediate trouble and in the most trouble overall are the NONESs, not the traumatized Christians. Which is not to say we should ignore the traumatized Christians, but it's easier for them because they can just go into a church and the churches can reach them. But I don't think anybody in the church is going to reach an NONES. Like, I don't think it's an option. Like, until they hit Peterson and take him seriously, or until they hit Vervaeke, and if if they get, the problem with Vervaeke is he doesn't take any leadership at all. So those people right now, that's a Gnostic cesspool, that whole server, because they're off talking about doing drugs, and they're off talking about rituals and, you know, all kinds of crazy, the Eleusinian mysteries, because they don't know what they are, right? So it's still fraught with danger. But I think
that's
they're
the
in the most
I think you brought up a good point though. That's the once you crack that materialism opens, they're open to a world of like, yeah, things become, everything's now out of question. It's a confusing place to be. It's not a fun place to go, I would imagine.
Right. And Teo, look, I mean, one of the reasons why I like Vervaeke's stuff, even though I have massive criticisms of Vervaeke, is like probably his most powerful tool for doing this. And I'll explain the whole trick, because it's and I don't think it, you know, like I don't think he's aware of how this works, right? He talks about participatory knowledge. Now, the reason why that works is because if knowledge is your highest value, right? In other words, you think that, you know, knowing things is like the most important thing, right? Then you haven't challenged that in the other person. You haven't told them, well, knowledge isn't the most important thing. I mean, that might be an argument that I would have made, you know, 6 years ago, right? Knowledge isn't the most important thing. What are you, stupid? Like, how can you believe? Like, I used to make arguments like that, but now that I have a better argument, it's no. It's not that knowledge isn't important. No, I'm not going to say that, because I don't need to. I can just say there's a type of knowledge you haven't considered, right? And maybe the reason, because they already believe the reason why they're not doing well is either because they don't have enough knowledge, that's one, or the world is out to get them. But if they already believe knowledge is power or something stupid like that, and you tell them there's a whole type of knowledge that they haven't been paying attention to, now that kind of like clean your room. Now people are like, oh, okay, right? So now you haven't challenged their worldview about knowledge being the most important thing, but you've opened them up to participation. And that changes everything, because then the participation means the materialism goes away, because that creates relationship, right? So,
Also,
so now they can interact with the world again.
I think that like the participation will help them realize all the times where they've been participating, but just not realizing it. Yeah, that makes sense. I think where the Christian branch wins is, and also why Paul is like such an appropriate, Calvinist pastor is such an appropriate person to be the Protestant representative in this little corner, is that his theology affords him to just go, yep, God is using the providence is allowing God to use the vacant for you guys are working on a problem that's going to eventually lead to Christianity. Like you said, you used to say 3-4 steps down the line, that's not where it ends up. But it could also end up in other places,
right?
And like I'm sure, like you're very, what did Paul say, antithetical? I don't know what the word is, but you're on the other side of the, what's the other one? His last video where he was comparing the gentle slope, full slope.
Disagreeable and agreeable.
Yeah, disagreeable. You're on the disagreeable side. So, meaning that you will, I forgot where I was going with that. What was the last thing you said? My brain's fried. I mean, to be fair, it is for 4:30. My God.
It's 4:30. Yeah, it's pretty late for you over there.
The other thing that I wanted to ask you about, I'll just completely change track, was the pull yourself up by the bootstrap comment, which I don't think that's what you were saying, but I want you to, expand on what you meant by that.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, it's not pull yourself up by your bootstraps, right?
Yeah, I did think that's.
It's use the things around you because you can, and make a better world. Like, so again, the apple tree example, there are apple trees and you can pick the apples and then you create value. You're not powerless. And that's one of the tricks you can use to break people out is and this is why I was saying it in the chat, right? If somebody comes to you and says the reason why you're not doing well is because these people took something from you or whatever, right? Or these people control this, or these people have held you back. You need to consider the possibility that the people telling you that are telling you that so that they can become an authority that you will trust. And now
Right.
you're trapped under them, right? Which is the whole socialist trick. It's the whole trick of the World Economic Forum. It's the whole trick of the European Union guys. Like, that's what they do.
Do you think it's like the intention was to trick, or was it just this works, so we'll keep doing it?
Oh yeah,
Probably.
look, there's three aspects to this. One is there's a bunch of people who are true believers, right? Like they get fooled into believing, oh yeah, it's the power structures, and if we just,
that's their religion.
Yeah, exactly, right. There's a bunch of people who see those people and are manipulating them, right? Well, if that's true, then this must be true, and that's going to make me $1 billion. There are those people. Like George Soros is definitely one of them, right? Like, I mean, look, you just have to listen to his early interviews. I mean, he says he's a globalist and believes in the global government. He said it many times publicly. It's not a secret. He's not hiding the fact that he's not a good dude. Like, he's just not hiding it at all, right? But there's a lot of people that they're not true believers. They're not manipulating, right? But they unconsciously want to be in control. And their unconscious is like convincing them basically that this is viable. And so they don't even understand what they're talking about. And that's why a lot of the strategy, when I'm talking to people, is I ask them, how does that work? Right? Because if
think for those three people those three categories of people you've just described, I think that can be for the ones that are aware, the true believers. I don't think that the antithesis would work. Just telling them Marxism is stupid, for those people it wouldn't work. But for like, what do you think of that? Because I think that you can distinguish how to approach the different people by those three things you just named.
Right. Well, the evil puppeteers, like, you just have to call them out and say,
they need to be called out.
Right.
Yeah.
Like Klaus Schwab is not a good person. And that's what I say. They're just bad people, guys. Like, there are bad people in the world, and that's one of them. And that jars some people, right? But it also gets them thinking, what if that's true? Because that's the most important part, is not to convince somebody of anything. The most important part is to point at a possibility that they can then engage with. Because if nobody says that person could be a bad actor, if nobody ever says that, the odds that people are going to come to that conclusion on their own go down. They're not zero, but they go up if you say it, right?
Okay, all right. So I was saying antithesis works against the top, but you're saying if it works against the top, that would also help the people in the middle that are being
it automatically
because they
helps
get to
everybody
question.
else. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So with the other two groups, the thing that can work is by asking them how that works. Right? Like, you can just ask them, okay, how is that going to work? And then what happens is, if they've thought it through, which, the true believers haven't, because they've just swallowed it wholesale, and the ones that have it in their unconscious mind got it injected into them, and they don't believe it, but they don't know why it's wrong yet. So
also,
in both cases, they just need to be forced to rationalize it, and then when they can't, that helps them to break out.
There's I'm sure you will be very familiar with Christian YouTube, which don't be, it's a mess. But there's always a fight about calling out different pastors, whatever, and I'm more agreeable on the agreeable side. Although I did the 5P personality thing, and turns out I'm like a little bit more disagreeable than I thought I was. But anyway, I'm like 60-40. But I always like I'm more agreeable, but the agreeable side on the Christian YouTube culture war are always like, you can't call out leaders because it affects how the people outside the church sees the church, which I'm like, you have no idea how badly the church is seen, if they even care about the church at all. So yeah,
Well,
that
it would
doesn't
make the
work.
church look better. Yeah.
And the argument from the people that are calling out is that we need to point out the bad apples, like you were alluding to, and by doing that, like, we help to save the people that are following bad actors. And I completely agree with that, because I think there are bad actors. You would be naive to think that everyone is just naively thinking they're doing what's right. No, some people know what they're doing is wrong, and they're doing it because it benefits them in other ways. So I think pointing that out is true, but also I think it's, yeah. Paul van der Kleed speaks about icons and how like Jonah Peterson, for example, is an icon of this little corner, and like we can always refer to him. It's like where we all, it's like a midpoint. And if you've got by pointing out, I don't know the name of the people you called out, but those people, the people that are like me, for example, when I see his name come up, I'm aware, oh, I need to be wary of what this guy is saying, because Mark, who I trust, has given me information that's okay, this icon is like, oh, iffy. So I think there is room, and it is important, but at the same time, I think that also leaves room for people of different temperaments, where it's, if you're very agreeable, people that are very disagreeable are very not just threatening, but very scary. It's like, why are you like this? Like, are you just an hateful person? That's how they see it. It's like,
Right.
yeah, because I've felt like that about people. Bethel McGrew, for example. Oh my gosh, she triggers me so much, because like, we're just so on the Christian culture side, we're just on different stuff. But she's an example of someone that she'll point out this person's done wrong, and by spending time in this little corner, I've learned that, okay, that's good. That's a good thing. That is a good thing that needs to happen.
Right.
And the war against the winsome, against antithetical, I think it's a false one. It's both unnecessary, and both help different people. And again, I'm a Christian. Christianity affords room for both, where I think we can catch a lot more fishes than we're currently catching.
Yeah. Oh, good. I agree. I think there's, and I think that's what Peterson did. And I just think nobody understood it. I have two videos on Peterson now. Well, I have three, but one's on the Daily Wire stuff. But I have two on what did he do, and I got another one coming out. It's all recorded.
I think I've actually seen that.
Well, I got a new one that I just did that points out another thing that people miss about, in my opinion, what Peterson's doing. So yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but also part of the problem with the church is that people, well, because the church has a united front, like, because they're not out publicly talking about the bad things happening in the church.
They are. That's what.
Well, but
that's most of Christian YouTube is.
Right. If you're in the church,
especially
right. If you're in the church, that's what you see. But when you're not in the church, you don't. Trust me, I'm not in the church. I don't see any of it. Even I was shocked. I think it was 2 years ago. I went to, my aunt came to visit me. My uncle, go to church quite a bit. So she invited me to church, and I always go because that's growing up in New England. That's what you do. So we went to the church down the street here, the Catholic church, and they, at the service, they said, we are writing a letter to the Vatican about the child sex abuse stuff. And I was kind of like, well, that's 30 years too late. It already hit New England, and it was in New England. Anybody in New England, they were hurt by that scandal for sure. But maybe not directly, but they have a relative that they know that was abused in the church. For real, it was really bad in New England. But everybody thinks that the church is united and just accepts this. Who's not in the church, because they didn't go to church and find out. No. The individual churches are writing to the Vatican to complain, and they don't see that. People outside the church don't see any of that, and so that's a problem. It's a problem because people then think that the church is this united thing, and that it forces people to be this way. And I often ask people, the traumatized Christians that I do run into, I often ask them, are you sure that's how the church is? Because I've never heard the church being like that before. And a lot of the times they sort of think about it, and then they go, well, and I'm like, because they'll be like, well, fundamentalism. And I'm like, yeah, fundamentalism is like fundamentalist Christians in the US are less than 7%. Like, it's a really small amount. The odds you've got to run into a Christian fundamentalist in the US are tiny. They're actually tiny.
The problem is given Christians that believe that Paul's recent videos has been about the progressive Christians, that their perception is that most other Christians are just fundamentalists. And like you said,
Right.
they're a small percentage, but they're warring against Christianity. I say it's a mess. But you guys are doing fantastic work. I appreciate both of your projects, but I need to hit the deck. It's Christmas in the morning. So Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry Christmas.
Good night.
I'll check out. Good
Pleasure,
night.
Teo. Have a great night.
Chazi's here.
Yay. My favorite person in Israel right now.
You don't like Teddy?
I haven't seen Teddy in a while. I miss Teddy. He was my favorite person in Israel that I knew of.
I don't know what's up with Teddy. I haven't been paying attention. You're echoing.
Am I?
You are.
Oh, just the room, I think, because the room is like... I need to put all my stuff from my office back in my office so it will echo less.
I am having to move out of my office.
I know. It's sad. You will miss it.
Not sure I'll miss the drive. It's like an hour during traffic.
Really? An hour?
It's like 10 minutes without traffic, but yes, this is what Los Angeles is like.
That's why I moved into the woods.
Honestly, if it were simply up to me, I would not be living in California, that's for sure, but like all my family's here, and family's more important than anything else.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's good. You're a good child.
Meh. I like my nephews. So what'd you do for Christmas?
No Christmas for me this year because I'm not putting up with the BS up north. So I'm stayed home. I'm like, nope, not going up. Plus the flights are expensive. They're almost double. I was like, what the hell is going on? The whole thing is a mess. And I'm not going to drive because that car is not fit for winter. So, and I don't own a truck. I'm supposed to own a truck. If I had a truck, I might have driven up. But I used to have a car up north, and I could just fly in and use a car up north. That was great. But I don't have that either. So, yeah, it's not. Flights are too expensive now. When I moved down here, I was like, well, I'm just going to fly up once a month and spend like a week up there every month. And I had all kinds of big plans, and they just didn't work out because I got all my stuff taken from me again. It's hard to do flights when all your money is gone. So it's very expensive.
That sounds like not a lot of fun.
No, and being in a lawsuit's not fun either because now you're just burning money to get your money back, and you're not going to get all your money back. So it really sucks. Yeah, it's really suboptimal, that's for sure.
I do know how lawyers work, yes. Let's not forget General Washington's crossing of the mighty Delaware to surprise the Hessians. Son of you-know-whats. Was that on Christmas?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's true. Well, and it was a real break with sort of like the Revolutionary War. They broke a lot of rules. They started shooting officers because they had the Browning, right? And so the funny part is, Jacob, so you live up in New England and it's all Revolutionary War stuff, and there's tons of history in Boston. It's like dripping with history, and you learn all that history. And they talk about the way, and it's kind of funny, right? Because you're like, well, we lost almost all of our battles, like literally, like how did this happen? And then you come down south and you find out the South won almost all of their battles, almost
Really?
all of them. They were much smaller battles, to be fair, but the South absolutely just kicked the British's ass all over the South, up and down.
I was
and
not
left
aware of
and
this.
right. Yeah, well, and so I'm not too far from Camden. I'm right in between Camden and Columbia, actually. And it was Charleston was settled first, and then Camden was settled, and then I think Columbia was settled. If my new history knowledge is accurate, Camden, there were two battles for Camden, and actually the Southerners couldn't get Camden back. But General Sumter, and there's a town called Sumter. I think that's maybe 40 minutes from here. Maybe it's closer to an hour from here. Sumter, the general, like ran up the state to practically to North Carolina border and went there and trounced them in a couple of battles up there. There's Kings Mountain and a battle 96. And there's all kinds of battle sites down here, but we won most of the battles in the South. I was like, wow, I didn't know any of this. And that actually was a big part of it because the British actually had to leave. They couldn't sustain the Southern campaign. And that is actually the thing that put the pressure on them, not the North, where they owned New York City and they really didn't have to leave. It was the Southern campaign that tipped the Revolutionary War. Who knew?
Not me.
Now you know.
I suppose I do. When I visited Boston, I only did it once. It was tiny.
It's a tiny city. Yeah, it's a tiny place.
It was shockingly small.
Yep. It's a very walkable city. It's got the Emerald Necklace, and the nice part is if you're in the Emerald Necklace, you can't actually see any skyscrapers in most of the Emerald Necklace. So you can actually walk all the way around the city through this beautiful greenery and almost never run into anything city-like.
I was really surprised how small Boston is.
The original Boston was something like 40 square acres or something. It was a little tiny place. Wow. And then the Back Bay is all fill, and that was 24/7 steam shovel and steam trains running for, I forget how long. It was a long time to fill in all this land that is now part of Boston, right? There's suburbs like also Brighton and places like that. But South Boston, there's fill everywhere. It's it's all hills. They took away. Well, they took some off of Beacon Hill where the State House is. They took most of it out of the hills in Framingham, Mass, and steam trained it all into the coast, and then built up all this infrastructure.
So there's a bunch of people watching. They should actually click on the link and come up.
I know they should. They're gonna make us talk about Boston all night instead. It's funny too because Charleston, South Carolina, is a hell of a lot like Boston because it's on the coast. It's very old. It's one of the oldest settlements. According to them, they were the wealthiest city. I haven't been able to validate that. I haven't bothered to try. It would take a lot of research. But they have a very varied architecture. The city's a lot larger than Boston because every city is larger than Boston's like the smallest city in the universe, pretty much.
I was really surprised how small it was. Yeah. I've never been. I've been to Florida, but I actually, before I started taking my little road trips for this little corner, I really did not. I didn't know. I hadn't been in a lot of states, so yeah.
Yeah, I like driving up to Thunder Bay. Well, first I went to see Sally Joe, and that was just amazing. I hadn't been that far in a single trip before, so that was a lot of fun.
Fawad Khan, I'm guessing, Fawad, you may be Muslim. Shalom, brothers Mark and Jacob. Hope you guys are doing good tonight. What's the topic for today? There is no topic. I just decided to do a stream and keep all the people on the internet who may have been lonely some company. But yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, and then everyone got on and said, "Poor lonely Jew, let us keep you company," which I thought was very funny.
Yeah, well, it is kind of funny because like I'm like it's just a regular night for me. It's not like anything. Karzan, you should come on. It's been a while since we've talked. Yeah, I haven't like so my hey Jason. I was trying to engage with the Muslim community more, and my little blow up with Friendly Muslim is his name. I actually think now I'm kind of convinced he's a CIA handler. I really am. Because with all the things, the day that the FBI stuff came up about Saudi Arabia and Iran and stuff, so I went to EA Dawa's channel to see what they were talking about. Guess what they were talking about?
I don't know.
Israel.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense.
No. It does not at all. And it was
That's
like
what I talk about. I mean, all the time. So,
well,
the normal topic of conversation.
this is the funny thing. Like when I was on Khalil's channel and people would come up talking about Israel, like I'm not the biggest fan of Israel, but having lived in Iran and realizing how Israel is used as a scapegoat by all the Muslim governments, it's really silly how like Muslims allow themselves to be distracted by Israel. And then to see when the Twitter files had just dropped, like the CIA, I don't know, did you see the files with the CIA? And so the CIA was running all kinds of accounts that are supposedly Saudi and Yemeni and Iranian and Iraqi and stuff, and it's all CIA propaganda, right? And like the Twitter files actually showed the CIA and US Central Command telling Twitter not to ban these accounts and stuff, and Twitter agreeing to like boost these accounts.
Mm-hmm.
And the day that stuff comes out, you have Muslim channels talking about Israel instead of, and like this guy,
Yeah.
I only spent a couple of minutes listening to EA Dawa, but they started talking about those occupiers are putting the native people in camps, and it's like, really, this is what you choose to talk about on the day that all this information comes out about what's going on in Yemen and what's going on in it's like, frankly, if Friendly Muslim isn't a CIA handler, like I don't know what to tell you. So that's my little spiel on that. But you guys can come on if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's amazing. One of the great hopes I have for Viveki's work is that he really gets through to people about relevance realization, and then people don't realize it's not about the information; it's about the information you're paying attention to and why. And then all of a sudden, people be like, "Wait a minute, why am I worried about Israel when the entire view that everybody in the U.S. has about my country, my religion, whatever it is being manipulated by the CIA. Maybe that's more important than whatever the heck is going on in Israel right now, because he's just trying to build houses, man. Like he's not manipulating Twitter to make sure that your religion is portrayed a certain way, or that your country is portrayed a certain way.
Yeah, let me actually pull up these Twitter files because it was disturbing, like, to see what the CIA was actually doing.
But Jacob, are you sure you just didn't come in on the middle of the stream after they had already created the thread of Israel controlling the CIA to make it seem as though the U.S. was the bad guy and not actually Israel? Because that's probably the part you missed.
Honestly, I just went in for a few minutes to try to figure out, like, to see what they were saying, and the fact they were discussing Israel, it was just so sad.
Oh, man,
and I wrote a bunch of direct messages to Khalil. I'm like, Khalil, dude, this is what you yeah, so here it is. Twitter Files Part 8.
I saw a documentary on the Stuxnet stuff where it was the CIA and Israel, and CIA.
Oh, Stuxnet, that was something.
That, man, if any of that documentary is true, I'm like, oh, this is bad. Yeah, that whole thing was a mess. It's a good documentary, though.
Yeah, it was. Okay, so these are actually US accounts that Central Command was having Twitter accounts that about Iraq, trying to change people's opinions about Iraq, and where's that thing they had? Oh, here's the report. Here, let me show you this report. So this is the Stanford Internet Observatory, and apparently this report was out a long time ago. August 24th, 2022, and I hadn't heard of it, but these are accounts that the United States is using to manipulate ideas. So, community network map of covert Twitter asset followers. Color represents major community groupings. Distance reflects network proximity with accounts appearing close to those they follow and that follow them. And it's Afghanistan, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, international organizations, Paul's Media, and Iran anti-regime, Iran other, Iran pro-regime, right? And it's like, oh, no, we're not going to talk about this stuff. Let's talk about Israel. And it's like, hello? Whatever.
What is the CIA pushing on narrative for Iraq? Like, what's their Iraqi narrative that they're pushing?
That's, well, I'm guessing that pro-democracy stuff, I guess. I mean, Iraq, they're probably also, as far as Iran, so Iraq has a sizable Shia population. I think it might even be a majority. I forget what percentage of Iraq is Shia. And then there's the Kurds in the north, and I think most of the Kurds are Sunni. What percentage of Iraq is Shia? Yeah, Shia constitute 55 to 60%. And I think most of the Kurds are Sunni. And so that whole divide, and the Shia in Iraq tend to be very pro-Iran. Some of them. I mean, it's complicated. And there was a Iran-Iraq war, which was very bitter and horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there.
Well, and then you can use the CIA money to build a cannon to shoot at Israel while you're getting paid to fight Iran. If you want. I mean, I'm just theoretically, you could do that.
Yeah, So Fawad says, the young Levite, Khezi, I don't think even some mainstream Orthodox Jews consider Zionism and Judaism as the same. Yes, this is the discussion that Khezi and I have on a regular basis. Khezi, God have mercy on his soul, is a Zionist. Instead, we should be working on spreading the word of God rather than fighting over a political issue that won't be resolved over a couple of people arguing about it over the internet streams. Yep. And especially, look, the Chinese government, like, if you actually care about the treatment of Muslims and you're not paying attention to what China is doing to the Uyghur Muslims in China, and you're not paying attention to everything that Russia is doing to the Chechens and other Muslims, and you're not paying attention to what's going on in India and Pakistan, and like the focus on Israel, like, just is absolutely nonsensical from a Muslim point of view. And then to see that's what bothered me when I went to EA Dawa. I expected them to be discussing, they may not have been discussing the Twitter files, they may have not been doing what they usually do, which is like Muslim apologetics towards atheists and Christians, which is fine. Like, that's their normal scheduled programming. But to interrupt their normal scheduled programming to talk about Israel when the Twitter files just came out, it was like, dude, I think he's somebody's shill. I don't know who, but somebody's shill.
But we got to keep people pointed away from the important issues of the day so we can get away with our evil agenda. It's hard to be evil if people are looking, Jacob. Come on. Like, have a heart for the evil people, man. Like, have a heart for the manipulative bad actors. Like, they've got it wrong.
Relevance realization, you know.
Well, anyway. That's what the postmoderns manipulate ultimately, which I find ironic because Vervaeke's such a postmodernist. I'm like, well, relevance realization is going to flip you out of postmodernism pretty damn quickly when you realize that's their whole trick, is just relevance realization manipulation.
So Khezi the Zionist says, I do think Israel as representative of the modern Jew creates a theological problem for the religious world, and hence it is an always out there. Evil is hard work, Zach says. That's how you know they get what they deserve. Zach, we love you. I don't know why, but we do.
Zach is wise beyond all reckoning, in my opinion.
Zach is an interesting fellow. Zach is definitely an interesting fellow. Yes. And Jordan Peterson is tweeting. Why is Jordan Peterson tweeting?
Oh no, I'm in Twitter.
Yeah. Childlessness, the pathway to desolation. Okay, I'll agree. I'll agree with that.
Oh well, I saw wonderful news today on my phone newsfeed, which I usually avoid looking at, but it has such good tech stuff on it. Occasionally, I have to keep up with stuff. And the wonderful news is, Elon Musk's, and this was the topic, roughly speaking. Elon Musk's worry about population is over. We've finally invented a way to gestate children in a pod. And I was like, this has to be the Babylon Bee. And of course, I don't have any satire on that feed whatsoever. And I was just like, why am I living in this world? Why? Who has tortured me with this? This is so absurd and ridiculous and insane. And it's just like, because we didn't have a way to make children before. So it's a good thing we came up with one before we ran out of people.
Did you watch my discussion with Coronius Focus, Brent?
No, I didn't.
That is one of the best discussions on my channel, and
I will put it on my list of things. Maybe I'll get to it tomorrow. Because I have everything to do. So I have plenty of stuff to do. But maybe I'll get through all the other videos and I can hit up that one next.
Okay, so this we spent some time laughing at this article from Rolling Stone. Elon Musk is trying to justify his breeder kink and failing. So now being a breeder is kink. Like, kink.
You did not make my existential crisis about being stuck in this world any better, Jacob. Thanks.
Like, how do you call breeding a kink? It's like his breeder kink.
You don't have to worry about it anymore because we have breeder pods, so the breeder kink people.
And it's Rolling Stone magazine. So like Rolling Stone magazine is trying to kink shame breeding.
Yeah,
like
right.
Have they heard of sex, drugs, and rock and roll? It's like breeder kink. Yeah.
The problem with Rolling Stone is that stone rolled all the way down the hill and it hasn't rolled in ages, and it's just gotten stale, heavy, and insane. And
moss has grown all over it. Yes.
It's in fact, I don't think there's a stone anymore. I think it's now just a piece of dirt. I think that's covered by moss. But so you don't know it's not a stone anymore. Yeah, it's got to be something like that because it's sad. That used to be such a good publication, and it's really kind of just destroyed itself. I
just kept on looking at that headline, and it's like kink.
But this is what I mean: pods to grow people, to solve because that's the solution to the crisis of population is pods to grow. It's like what it doesn't seem real. Like it just doesn't. Like it does seem like I'm in the Truman Show and everyone's pranking me. Like literally everybody, including you, Jay. Probably you. It's Israel's fault. Israel is pranking me.
Hello, R. Shane Jenkins.
Hey, what's going on?
Stuff. What's up with you?
Nothing. Just saw you guys on here. Wanted to wish you Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. What time is it over there? It must be like midnight.
Christmas here.
I'm at 9 o'clock right now.
Oh, so you're in Pacific time.
Yep.
May I ask, where do you live?
It's across the sound from Seattle.
Oh, okay.
Boy, oh boy, the weather here has been amazing.
I'm actually driving up. I'm driving up to. Probably going to visit some people in Olympia. I'm going to do a whole trip in February. So, if you want to meet up, just like I'll make announcements on my Discord. But in February, I'm going to be coming up there.
What's the inspiration?
This will be actually my fourth big road trip in 2 years. The first one was last June, like not this past June, but the one before. I drove to Arkansas and back, and met with a bunch of people all over, and it was a lot of fun. So then I drove up to Sacramento, and then I went up to Washington and met up with a bunch of people all over last February, and that was a ton of fun. And then over this past summer, I drove to Chicago for a kind of conference.
Are you avoiding the question?
No, what? No, I'm explaining why I'm doing these road trips.
So is it a social thing? You're just meeting people and enjoying it, like a vacation, sort of?
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm meeting. It's been incredible. It's been a ton of fun. I've been meeting up with people from this little corner, and like every time I do it, it's been a ton of fun. I've been staying, and yeah, it's been incredible. Mark, you should have come to the. It was out by your thing. You didn't come to the fishing trip.
Oh no, I ran into a scheduling conflict for the fishing trip at the last minute. I don't even remember what it was. I know what happened. Yeah. Kira was here. That was the problem with the fishing trip. So I couldn't leave because I was trying to fix her marriage. So I was like, nope, no fishing trip for Mark. I was not happy.
I don't know
about that.
Kira. I don't think.
Yeah, she was she was mostly on the Awakening server. She used to be on BOM for a while too. But...
Yeah, a TLC trip. That's basically it. It'll be my 4th TLC trip in 2 years.
You didn't go to Thunder Bay because
I didn't. So like November is my busy season at work. Well, at least it was while I was still an insurance agent, which I still am for the next month or so. I'm gonna continue my business, but like scaled down. I'm going back to school. I'm giving up my office. I'm starting school in January. So
I'm sort of concerned for you pursuing a career as a social worker. Yeah.
No, as a therapist, licensed clinical social worker. Yeah.
Well, so what do you have a vision for who you want to serve?
Well, I mean, people with depression and anxiety mostly. So an LCSW is can do all the psychotherapy that somebody with a PhD in psychology can.
I know. I think if I'm right, if I'm understanding correctly, I think that you have what my mom ended up getting, and the sort of the quickest way to begin in her professional employment of that degree at a reasonable level was to accept work from the government. And that was because a lot of people are required to seek counseling for various reasons. And so she had some points of contact through the university. So like a lot of her practicum hours were with troubled students, you know. Yeah. I hate to say troubled, just people struggling with the meaning crisis mostly, but right. Yeah, it's not glamorous in any way, and it I don't know how many people you know that are in the field of psychology, like therapy, psychology, any of that, trying to help people who are hurting and who don't have, in some ways, very functional minds or social systems or any of that. But
it's really difficult work. Yeah, I worked at a homeless
just trying
shelter.
To help people cope with tragedy.
Yeah,
and there's no way to help them out of it because it's perpetuated by generations of environmental structure.
Well, I wouldn't say there's no way out of it. I sincerely believe part of the problem is a lot of our school, especially schools of social work, have been taken up by postmodernists. And you actually see how a lot of the supposed therapy, is counterproductive. This is one of the things Dr. Peterson has been talking about a lot, which is the supposed healers. The American Psychological Association has been taken over by people who are doing the opposite of actually healing people.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. I have two questions that are kind of non sequiturs, but one, how far north do you imagine yourself coming if you do come into the Washington area?
So I'm definitely going at least to Olympia.
Okay, that's still quite a way south. I would travel to you just for the novelty of getting to see one of my internet faces. But the farther north you come, the easier it is for me. And then second, a question that I don't know that you want to delve into, but something that my friends and I have been discussing is a little bit related to the meaning crisis and why any of us might seek sort of outside verification of our own wellness. And so the question is, what signals do you attend to confirm that you are living according to your own ideals? And I don't know if ideals is the right word, but in the sense that sometimes we feel like we're really in the right place at the right time, in the right state of mind, like we're living in a healthy way, a healthy relationship with our surroundings. What signals do you like sort of intentionally attend to get confirmation of whether you're on that right path or not?
So for me, I think one of the best indicators is actually that you're not so much thinking about yourself. You're while reflection, living a life of repentance and self-reflection is important. If you are spending most of your time thinking about yourself, that's misery. Misery is being stuck in your own head. I think that's a huge part of it. I think reciprocal broadening, like Vervaeke talks about, are you growing? Are you gaining in agency? Are you becoming more capable? Are you becoming more powerful? And by power, obviously, we don't mean like dominating other people. We mean the potential, right? Are you gaining in potential? Are you becoming a better person? And, better ultimately requires a theology of what is good, and what is good requires a theology of what is God and theosis.
Bravo.
Amen. I just know that there's a whole trend, and it's more than that. God, it's so much more than that, of people who are trying to do life of their own power and will. They're trying to improve their self, trying to, especially, around the new year, they're trying to better their self. They're trying to be more self-disciplined. They're trying to create a 5-year plan. And I find that just so contrary to the sort of the deeper mindset that you were just describing, which is, well, you weren't actually describing much of what I think of when I think of the antithesis of that effortful, like growth mindset, and yet the attending to, are you thinking about yourself, is like so obviously the problem in that dynamic. I don't know if dynamic's the right word, but that I'm trying to improve, I'm trying to overcome, I'm trying to, and it's not that that's not necessary in a certain context. It's just that by itself, it doesn't lead to the real, genuine love for something beyond ourselves.
Do you listen to much Paul Vanderklay? Because
oh God, yes,
yeah,
I listen to him more than I listen to anything else in this corner.
Right. So Paul Vanderklay, he talked about how marital counseling sometimes ends up absolutely destroying the marriage. And
I've had some of that.
Yeah. And so, I mean, we don't have to reprise Jacob's greatest hits, but I think this is part of the problem of Christianity, of not recognizing that an individual human being is not an actual human being.
Yes.
a human being is a couple, is a male and female couple, and a family unit. And so when, like, I don't know if you watched my video on propaganda, but one of the things I like to say is, don't think for yourself. If you're thinking for yourself, you're doing it wrong. Think, think, and think of yourself, and think about yourself, and think about everybody around you, but help other people think for you. Help yourself. No, seriously.
No, that's great.
Help
I love it.
other people. Help other people think for you. Help other people think. We are not atomized
We can't
individuals.
watch our own back. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Did you see The Century of the Self, the BBC documentary?
Yes.
It
and
went through a lot of what is covered in the propaganda. Yeah, you didn't like it, huh?
I think it is a work of propaganda itself. I think The Century of the Self is a work of propaganda that is meant to keep people from seriously understanding the contributions of Bernays, and that's why I talked in my video about Jacques Ellul's book Propaganda, which I think again is propaganda meant to keep you from understanding Bernays's propaganda. So Bernays wrote a book by the name of Propaganda, which is a short book. It's available. It's out of copyright, so you can find it anywhere. And there are audiobooks of it on YouTube. And I highly recommend everybody actually reading his book, because it simply explains and lays bare the ideas of distributed cognition. And I think things like Century of the Self and Jacques Ellul's Propaganda are attempts to make people disgusted with the ideas that Bernays lays bare, and to keep people from seriously engaging them and understanding that.
Yeah, well, that's the individualism, right? The denial of the distributed cognition. And something about materialism also contributes to the individualism, which I think was really the point, right? Like, it's not that you don't want to pay attention to yourself, but when you pay attention to yourself, it's not you want to pay attention to. It's your participation you want to pay attention to. And that fixes everything, as near as I can tell.
That's the funny thing.
Your participation instead.
So representing Bernays as somebody who was into selfishness and only like it's actually pretty much the opposite of what he actually talks about in his book Propaganda. So Ellul's book Propaganda, when I opened it up and I started reading it, I was like, oh wow, he is doing the postmodern art thing of demonstrating propaganda by actually doing propaganda. And like there's this whimsical thing where he's explaining things while actually using them in order to manipulate people. And it's like, okay, I understand why people who love him, but I was tempted to actually just do a series where I rip it to shreds, just exposing how it is itself propaganda, and I really believe it is. Yeah.
Right, and that's a good trick to play, right? Is to accuse your enemy of the thing you're guilty of to get rid of the
projection, right?
Yeah, it worked.
The lens that I watched The Century of the Self through was it was recommended to me by a dear friend of mine who he and I had just finished reading a book called
I think he froze. Must be
A
the
book-
CIA.
A book called "The CIA Won't Let Me Tell You."
Yes, the NSA must have gotten to Shane.
I know somebody who lives across the bay in Seattle. Maybe I can have him find out if the CIA is spooking over there right now.
Well, the CIA is spooking everywhere at all times, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm
I
still
wonder-
trying to figure out the relationship between individualism, materialism, and objectivism, because it seems like if you fall in any one of those holes, you're going to fall in the other two. Oh, there's two of them. He's cloned himself.
There was for a little bit. You're back. So, what was
Yeah,
the name of this book?
I think it was called it was something of the heart, renovation of the heart. Anyway, so the mindset that I had going into it was this concept of spiritual formation, and I don't know how much you've ever heard of that, but it's this idea that basically everything that we do is imprinting on our soul, and so to see it through that lens was just crazy, because it was almost, I don't know, there was an anthropological, like, generational process that I could see into and kind of see my place in. Like, I had memories of, like, the Clinton campaign and all that kind of stuff. And at first it was just this historical thing about Bernays and, like, marketing of cigarettes. And then, whoa, here was, like, my own history tied into it. And it was mind blowing for me. And just to see how that affected the way that I saw the world. And I don't know exactly why it made me take this concept of spiritual formation so much more seriously, but it did.
It's so funny. Dallas Willard was at USC when I was there. The whole time I was there, and I never heard of him ever. And which is strange, because I thought I knew all the big names at USC.
He's certainly not my favorite author.
And he went to the school, which is and he got his PhD from the school where all evil emanates, which is University of Wisconsin-Madison.
I thought it was Harvard, but okay.
No, all evil emanates from the University of Wisconsin-Madison School of their Department of Hebrew. That's where Michael Heiser went. That's where the guys who do the Bible Project went. One of them.
Are you guys following this Exodus series?
I only watched the first two. I haven't watched the other ones. I'll probably binge watch it once it's done.
I read another book. I can't remember the title of it, but it was on this same, like, spiritual formation, like, topic, and it was by the guy named Orr, who's in that committee, like, part of that.
Yeah.
And it was really good. Like, I enjoyed reading that more than I did the Willard book, even though maybe there was more. I don't know how you would compare the two.
What are you cooking?
It's gonna be breakfast tomorrow. I'm wilting a bunch of vegetables, and then I'm gonna put eggs in it, and then we'll bake it in the morning. That way I don't have to cook in the morning. We got a whole bunch of family.
Well, sounds great. Yeah.
No,
Sounds
vegetables for breakfast does not sound great to me, but the
No,
rest of it,
he's
egg
making-
sounds good.
Yeah, so the vegetables are going in the eggs. Although where he was able to buy eggs, I don't know. Yeah, that looks really good.
I'm all in on Western omelets, like, but anything else, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not it. Cheese, we can do that. Western omelets.
Have you ever
we can
had
do
something
that.
called veggie browns?
No,
If you
that
ever have a
sounds awful.
chance, if you ever go to a restaurant that like, where they specialize in breakfast, and I don't mean like a diner, nothing like what is the Cracker Barrel junk, don't, like, none of that, but like a place where there are people who, like, the owners are cooking, and they open early, and they make their own like their own biscuits and all that kind of stuff. They don't serve Costco bacon. Well, whatever. Actually, that's not too bad. But regardless, if they have veggie browns on the menu, I strongly encourage you try it.
Okay.
All right.
The
I'm
only
skeptical
other
because-
breakfast that I will order over veggie browns is huevos rancheros, and I gotta be in Texas to do it.
You sound like a foodie.
I will consider that, even though everybody knows vegetables are actually evil. But yeah, I'll think about it.
I was able to find this place that sends me frozen microwave dinners in bulk, and that's what I eat. So
When you're a parent, you have to at some point recognize it's kind of like when you start adulting, and you have to start taking responsibility of your finances, and you realize it's a lifelong thing that you can't deny. You have to just embrace it. The same is true with food and nutrition. You have to figure out a way to eat well, and you
Well-
kind of can't do that without cooking unless you're super rich.
Are you gonna let him spew this ridiculous propaganda on your channel, Jacob? Adulting and responsibility and doesn't go away. Like, this is ridiculous. You can't let people say that on the internet. Man.
Marxists only eat meat for breakfast. Glory, glory. Frankly, I mean, it would be really, really expensive if I had a family, but like cooking just for yourself,
that's not
it's very
profitable.
different. It's very different from cooking for a family. It really is. Because especially like even if like if you have to cook yourself every single meal, like ugh. Yeah, it's very different when you have a family and people are cooking for each other and you're eating together, and yeah.
100%. Like my kids, they're subject to advertising and peer pressure, and so they've petitioned us when we're on road trips and the like to go to various fast food places. They're like, oh look, it's a such and such, and it has an iconic position in their mind, and we're like, well, we'll disabuse you of that illusion and and let you try it. But we can't get out of a place for less than like $70. Like, it's
How many
nuts.
kids do you have?
There's just 5 of us.
$70 for 5. Yeah, I mean that's $12 a meal. That's normal. Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Bill. How are you doing?
Hey, Bill.
I think Bill doesn't really do the Christmas thing. He thinks it's pagan.
What? Oh, that's too bad. Christmas is lovely.
Well, Bill grew up actually pagan, and so when he became a Christian, he really didn't like the pagan stuff.
I can understand that. That seems reasonable to me. But Christmas is awesome.
I just remember as a kid, my parents took me to one of those mall Santas, and me being who I was, I said to the Santa, "You're not going to get me anything because I'm Jewish."
Nice.
I still feel sorry for that poor guy. He actually handled it very well, but it was like, wow, these guys really have to. And apparently, there's this Orthodox Jew who runs a Santa school that's like one of the biggest Santa schools in the country, in Georgia.
All right, I got a non sequitur. I was talking with a friend of mine who has a whole bunch of the same theological influences and whatever, like community that I do. And he was listening to a podcast in which somebody like whipped out some quotes from the Book of Mormon, and I couldn't help but cringe. And I was trying to explain to him why I find it more offensive than quoting the Quran or the sort of extra biblical writings from the Catholic Bible or any of this kind of stuff. And I just didn't have the right words for it. Is it? I'm not looking for somebody to commiserate with me. I'm just wondering, like, am I off base, or is there something uniquely just disgusting about the Book of Mormon?
So, first of all, I have a Book of Mormon right here.
My mom's a Mormon.
Oh, your mom's a Mormon. Okay. The so the there's a joke that
The best I could come up with is that it was founded in deceit in a way that none of the others are. Like it's so obviously like this weird
I actually don't think
concoction.
I don't actually think that I actually think Joseph Smith was visited by a demon, and I think that's how the Book of Mormon was created. Yeah, I take a supernatural view of the Book of Mormon. So there's a joke that Jewish counter missionaries tell, which is, why did God create Mormons? So Christians know how Jews feel? Because, like, it's another testament, and I think there's something about, like, adding another testament to your Bible, and especially when it's obviously, like, not of the same quality, that I find it offensive. Like, the more I learn about the how bad the Greek Bible is, it really makes, like, I ended up, like, making a video about, like, how can you call this the same Bible as my Bible? It's like, you don't treat it, so I commiserate. At the same time, and it's kind of funny because I've been going full force at the Lutherans, and, like, I can go full force at the Mormons, I can go full force at anybody, but it's like, the Mormons,
Well, this is the thing. I love the
as
Mormons,
much.
and I feel so much compassion for them, and and a conviction, like, in the sense that if you measure people by their actions, I've got very little negative to say about the Mormons that I know, and I have a lot of good to say about the sort of the healthy peer pressure that exists within their culture that isn't in a lot of what remains of Christendom. And yet it's just so unfortunate that it's based in the quackery that is what it is.
Well, it's falling apart. That's what's happening, and that's part of the reason I've actually been going to Mormon services, and I've been hanging around the Mormons here in Los Angeles. Is with the internet, it's really, really falling apart, and there is a real crisis among Mormons, and, like, yeah, I don't know if you've been watching my Mormon content. I have content that's specifically about the LDS, and quite a bit of it, actually. There's actually a channel called Mormon Land on my Discord server, because I've been engaging, and frankly, I think that the LDS is where Christianity is unraveling, in order to, because I think of Christianity as Judaism viewed through a glass darkly, and I think that Christianity ultimately will unravel to reveal that Judaism was always true. And I think the LDS is where that is happening most obviously. But yeah, that's a very particular view not a lot of Christians like. I wonder why.
Too much tolerance. They're infested with too much tolerance, those Christians, I tell you.
Okay. Everyone knows Santa was Greek. Mistletoe definitely is pagan fertility.
Yeah, there's no question about that. All right. Well, I'm going to go celebrate Christmas by starting to sleep, and then I can wake up and enjoy my Christmas cookies. So
it was very nice talking to you. Thank you for showing up.
Always a pleasure. Merry Christmas, everybody. Good to see
Merry
everybody.
Christmas.
Thank you so much, and see you soon.
So it's back to the lonely Jew on Christmas. Except a bunch of people are watching. Why are all you people watching? I ate so much spaghetti, it's all I can do. I have no idea what that means. Hey, CW, my thoughts on Hannah Arendt. I have not read much about her. She gets quoted banality of evil, obviously, and stuff like that. Frankly, I have very little patience for Jewish philosophers who are not religious. So, yeah. And apparently, she was like many people of her ilk, very racist against Mizrahi Jews. But what else is new? I'm just looking at her Wikipedia entry. I don't see how you can be a secular Zionist without being a racist. I really don't. And she apparently was. So, although apparently she wasn't much of a Zionist. Good night, Bill. Carzon, how you doing?
How you doing, Jacob? You good?
Good.
Good, good. Great. to hear. A good Christmas, I guess.
Merry Christmas. Yes, from a Jew to a Muslim. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. I don't
Actually,
even say
do
Merry
Muslims? What?
Yeah?
Well, there's no reason why Muslims couldn't celebrate the birth of Jesus. Although, what makes
Mm.
December 25th the birth of Jesus?
Yeah, that is up for debate as well, according to their own scripture. But there's actually there's not a split, but there are some Muslims who celebrate the birth of the Prophet, peace be upon him, while others says it is innovation. You know, so even that is
Right.
so we have so there's a hadith that says that we have two Eid, two celebrations per year, and one is end of Ramadan and one is like 40 days after. Those are the only two celebrations we have.
Is that Ashura?
It's a hadith.
No. I mean
Uh,
the 40 days after. Is that Ashura? No, that's at the end of Ashura. Eid
yeah,
al-Fitr?
right. Sorry, yeah, it could be that day when yeah, it's related to
Yeah.
I can it's related I think yeah, it could be Ashura, like the day he was
So you're Sunni.
yeah.
May I ask from which country?
I'm Kurd. You were speaking
Oh,
about
you're
that earlier.
Kurdish.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kurd from
I'm
Iran.
Kurdish. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. My father's family, my grandmother's family were yeah,
Sorani?
that's why they spoke Aramaic. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, I speak Sorani as well. Interesting.
Oh, you do.
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
the little I know, you know.
I thought the ones who speak Assyrian, they tend to all be Christians, no?
No. Sorani, the dialect.
Surani is a
It's mainly it's the ones who are like close to Iran, I guess.
okay.
We're in the we're like my family is from the between the border of Iran and Iraq. Somewhere
Okay.
along the yeah.
Yeah, but that's not okay. So Sorani is okay. It's a Indo-European language. It's not a Semitic language.
Right.
Okay.
Because and the interesting part about the Kurdish dialect is they sound nothing similar to each other. Like I was raised in Sweden. I can understand some Danish, Norwegian I can understand, but the other Kurdish dialect I have no idea what they're saying. Like it's that
So
different.
my family's from the Tabriz region. Where's your family from?
Tabriz region. I would say it's a
Iraq
bit
or
no
Turkey or
no Iran, like south of Kermashan. Somewhere like southwest, I think.
That's so funny.
Why?
Like we're both from like the same tiny little part of rural Kurdistan,
Yeah, exactly.
and we found each other on the internet. That's
Yeah,
so
right.
funny.
It's a small world.
It is. It is. It's a very small world. Like how many
Yeah.
Kurdish Muslims and Jews are there?
Yeah, I didn't like. I knew there were like Kurdish Jews, but most of them are Ashkenazi Jews, if I remember
N-
correctly.
No, they're not
No?
Ashkenazi. No.
No. Interesting.
No, they're not Ashkenazi.
That's what I heard. Maybe yeah.
No, this is. I hate to say it, but it's more anti-Zionist, like anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist stuff.
Yeah.
So what happened was when there was 1948, there was the split
Mhm.
in at least in Iraq mostly in Iraq, it became impossible for the Jews. Like there was, and so a lot of the Iraqi Kurdish Jews either moved to Baghdad or they moved to
Right.
Iran. A lot of them moved to Israel.
Right.
But so I have family who were from Iraq who came to Iran, and my family ended up having to move out of Tabriz and all the rural Muslim places to main cities. So my grandmother's family has probably lived in Saqqez for like 1,000 years at least, maybe more.
Right.
And because of the everything around 1948, everybody ended up moving out of the rural areas, and so basically, and many people were murdered actually in Iran and Iraq, and so a lot of people moved to the cities, and that's why you don't really see. And honestly, there's been a purging of the Christians as well. So like the Iraqi, like the Kurdish Christians also, there's basically,
Trust
they've
me,
also
Muslims
been
were
wiped
also
out.
trust me, it was just the ethnicity of being Kurd. Like it wasn't even us Muslims. Like my
Right.
family has been going back and forth between Iraq and Iran, you know, because of the war there, and they don't
Yeah.
care if we're Muslims as well. They just kill.
Right. But it's far worse when you're
Right.
when you're a Jewish Kurd or a Christian Kurd than a Muslim Kurd.
Right.
And that's why so but yeah, and
But you said something interesting. You said like your family's like, so you're 1,000 1,000 years generation of Jews. Like how do you how does, correct me if I'm wrong, like is that an all Jew village, or how do you keep that in line? Like how do you not, like how do I say, because from what I understand, like you're Jew if your mother's a Jew, like and how did you manage to find so many Jews in that area to keep the line going? You know what I mean?
If you look at my family tree, there are so many, like my Aunt Nama and her brother married their first cousins, and his sister. Like my family tree is more like inbred than anything you could believe. It's actually pretty unhealthy and not good.
I mean,
but
it's
there
common
also
practice even in Europe. Even in Europe, all over the world, right?
Yeah, first cousins marrying and things like that. But actually, thank God, I mean, now there's more intermarriage. Right. But there also was, I mean, so you can convert to being Jewish, and my father's family was very wealthy, and they were wealthy merchants and stuff, and like my great-grandfather's second wife apparently was Muslim, and she married him, and she converted or something like that. And so there has been, like, people would convert to Judaism, especially women would convert to Judaism when to marry a man, like, and that type of stuff did, in fact, that now that we know about the genetics, there's been a lot of actually Jews who just kind of fade into the local population. Either they become Muslim or Christian, and there's been a lot of people who've actually converted into Judaism. But so my father's family, father's mother's family, they still speak Aramaic, and that's why I know that they've been living there for thousands of years, because my grandmother's first language was Aramaic.
But when do you think they got there? Would it be around the Islamic Golden Age, like when it was Baghdad?
No. More like most likely most likely the family has been there since the Babylonian captivity.
Really
That's yeah, like we're
interesting.
talking
Yeah.
2,500 years. But
Mhm.
you can't know, but it's likely at least 1,000, because a lot of people. So one of the things that also happened was, these Jewish merchants, which my family was. What would happen is you would have Jews all along the routes from Europe to China,
Mhm.
and there would be trade, and they would be like people who were trading would go from village to village,
Right.
and they would
Right.
visit and stuff. So there actually was a lot of commerce through there. And because Jews, they knew Hebrew, they would go to the synagogue, and so Jewish merchants helped a lot of commerce happen in in all of those areas.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that was, yeah. I think the whole Arabia was kind of spread out like that. Like they would, in terms of merchants and like caravans and stuff like that, going from places to places. Right.
Well, the question is, like, the Jewish tribes that were in Mecca and Medina and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't get into the controversial stuff. I don't know how much
Yeah.
you've been
I
paying
know some
attention
of
to
it.
Tom
Yeah.
Holland and stuff like that,
Nah.
but
Yeah.
Tom Holland has some very interesting things to say about Islam that he tries to not say very loudly.
Yeah.
let's put it this way. But there but yeah, I mean, the Quran, when it talks about the Jews and stuff, it was probably because of the trading caravans and stuff,
Mhm.
and the Jewish merchants, who knew how to read and write, which a lot of the local populations didn't, and that's why, like, the Jews in India, a lot of them, or China, a lot of them ended up there because of they were trading, and they ended up actually in India and in China much more than in Muslim and Christian countries. They just ended up melting in China. They completely melted into the local population. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, they
You
just
get eaten up by
assimilated.
China. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many. You just get swallowed by it.
Well, yeah. I
Uh,
mean, there also wasn't. So in with Islam and Christianity, there was a very strict separation that didn't exist in India and China. And
mhm.
so the Jews in India and China tended to assimilate into the population a lot more easily than happened in Muslim and Christian countries.
Mhm. Yeah. And I was gonna ask. I forgot. Is there next?
CW has a question for you. Is
Yeah.
there an Islamic equivalent of the law of the Shulchan Aruch, since you
What's
guys have
that?
so much in common? So the Shulchan Aruch is a code of Jewish law that was written about 500 years ago, which
Mhm.
basically pretty much all Jews alive today come from communities which accepted it as binding
Right.
halacha, which is our version of Sharia.
Right.
Um, Among Sunnis, I don't. I mean, I don't know if there's anything like a Shulchan Aruch. Um,
No. I think to answer it very
yeah,
straightforward, we would like primarily go by the Quran and the Hadith
and Hadith, yeah,
and the Hadith, right? But then
yeah,
you
Sahih
have the
Bukhari and Sahih Al
Muslim.
Muslim are
Yeah, and
those.
there are
Those are the
more. There
two.
are more. Yeah, right. The thing is though, you have something called Mufti, the title of a
Right.
Mufti, if you know what that is. So
Mhm.
Mufti is someone who gives fatwa, and something like new technological stuff, like is using internet haram. Well, like someone gives a ruling on that. It depends on how you use it, obviously, but like, so you have a title of determining if something would be haram or not, and it could be gray areas in some cases, but we don't have any strict like one
Mm.
set of rulings that will Like I assume it's the same for you guys, isn't it? Like what do you do if something new comes along? Like say lab
No,
grown meat.
we.
Lab grown meat. How do you determine that?
So,
Yeah.
for example, Turkey
Hmm.
came. You know, it's a new world. Yeah. So a mufti is. It sounds like it's kind of like a posek. So there is a category of rabbi called posek. It's usually translated as deciser.
Hmm.
And so the Talmud teaches a method of deciding halacha, of learning
Right.
what the Torah teaches,
Mm.
which um, there have been rabbis and there's responsa literature, but the Shulchan Aruch, which was written about 500 years ago, is a codification. So Maimonides, almost 1,000 years ago, he wrote the first real codification of Jewish law.
Hmm.
And then about 500 years ago, there was the Shulchan Aruch, which uh, basically all Jews live by, and so and to this day we have these rabbinic decisors who. So, for example, Rabbi Breitowitz was recently asked about psychedelics and if they're allowed or not.
Hmm.
And Rabbi Breitowitz, he has a YouTube channel. He's the only real rabbinic decisor I know that has a YouTube channel and is active on YouTube. But
Right.
he is a rabbinic decisor. He is a posek.
So so he can give. Instead of this is based on confidence. If something new
Yeah,
comes along, I have an
yeah.
image. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He
Fawad
explained it.
says, in Islam, we have the Islamic Sharia law. It's based on Quran and Sunnah. If something new comes along, then we have an ijma for it. Ijma is a term referring to the consensus or agreement of the Islamic community on a
Right,
point of Islamic law. And I guess you guys have like four major schools of Sunni law, right?
right,
Am I
right,
am I correct about that? And I
right.
thought the Imam al Azhar was very influential, but apparently not as much as they used to be.
Imam Allah. Um, I can't say for sure.
And
Yeah.
the funny thing is, I mean, this is part of what the discussion we were having, which got people mad at me, including Khalil.
Hmm.
But so a lot of Muslims are very, very non-denominational themselves,
Hmm.
and so it's funny that Islam is being denominationalized in a very similar way. So Orthodox Judaism also, like, we didn't have denominations until about 200 years ago, and it's
Right,
been Christian influence which has kind of caused us to start having denominations, and it was
right,
European thing, and now it's especially in Israel, it's become kind of more and more of a thing that we do have like denominations.
hmm,
And I get the feeling like that a similar process has been happening in Islam over the past, I don't know, 100, 200
all right,
years,
right,
where denominations have become a lot stronger, and
right.
most Muslims, as I understand them, are not very denominational themselves, but the sheikhs and a lot, especially with Saudi Arabia funding so many of the masajid,
Hmm.
the masajid are becoming more strictly denominational and having a particular thing than I think Muslims themselves really are.
Right, right. I think like yeah, it's exactly as you said. I think it was like 200 years ago, and I'm pretty sure it's the influence of the West and
Yeah.
how yeah, and it is it could be a tactic of divide and conquer, something like that, because when you have everyone united, it's going to be much harder to deal with instead of like
Well, Yeah, I mean it's hard with the denominational thing. It
Mhm.
is really it is a Christian innovation that has come into Judaism.
Right.
So Fawad says, well, again, it's a political topic, but we do believe that the Western funding, with the help of Saudi Arabia, helped in funding these denominations. So, look, this type of like becoming more rigid in in your ideology, like
Mhm.
in in Judaism especially, it used to be that, you know, whoever was the most learned rabbi in your area was the person who was most influential in the entire city,
Mhm.
right? But now here in Los Angeles, like we have several rabbis, and people from, you know, from some groups go to a particular rabbi, and some groups go to a different rabbi, and you don't have the type of regional thing that, and I think it is Protestant denominationalism, like it is what's influencing Judaism and Islam. I just don't know that there's a real I don't know that there's a solution for it, because denominalization is
Yeah.
it it really works. It really works because when you hold a tight line, all right?
Right.
If you want to be a rabbi, you in my community, you have to follow this particular
Right. Right.
line, as opposed to, no, you know, whoever. For example, Yeshiva University in New York. It used to be that any good yeshiva, any good place of higher learning in Judaism, they would send some of their best students to the other yeshivas to learn, and they would take some of the best students from the other yeshivas and make them teachers at their yeshivas. Okay?
Right.
So it was, for example, 100 years ago, Chabad, some of the best students would go and study by the other great rabbis, and they would
Mhm.
send their students to go study, and there would be this cross pollination. But when I look at Yeshiva University now, and all of the teachers, all of the top teachers come from Yeshiva University. They all studied at Yeshiva University. And Yeshiva
Mhm.
University will only have the teachers from people who studied there. And
Right.
that
Right.
it's removing that cross pollination
Right.
and that type of respect that people had for people from other, you know, in everybody respected Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, who was a rabbi in the United States. Everybody, like, whether you were Hasidic, you were Lithuanian, you were Sephardic, and you know,
Mhm.
where, if you were in Israel, if you were in Europe, wherever you were, you respected his opinions.
Right.
But it's
I
yeah, it's
I don't think,
yeah.
like, if you look at Medina, for example, you can choose whichever of the four madhabs. They do have
Mm,
teachings for all four of them. So they haven't, and I'm pretty sure, like, there's even people who do study under like several different, you know what I mean? Like, you get a degree in both types of schools because of the knowledge increase. And even these, like, these scholars, so to say, were just trying to clarify and make things as easy as possible. And even them, when they lived at their own time, like, they all of them have said, like, if we've said anything that goes against the Quran or the Sunnah, just throw it away. What we've said
mm.
is incorrect, right? And like, and they all have different justifications for their rulings, and that's why I think it actually makes it. I understand the problem that comes with it, but at the same time, like, there are some rulings from some of the some of the madhabs that I see myself as, well, that doesn't make sense compared to the other explanations, if you know what I mean. But
Yeah.
it does make it. It does. I don't know. It is problematic, but at the same time, it's kind of beneficial.
Yeah, yeah. And frankly, I mean, I don't know any solution to it. So, for example, the idea of ordaining women rabbis, right?
Right.
Like, there are people who want to do it, and it's like, how do you, without having denominations, how do you, like, say, no, you can't do that,
Right.
right?
Right.
And it's become a real problem. There
Right.
are people, it's
One.
yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you one interesting thing I heard, for example. Yeah. What Fawad said here is.
Each of these four imams had utmost respect for each other. They all learned from each other a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. And so one of them, I can't remember the names. I'm not too too deep into it, but one of them was the student of the other, and then right. But what I wasn't going to ask you actually, like, so I've heard that, like, for example, Jewish women can't shave their head, but what they do is they like shave it and have a wig instead. Like they can't. No,
Okay.
sorry, yeah, I heard
So
some
let me
people do it.
explain.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, let me explain. Okay. So married Jewish women must cover their hair.
right,
Okay?
right. That's the thing. Yeah,
If they're married, they must cover their hair.
right,
And there are some people who say, well, a lot of people who say that they can cover their hair with a wig,
right.
and that's permissible, although some people say that it's not. And
Mm-hmm.
it
What do you
ultimately,
think?
like, I think it should be permissible because that a woman decides she wants to use a wig. I personally, like, if I were a married woman, I probably would not. Especially, like, my tradition, like the rabbis
Mm-hmm.
from my tradition tended to be very against it. Although the Rebbe,
Right.
who I respected immensely, was very pro wigs because a lot of women were not covering their hair in public, and he
Right.
saw wigs as a way of more and more women, and so he told husbands to spend a lot of money to buy their wives very nice wigs.
Right.
Now, women who wear wigs all the time tend to cut their hair short so that their hair doesn't show from under the wig.
Yeah, yeah.
And there are a very small number of specifically Satmar Hasidim. It's a particular Hasidic group where the women will in fact shave their heads and wear a wig. And it's kind of a custom within Satmar. And Satmar, they have a lot of kids, so they're actually a growing group. But first of all, not all Satmar women shave their heads completely. Most Hasidic women cut their hair short and wear a wig.
Mhm.
But in Israel, increasingly, women are just covering their hair with whatchamacallit. But yes, a married Jewish woman cannot show her hair to anybody but her husband.
But doesn't that seem like kind of like trying
Cheating?
to? Yeah, you know what I mean. Like it's
There's
trying
a
to...
huge debate about
Yeah.
whether or not wigs are cheating, and there's
Yeah.
lots of people. There are many rabbis who say that it is, and there are many rabbis who are like, well, people have been doing this for many years, and
I'll have to check with my favorite rabbi,
Who's your favorite rabbi?
Tovia Singer, because I
Tovia
love.
Singer. I am
Yeah.
sure Tovia Singer will say that wigs are just fine.
You're right.
I am guessing his wife wears a wig. Most
Right.
most Ashkenazi women wear wigs, and
Right.
frankly, in the West, it wasn't a question of wig or cover your hair. It was mostly wig or not cover your hair. Like,
Right,
women generally didn't walk around wearing especially because in Christian society, the women don't cover their hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so in Muslim countries, the rabbis didn't allow wigs. The women just covered their hair like the Muslim women did.
Right.
In Christian countries, a lot of women did not cover their hair, and
Right.
so there were rabbis who were including the Rebbe, who were like, no, buy your wife a very nice wig, and better that she cover her hair with a wig, and she should cover her hair with a wig. And so that's where it comes from. Like, yes, there are definitely people who are like, these wigs, they're attractive and they look just as nice, and
Right.
it looks like you're not covering your hair, so what's the point? And yes,
Mhm,
there are plenty of people who say that. And frankly, in Israel, because wigs are not that comfortable, and it's become fashionable for women to cover their hair with other things, it's actually become more and more common for people not to wear wigs and to buy like nice hair covers and stuff like that. But
Right.
yeah.
Because I think, yeah.
Okay, so there is such thing in New York as Shabbat elevators, and Shabbat elevators, most rabbis will say, many rabbis will say, should only be used by people who cannot climb the stairs themselves. If they're old, they're not healthy, whatever, or if they're little kids, and if you live in, so there's nothing inherently wrong with Shabbat elevators, but Shabbat elevators, you have to understand that the prohibition of work, like, okay, so this is funny. Like, actually, I was on EA Dawa, and this Muslim came on, and he's like, so Chazi thinks Shabbat elevators will soon be a thing of the past because Chazi's a heretic. But there, so this Muslim came on and he said, no, you don't, because I said that Muslims and Jews believe in the same God. And he's like, no, Jews don't believe in the same God because you believe that God got tired and he had to rest, and that's not the same God. And I told him, anybody who believes that God got tired is in fact a heretic. It is, okay, Chazi, go away. Or come online. But Chazi is one of these modernisha people who wants to get rid of all of our traditions, and
This is how it starts.
yes. So and the idea is not chas v'shalom. Anyone who says that God gets tired is a heretic, and it is not the Jewish idea of work. Malacha on the Sabbath is not that it's hard, right? So, for example, when my sister lived on the 7th floor, I would walk down I usually would go before Sabbath, and then I would walk down 7 floors of steps instead of taking the elevator to avoid doing work.
What's the work in doing, like,
So
it is work doing the stairs instead of the elevator, I would say.
Right. So if you're thinking of work as in getting tired, it's like, oh, I'm climbing 7 flights of stairs, so I don't do the work of touching the elevator thing, right?
Right.
It doesn't make sense, right?
Right.
Because when we say work, when we say malacha, we talk about creative work.
Right.
You can't create on the Sabbath because God stopped creating on the Sabbath. So, for example, you can't write.
What about cooking?
You can't cook. That's considered creative work.
Oh, so you can't cook on the Sabbath?
No, not at all. No.
It has to be. Oh, that's why they have the preparation.
Yeah, everything's prepared from before the Sabbath.
Right.
Yes.
Now
Yes.
I
So
understand.
anything that's creative, and so when electricity came by, the question was, is it creating work or not? And the Rebbe and the Chazon Ish, who are, yes. So there we go. So closing a circuit, right, is when you close a circuit, you are actually creating something that functions where it didn't function before. And so closing an electric circuit or taking apart an electric circuit is prohibited. And that's why you can't punch the buttons, why you can't type on a computer. But if the computer's on and there's something on the screen, you can look at it because it's
Right.
on. But and that's where Chazi gets the idea that Shabbat elevators will go away because the computers will be thinking for themselves and whatever. But we on the Sabbath cannot do, and I have to say this is only for Jews, and Judaism teaches that it is prohibited for Gentiles to keep the Sabbath in this manner of Jews. So please do not do this. If you want to celebrate the Sabbath by resting, by taking off work, that's beautiful, that's nice, but do not try to keep the Sabbath like Jews do. Anyway,
Don't go to extreme.
do not make a religious obligation of the types of things which are specifically for Jews, please. No, we eat warm food, but yes, the food has to be on the stove from before the Sabbath. So we will take food off the stove, and people will leave hot plates on from Friday. And in fact, the rabbis decreed, because we had heretics, the Sadducees, who said that leaving food, and so there are heretics even to this day. The Karaites will not eat warm food on the Sabbath. And we specifically at lunch, so today when I went to my rabbi's house for lunch, we had cholent, which was kept warm from the night before, specifically to show that we don't believe like the heretics, but the crock pot is left on the entirety of the Sabbath. Yes. So yes, that's creative work is not allowed on the Sabbath. And you shouldn't do hard work anyway, because it is a day of rest and you should do restful things. But that's not the thing of keeping
What about
Sabbath.
thinking then? Like even that, you can be creative with your thinking. What if you get an idea for something? You know what I mean?
But you can't practically. The only creative work you can do so there are 39 classes. There are actually 40 types of creative work, and 39 of them are prohibited. The one you are allowed to do, which is the most holy, is to create children.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's,
But thinking anything that's not practically in the world, that's not considered malacha.
So like intercourse isn't like, you don't see it as Christians. They see it as something that should only be done for.
If you have to, right? No.
You can't enjoy
do
it. Like
not.
the Christians can be like, I don't know. They can't enjoy.
They Christians believe that even if you're married, you should attempt not to have relations, and it's like, you guys are insane.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like for us, it is an act of worship, as you say, because if you actually stay away from it when you're unmarried, then something you stay away from becomes worship when you do it when it's permissible.
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, the holiest thing human beings do is create children. You create life like God created life. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. I didn't know this about the Sabbath.
Yeah.
And so what would the typical Sabbath day look for you? Like those who follow those to the extreme, like they just sit at home and
Mostly, I mean, you go to synagogue. There's actually on YouTube, there is yeah, whatever, Chazi. There on YouTube, there's actually a very interesting channel, Peter Santinello, and he did a whole thing of Hasidic Jews. Here, I will put a link to the. So this is the thing that he did, and it's very, very interesting, and he actually got permission from rabbis to record on the Sabbath, and it's a very interesting thing. And actually, the person he did it with, the Hasidic Jew you see on there, he has his own channel, and he travels a lot to Saudi Arabia and Muslim countries. So he actually has a very interesting whatchamacallit. He has very interesting channel about Muslims and Jews and stuff. So yeah, I highly recommend it. It was a very beautiful series that he has. This is the second time Karzan has used the word extreme. Orthodox Jewish Sabbath observance has nothing to do with extremism. I'm glad you think that, Liam. The people who are very, very strict, and so in Judaism we refer to them as the Haredim, the people who are fearful of God. The people who have fear of God do things very strictly.
Right, but I mean, for me at least, like I'm not saying that the tradition is extreme, but you can go to extremes into anything. And
yeah, but the thing is, the Jewish tradition, I have to say, so we don't have fundamentalists in our religion, because it's not possible to be a fundamentalist in our religion. Because if you seriously believe in our religion, you have to study Talmud, and
what do you mean by fundamentalist?
So a fundamentalist is somebody who wants to keep things simple and just according to there's a meaning to the word fundamentalist. It comes from Christians going back to the fundamentals. Right.
Okay.
And so in Islam, you have the people who are like, no innovations, nothing, we just want to do it precisely how the Prophet did it, and nothing new, and no,
Right.
And so you can have a fundamental, when you only have a text, and especially people who are like not into the hadith at all, they're like, only Quran, right? Which I don't know how you actually do that, but that would be fundamentalist. And I guess we have fundamentalists, for example, the Karaites, who are people who are like only by the Tanakh. They don't, and in fact, some of them only say only the 5 books of Moses, none of the rest of the Tanakh. But we have a very large text, much, much larger than the Quran. And we have the Talmud, which teaches how to, a hermeneutic, a way of, so what's, for example, when I was very observant, I was at the hospital with my sister when she gave birth, and somebody was calling on the phone, and she was trying to sleep, right? So I picked up the phone, even though I usually would not do that, because, and that was halachically, that is in fact what I believe I should have done, and I don't think many rabbis would disagree with me, because she needed to sleep. And, whether I should have, what exactly you do after that, but I picked up the phone to make sure that it stopped ringing so that she could sleep, even though that's not something I would do on the Sabbath normally. And that's part of the halachic process. So you can't be a Pharisaic or rabbinic Jew or a Talmudic Jew, however you want to call it, not like the Karaites or we also have Samaritans, right? But these are very, very small groups. So there are
Right.
like maybe 1,000 Samaritans in the entirety of of the world. There's like, I don't know, 50,000 Karaites in the entirety of the world.
But
There aren't that many Jews. There's only about 15 million Jews in the entirety of the world.
yeah.
But yeah. So
Come to
you
think of it,
can't-
so to take something like it's gonna be funny, but flushing the toilet.
yes.
How would you, is
So
that
this
create?
is a
Yeah.
this is a big question that was in fact asked when it came out, and there's all kinds of things as far as so I won't go into the details, but flushing the toilet is fine.
Right.
Because it's not actually creating anything new, and don't get into the water meter. That's a whole other thing.
That's what I mean. There's so many things going into it. Like you're creating
yeah.
you're creating
No,
a
so
swoosh,
halacha.
like yeah.
No, that's not considered. Hashmat kol causing sound. But look, to go into it, like there's a reason why Talmudics, like we could go into it, but it would take
no
weeks,
problem.
not days to explain.
But
But
this is
for
what
example,
I mean.
for example, religious Jews will cut their toilet paper before the Sabbath so that it's prepared, so that they don't cut
Right.
on the Sabbath.
And this is what I mean, like, and this is what I mean when I say, like, this is for me going into extremes, because some things are like, when it comes to like, okay, can you take a bath on the Sabbath?
A bath, no. Whether you can go swimming, that many people say you can go swimming, but you can't actually go take a soap. Soap can be a problem. There's all kinds of things. Look, these questions, as far as and Chazi's not gonna like a lot of the answers I give, but when look the details. So we believe that when you go into the details, this is a commandment that God gave us, and when you are involving yourself in the details of what God wants, and look, the part of it is that we believe that that Israel is a nation of priests, and we have to live by very, very strict laws, which we don't impose on anybody else, because God specifically gave us a very specific, and you might call extreme, kind of laws, which are for us as a priesthood to live by.
Would you? Okay, so so this brings me to this what says if it's considered cheating, because for me, I'm gonna take an extreme example then. So would you guys consider pornography as a sin? Watching pornography?
Yes.
Yeah. So what about like animated, like CGI pornography, where it's
no?
made by...
So the rabbis were very, very strict on this, and God have mercy on my soul. But in any way, causing yourself to have ideas of that nature not for your wife is completely forbidden.
Okay, and
it must be for your wife.
Okay, but is that based off something, or is that the ruling they had to?
Well, I mean, there are things that it's based off of, but ultimately it's based off of you shall be holy because I am holy.
Right. But then again, that begs the question: if you were to, like, someone who's good at drawing draws his own wife,
his own wife, I mean,
it becomes,
first of all, even that, I mean, you're supposed to be you're supposed to be with your wife, right. First of all, second, so there are 3 sins which are considered the cardinal sins in Judaism, and those are idolatry, murder, and sexual immorality. And so in these 3 things, we are very, very careful, including to the point of your thoughts and your thoughts should be holy. You certainly shouldn't. It's like idolatry to yeah. So
What
those
about
things are.
interest?
What do you mean?
Isn't interest forbidden? Or is that the New
Interest,
Testament?
well, interest is forbidden in certain ways, and there was an edict by Hillel a very long time ago which permits lending interest in very particular ways, because when you think about it, okay, is it, if I go into business with you,
Mhm.
right, am I lending you money or are we going into business? Right. And so in that manner there's it gets very, very complicated, but so in that manner their interest between even between Jews is allowed, and interest between Jews and Gentiles is allowed. So it's it gets, so basically we do allow interest, but
Yeah.
there are definitely safeguards for it not to become abusive and things like that.
That's
But
interesting.
let me answer what he said. Isn't that
Yeah.
considered cheating, though, if you leave it lying ready from before? No, because that is in fact how we prepare for. We spend all the week preparing for the Sabbath. That is in fact what Chezi likes to say. Sabbath is an island I swim to all week long, and that's a very Jewish idea. There's no problem with doing the work. The work isn't evil. They just don't do it on the Sabbath. Exactly. Do you remember the story in the Quran where Jews used to leave the fish hooks a day before Sabbath, and they would come back after Sabbath, and there would be plenty of fish caught already? That already isn't very kosher, but I didn't know that's a thing. I've heard that Jews can't take and give interest between each other only, but with others they can. So the Torah does prohibit interest between Jews, but there was a takana, a pruzbul, which was actually before the time of Jesus, and apparently Jesus didn't mind it, but because Hillel saw that people were not lending money to the poor, he made a takana that there are in particular ways you can go into a partnership with somebody else, and that's not considered interest. But these are very complex laws, and 3 of the most difficult tractates in the Talmud deal with these types of things.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it becomes a lot to keep in mind on the Sabbath.
Well, actually, it's not as hard as people think. It really isn't.
Mm-hmm.
When practically you're living it, and it's not like if you make a mistake, it's not like we believe you're going to hell, right? It's
right.
we do these things because we want to do things precisely as God wants us to do them, and the fact is, more than the Jews have kept the Sabbath has kept the Jews. And a lot of these things, so for example, if you pay close attention, you'll notice that the Christian Bible has so the Romans thought the Jews were crazy for our what they called fastidiousness, our being too involved in washing our hands all the time and stuff, because we wash our hands before we eat, and the Christian Bible actually kind of makes fun of that. But thousands of years later, they're not making fun as much.
Right.
And so these things, why it's according to but God has given us, we believe, given us far more. It says, one of the famous Mishnahs, which you can kind of consider a Mishnah kind of like a Hadith.
Mhm.
It says, Ratzah Kadosh Baruch Hu lazakot et Israel lefichach hirba lahem Torah u'mitzvot. God wanted to give merit to Israel, therefore he greatly increased the Torah and the commandments. And so we believe there's that the Torah itself is infinite, because no matter how much you try, you will not think. I did for many years, but I do not actually. So my life story is kind of weird. I was very observant for many years, and for many different reasons, it became very clear to me that this wasn't the lifestyle that God wanted me to live, and which was a very difficult time for me, and I became very depressed, and in fact I was suicidal, and it was a very difficult time for me, and I gave up the religious lifestyle completely, and I started living what I considered a secular life, but trying to be a good person. And over the past 3 years, I feel like God, in a sense, has put me in a place where I'm doing work that I wouldn't otherwise be doing. And this is one of the reasons I'm, for example, doing this live stream on Christmas night, is God obviously, like, the 1 year I was living in Jerusalem, spending 2 hours a day, every day, praying, and it was. When I die, I hope to go to heaven and live a life like that again. It was. I still remember it. It was 22 years ago. It was the best time of my life, but it became very obvious to me that that's not the life that God wanted me to live. And now I'm doing other things, and hopefully that is pleasing to God. I don't know. Why is it that when you Jews recite the Torah in Hebrew before translating it into English, Christians are okay with it, but when we Muslims recite the Quran in Arabic, they don't like it? Well, you have to realize that, okay, I don't know how much, I don't want to get too controversial with the history of Islam, but, so, before Christianity, Judaism was much more okay with translating the Torah. And what happened was, with Christianity, especially with all the translations and what we saw as being bad translations, Judaism became very, very pro keeping the Hebrew, and not very against translating the Torah, really. Like, everybody was supposed to learn the Hebrew, and it is quite possible, I mean, depending, obviously Muslims believe that Islamic practice was given by Allah, but if you believe in a more historical sense that that Islam developed from Jewish Christianity, it's quite possible that Islam is so opposed as Judaism is to translations, partially because of that influence. And Christians are very, very into translations and not the original, and partially because if you go back
They
to
don't
the
like the
original
original.
Hebrew, what?
They
They don't like the
original.
original. No, honestly, that's
Yeah, I
part
know.
of it. Like,
Yeah.
when Christians learn Hebrew, it happens a lot that Christians who learn Hebrew end up leaving Christianity either converting to Judaism, some of them convert to Islam, some of them become Noachites, because the Christian Bible takes liberties with the Hebrew is very, and that's why Christians are so are so pro translation and anti original language,
Yeah.
which they have a hard time justifying when it's the Hebrew of their Bible, but should help you understand why they're so not happy with the Quran as well.
I think how they solved it with the Quran is we don't even consider a translation the Quran. So we have something called the Mus'haf. So
I
if
mean,
you
this is a this has the Hebrew
Right.
on one side and the English on the other, and
Right.
I mean we would still consider it Torah, but in synagogue we no longer, whereas before Christianity we used to allow reading in Greek in the synagogue, the rabbis no longer allow reading in anything other than Hebrew, and honestly, that is because of Christianity.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I think they're probably the Christians have a certain like when you're indoctrinated with God is all good, it's all loving, like you know what I mean? Like God doesn't hate anyone. Well, obviously God hates sinners. Like if you go against God, why would he like, you know what I mean? Like you're actively going war against God, and God still loves you. Like they have it, and then when they see the truth in probably the old scriptures, they go kind of. It's hard dealing with probably.
So now we have Chezi.
All right.
Welcome, Khadi.
Hello, sir. Hello, gentlemen. I'm actually speaking to you guys now from up north, overlooking Tiberias or the Dead Sea,
Sea of
the
Galilee.
Kinneret. Yeah, the Sea of Galilee. Okay. So I just wanted to say a few things. One, with regards to just in general, the electricity, the cheating. I hear the questions that are going on over here, which makes total sense. But ultimately, you have to take into consideration that there's the Word of God. We believe in our tradition that interpretation of that word was given to the sages, and in the oral Torah, we believe that is while it's divine, it's also a joint effort together with us and God together, as long as our intentions are proper. Now, this is a system that updates very, very slowly. It's a reaction to the world. It doesn't just change willy nilly. However, these interpretations and these changes ultimately have ramifications on the ground. So, like you were saying earlier about creating. So, generally, it's a day of rest. So, you shouldn't be focusing on creating. And then that starts getting complicated. First, it's what was prohibited to do while building the tabernacle. And then we extrapolate from that, from if you can't write, and then writing turns into you can't make any mark that won't disappear. And then brings us all the way to, can I be texting on the Sabbath because I'm just texting something that's, zeros and ones and disappears and doesn't
Come
exist.
on,
1 second,
Chezi.
Jacob. So my point is that these things are changed with regards to an elevator. So an elevator comes in, and then they figure out how to do a Shabbat elevator, and then the attitude is really, ideally, you should only be using it for people that really need it, older people or such. And I think these are changes that take a long time, because while it still feels culturally as an active thing, then the Torah wants you to sort of keep away of that, and it creates a lot of fences. These fences are to guide you and make sure, like Jacob was saying, the Shabbat kept the Jews safe for a very long time. So these fences are there to create a structure that will be safe, specifically during exile. But even today, it's to create the community. It's to create the community safe. Now, over the years, some of these fences may require to be raised higher. So, for example, the way Jews deal with purity, sexuality. You could see with the Me Too movement, and these are fences that would be a mistake for the Jewish community to tear down. However, there are other fences, sort of like Chesterton's fence, that dealing with them and changing them require a tremendous amount of thought before making these changes. So while I adhere to the school of thought that these changes are inevitable and they have happened in the past, I don't run to start tearing things down. I just believe these things will happen. I believe these things will happen naturally. But to what one of the questions over here we saw, my fear is that you asked the question like, isn't that cheating? So while Jacob and I know that that's not cheating, I think that as the system gets more detached in a certain way from reality, it could be that younger generations will have a hard time following needle to thread, and I don't want them to feel like it was cheating. So it is important that rabbis learn a new jargon or a language that that is infused with their traditional language to be able to explain these changes and these rulings to a ever-changing world. I hope I'm going to end with that rant.
Right.
I love Chazi, and I'm very, very jealous that he's next to the Kinneret, because I absolutely love Tiberia, and if I could live anywhere, it would be in Tzfat, because I absolutely love Tzfat. But Chazi, very unfortunately, has a very, very heretical theological idea of God have mercy, that somehow the Torah is different in exile as it is now, as if, God forbid, we are not in exile right now.
You just gave an example. You just gave an example of Reb Hillel changing, like people asked about interest. So that'd be a perfect example.
That has nothing to do with exile, not exile, you Zionist heretic.
No, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Only back in Israel do we have the authority to start making those changes. And it could be, by the way, it could be back in Israel, like what Jacob's saying, that the manifestation of the Israeli government is not necessarily the redemption of the Jewish Israeli people.
Obviously not in any way the redemption. God forbid.
Definitely not. Definitely in many ways, just the fact that it's here, it's miraculous. There's many reasons why I think it's related. However, I don't think.
Why do I let you on my channel?
But yes, I also and this is someone who prays 3 times a day and takes or attempts to take these things seriously. But I very much believe that taking it seriously means ultimately innovation. Again, I'm not the guy to innovate. And I think that innovation has been very detrimental to Jews as well.
Chiddush and Taganas have been throughout Jewish history, and the rabbis have the koach of Chiddush, and it has nothing to do with that state.
So can I actually ask him something when he talks about innovation? Like, then you should actually keep in mind, like, who on this earth has the authority to innovate for God?
No. Okay, no. This is a very big difference between Judaism and Christianity and Islam. Is we actually believe, and this actually goes into the idea that it's possible that the Shia get a lot of their ideas from Judaism. Right. And they actually have this idea of ijtihad, right? And chidush is what we would say in Hebrew. Mm-hmm. And so Rabbi Breitowitz has this beautiful analogy that he gives, which is that, and we believe that God, so if you want to make a birthday cake for your 5-year-old, right? Mm-hmm. The best birthday cake would be, you don't make it yourself. You go to a professional and you buy a professional birthday cake, right? Okay. But when you make it yourself, it means more. And how much more so, like, you don't involve a 5-year-old in baking a cake if you want to make a very good cake. But when you actually have your 5-year-old come and help you make a cake, right? That you end up with eggshells in the batter, and you end up with the kid ends up poking things and all kinds of things, and the cake comes out not being anywhere as nicely as you could have made it without the kid being involved.
Okay.
But in a very similar way, the fact is, the point is not the cake, and what God wants is his relationship with us, and therefore the Torah is something that we, in partnership with God, there is this idea of us in partnership with God baking the cake that is halacha. And so we definitely have an idea of our role in that, not because chas v'shalom God needs us in any way, or that we can do it in any way as perfectly as God. If God were making the cake, it would be a perfect cake.
Well,
But
he made the rules.
What's like,
but
I would just.
but he gave us the ability to make the rules with him, and we believe this is something that the Torah itself says, lo b'shamayim hi, it is not in heaven, and this is something that Moses himself taught us, was that we have to be involved in God's making of the rules, because that is what God wants.
So, then
Yeah,
you
sorry.
can bend every rule. Like, okay,
So
It's not about bending, chas v'shalom. We're trying to bake the cake. We are trying to understand what God wants in the world, and that is a process. That is a process of us turning towards God and trying to understand God, and that is in fact the whole point of the world. Like, it's not about the cake. It's about our relationship with God. Just like when you have a birthday cake for your child, it's not because the kid is going to eat the cake. Who cares about the cake? It's about your relationship with your child. In a similar way, the Torah is about our relationship with God.
I would
Go
just
ahead.
say, and I'm gonna have to run off after this. So first of all, just as far as the cake analogy, I hear what you're saying, but I guess I would say that in this case, the cake is supposed to be something very divine and spiritual. It's supposed to explain to you about the world, and it's supposed to be very healthy for you. So we ideally want the cake to be preserved and not smashed on the floor. However, I would say that in the tabernacle, in the Ark of the Covenant, we had Moses' second tablets, and we had the shards of the first,
Luchot v'ushvirei haluchot,
and the shards of the original tablets that he smashed. And we are constantly trying to climb back that mountain, so to speak, and recreate that. Now, you are correct that people, it seemingly would be a slippery slope, right? That people could do whatever they want. Making these changes, first of all, there's things that no one would make changes at all. And the changes really come to bear with the interpretations of what the requirements are from these changes. And even discussing those things come with specific rules. So the tradition, thankfully, has been managed to really insulate itself and generally speaking, be in a general sterile environment. However, there have changes, and the reason there's been excommunications, wars, infighting is because many times someone's going to say you are changing God's words, and that is obviously, like you're saying, that has been very, very problematic. Generally speaking, one would hope, whether it's reform or conservative or the Haredi more fundamentalist
we don't
sects.
have fundamentalists in
Sure.
our religion.
Okay, so whether the different sects are trying, it's called Lashem Shamayim, an argument in the sake of heaven. They are, hopefully we hope that they are doing their best they can to try and interpret these things. Now, some people are go about it in ways that are completely not familiar to us. For example,
But who sets the rules for the justification?
Perfect question. So so there have been people that set those rules in the past. Today you get to a junction where people are saying, okay, we no longer have heavy hitters, titans anymore, like those rabbis that can make those changes. So now we are in some sort of stalemate. There can't be, just like you're saying, we can't identify who are these people that we know there's no
Why
bias.
not? Why can't we? If we actually cared to, and we spent and we were makabel all, we could be.
Personally, you're preaching to the choir. My point would be
I know.
that yeah, but some of these changes. So there's saying again, this goes back to like why being back in Israel. I think, and again, not the state of Israel, and not the state of Israel. The reason I say that is because I believe the only place you'd be able to institute, and I'm saying a controversial word over here, but I don't mean like a new Torah. And by new Torah, I don't mean new. I just mean deeper and truer and connected back to the source. Only can happen in, I believe that evolution or that next step of evolution could only happen here, not necessarily through this government, not necessarily through these rules. I just think it requires a congregation of Jews. It also requires for us to want that. Definitely the state of Jewish law today, while very advanced over the last 3,000 or so years, now is really at a place where it's going through its own meaning crisis.
Eddie, we have to say Shechianu because it's the first time you've been on my stream. Hello.
Yes.
How are you?
Very good.
Jacob, I'll see you later.
I had
guys.
one day where I was
Chag
home all
Sameach.
day sick, and toodaloo, have good. I had one day I was home the whole day sick, and nobody went live, so that was that.
I don't do live on Shabbos. Why would I do live on Shabbos?
I guess you're right. Yeah, I don't remember. Anyway, it's cock-a-doodle-doo. Hey!
Wow, Shane.
Hey, guys.
But
Hey, Shane.
no, one thing, he was talking about, like, we don't have the Titans anymore. And it's like, well, who knows if those dudes didn't just take it, as well. Like, I mean, obviously it's great, people.
Eddie, learn some Torah, learn some Talmud.
I mean,
we'll talk.
Come on. Did they not fight as well? And people were like, oh, should they do this or not? Or,
Eddie, look, when you learn Talmud and you learn the hermeneutics and you learn the rules and you learn to differentiate between somebody who actually knows enough Torah to have the shoulders to say like the things, for example, Rav Ovadia Yosef said, yes, we will continue next time, Chazi. But for example, Rav Ovadia Yosef had the shoulders to say that Ashkenazim should be able to eat kitniot on Passover or not, right? These things, there are people who have shoulders, and there are people who, for example, this Yanuka guy in Israel that I'm very, very excited about, but it's because it's somebody that you can noticeably see knows the Torah and can bring with him the Torah knowledge, and you have to have a certain level of Torah knowledge to be able to acknowledge the difference between a kal and a mekel. As somebody who's just a fool saying, well, you can do whatever, and somebody who knows enough Torah to actually talk about these things. Let me catch up on some things.
Well, I meant it more like you're saying you want people to step up to the plate.
Oh, there are people who need to step up to the plate and but at the same time, we as Jews, look, there's plenty of people who will not listen to the rabbis. For example, when it comes to glatt meat. For example, there are many, many rabbis who say that you need that the supposed standards for glatt meat are way too strict. And in fact, we can eat meat that is not according to these crazy standards that people hold to. But still, in New York, you see that there's the competition to see who can be more stringent on what meat is kosher and what's not kosher. And that comes from the general population of Jews not being willing to accept the words of the rabbis and actually be like, okay, the rabbi said it's kosher, it's kosher. Okay, let me catch up on some comments here. I always wondered how you guys resolved the issue over Psalm 22 with each other. Like, they never accept the translation, Ke'ari, translation from you guys. Anybody who knows Hebrew knows the idea that Ke'ori in Psalm 22 is a word that appears nowhere else in the Bible, and suddenly it means this crazy thing that Christians say. If you know Hebrew, it's ridiculous, and Christians should completely forget about it. It couldn't possibly mean pierced, and it's very obviously like a lion, and anybody who knows Hebrew sees that very clearly. Since it is Christmas, I think it is fair to say that the essence of the Christian truth claim is something like the living creator God who is love personified in the historical Jesus Christ. And that would be heretical because God cannot be contained in a human being, as the Bible says several times, and somebody who believes that is an idolater. You were just reading about your shul is building an elevator. Why is it building an elevator? What floor are they on?
Well, so what happened was they have this. Somehow this shul from 100 years ago has managed to survive the hundreds of shuls that are dead in the Bronx. One was famously sold for $1, and then the rabbi flipped it for like millions. Anyway,
okay.
So they have a giant sanctuary, but it's up a flight of stairs. Everybody got old. They can't walk up, so now there's what was the party room is now the shul, but they want to build. If
it's only one floor, why don't they just build escalators?
I don't know. Anyway, there are many floors to the building, and they want to put in a lot of different things.
They want to put in a Shabbos elevator, and a mikvah, and well, that's nice. And
so, especially the neighborhood doesn't have one, so that's like a big thing.
Oh, there's no mikvah.
There's like maybe one or something like that, and it's not particularly good.
It's not within walking distance.
I'm not sure what the story is. I think that they just kind of figure it out. But
which shul are you going to? My rabbi actually asked today.
So it's called BJC, Bronx Jewish Center, which was him just doing it out of his house. We were like in his living room. But then there's a Young Israel. They had a building on Pelham Parkway, giant building, and the rabbi who owned it was retiring, and he goes, I want you to do it. And, my rabbi hadn't even thought about that. He actually bought a building that he was going to knock down and rebuild and ended up not even needing to do that. So it was a whole thing. Funnily, the guy didn't want the Young Israel to actually own the building. So he held it until somebody else could take it over. So that's where we're at now. Okay. It's a very interesting story, but it's funny because what was it? So we had this guy who's like the mikvah expert come in and give a lecture on mikvahs, and he's a shliach for the Chabad of St. Paul or whatever it was, and so there's him, and he's in this deep fight with Moish, 60-year-old conservative from guy whatever, and they're like, he doesn't like the way that Chabad is running things because the rabbi is saying things like, well, I don't want to make enemies of all of the people in the neighborhood by banging on their door 7 o'clock in the morning to get a minyan on Shabbos. I'd rather us figure out how can we be a community, how can we be a family, and Moish is like, well, I don't agree with that. It would be better if we could have. If we go
knock on people's
So. I mean, it kind of
Moish is gonna have to decide that there's a rabbi and he's not it. That would be my opinion.
But, well, of course. I mean, but that's everybody thinks that there's some problems and the problems need modern solutions. But the last time they changed a million things, it was reform, and look at how well that turned out.
Yeah, very well. Okay, Fawad asks, so how is this different when we were talking about Chidush? How is this different than Christians claiming Holy Spirit, inspiring people to write the Gospels and coming up with their creeds and their religious rules? Okay, so we believe that ultimately, and it's funny that this actually shows up in Acts 5, where Gamliel talks about, so we believe that God is the God of history, and the people who keep to God's rules as they should be are the people who, in fact, do end up surviving from generation to generation. And that is how we have actually solved these disputes is the fact is that the Sadducees basically ceased to exist, and basically every community which didn't accept the Shulchan Aruch from 500 years ago has ceased to exist, and now Reform and Conservative are falling apart, and what actually persists from generation to generation, that is how we know who are the people who are in fact walking in the ways of God. CW says, is the cake eschatology? Does Jacob see the state of Israel as apocalyptic utopianism and therefore objectionable as the cake? No, the cake is halacha. The cake is how we see Jewish law, and Jewish law sees the state of Israel as a human attempt to do things outside of Jewish law. And unfortunately, we have people who, God have mercy on their souls, view this as somehow religiously important, when obviously this secular state that a bunch of communists and Marxists created has no religious significance at all, and it's simply a secular state that has a lot of Jews in it, and that's all there is to it. Takfir number 2 coming up against you, Chazi. Okay, I have to say, like I have said many times before, if we didn't have a Zionist, God have mercy on his soul, like Chazi, I would have to go find a Zionist to represent the Zionist position. God have mercy on their souls. Because, God have mercy on their souls, we have a lot of Zionist Jews. But that doesn't change the fact, and this is part of understanding how we do things in Judaism, which is, while I call him a Zionist, God have mercy on his soul, and a heretic, God have mercy on his soul, I love the man, and hopefully he will repent 5 minutes after I do, because who am I to say of somebody who prays 3 times a day and keeps the Shabbos and lives in the Holy Land and learns Torah and has a family and is in every way a better Jew than I am, that he's a heretic? But at the same time, here we are. I call him a heretic. That's a plane on his hat. I thought it was a cross. I have no idea what he's talking about.
I thought it was like the Pokemon.
Oh,
I thought it was like a Pokemon hat.
okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
no,
I
about
was
the
going
Hezi
to
thing. Anyway, you say.
I was going to say Pokemon trainer. But
If the Yanuka does turn out to be the Mashiach, would that vindicate Zionism in your eyes? Funny thing, one of the reasons I actually like this Yanuka guy is he's affiliated with the Ada Haredit and the anti-Zionist, at least non-Zionist groups. Although he's very nice about he's very nice to all kinds of people. He's very obviously not a Zionist. Thank God. It appears in Isaiah 38:2. I am not aware of Isaiah 38 having keori as in pierced. That's a different word in Isaiah 38.
Jacob, sorry,
Psalm
I just
22
gotta
yeah.
say thank you for having me on. I'm gonna leave for now. I might be on the background. Nice meeting you guys. Take care.
Thank you. It's always nice to have you, and you're always welcome.
Like,
So that there is not, as far as I know, is not keori, and yeah, the word like a lion shows up all over the place in the Bible. Is it rude if I ask our friends here about some verses in the Quran? Unfortunately, Karzan just left, but Fawad, I don't know if he wants to answer. Eat my Christmas. I have no idea what you're saying, Zach. Sean, Shane, long time no see. How have you been?
good.
You're good?
I'm making it.
You're making it. I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear.
Yeah, that's the least.
You're up in Oregon or Washington or?
Yeah, Oregon.
Okay.
I freaking got engaged and followed followed
Are you still engaged?
to
Difficult
very,
question to answer.
yeah. It's,
Sorry to hear that.
well, yeah. It's sensitive,
Okay.
but yeah. Like, regardless, I'm like certain. You got to feel good regardless, or you gotta maintain, or like if you're doing, yeah, you gotta feel good. So
Well, I mean, sometimes there are some things you need to mourn. I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to you in a very long time, so I don't know what's been up with you. But
we'll catch up at some point.
you don't always have to feel good about everything. Sometimes some things aren't so good.
Right, and I think the reason I feel good is because, I think once you accept an emotion, it's sort of like.
Eddie's back.
Hello. How's everybody doing? But no, I don't know if anybody was saying anything else, but I had a kind of a funny question for Hezi, and it was like, he always talks about his, what is it? Like if if Jerusalem becomes a smart city, and the rabbis have to go with, where you could turn on the lights or whatever. Like if you can't open your fridge without running a computer, then I guess we got to figure something out. And if they figure it out in 100 years from now, well, then why can't we do it now? And to kind of go first,
has this idea that we're going to have computer chips in our brains, and so things are automatically going to do things. And yes, he has all kinds of weird ideas. God have mercy.
No, but further, like, so if they're going to figure it out, then why does he still not run the lights right now? What's the difference?
Because, first of all, part of it is that we do believe Jewish history is still ongoing, right? And we are, in fact, refining Jewish law, and we are understanding things better. But when it comes down to it, like, if we're talking about a computer doing things automatically, that's very different from me, for example, deciding to turn on or off a light. Like, people put things on timers. Like, I'm sure you've seen Shabbos timers all over the place, and the time they turn things on and they turn things off, and
yeah, of course,
that's fine. Why are there holes in your ceiling?
No, it's just paint. Back in the old days, was it generations of people just putting a patch on the roof instead of fixing the whole thing. So one of these days we'll do a whole strip. And people used to make fun of me on Instagram that I had like a water damaged ceiling. I was like, well, you gonna come and do the work? Because I don't have the time to do it, and I don't care.
Okay. I didn't know you were such a big Instagram star.
It's like my one thing that I use. But I've had a couple of strikes, so I think I'm half shadow banned, half whatever.
What did you get strikes
for?
I
don't know if I could say any of this stuff on the computer. Some of it was silly. Like somebody had said something about Cuomo being Italian and Italian being a sexuality, and I said like Italian is a mental illness, and Instagram didn't like that. But what else? A couple other ones here and there. Maybe after hours.
So are you going to take out your guitar and play us some Hanukkah songs?
Not right now. Maybe in the future.
Oh yeah, I guess it is 2 a.m.
I mean, I wouldn't care, but I don't think my neighbors even know that I play guitar. But
how could they not? You're so loud.
I feel like I'm loud, but that's why I like electric guitar, because I'm very self-conscious. So it's like it's the one instrument that you could play very low.
Have you ever been told that you look like the co-star of oh god, what's that?
Oh gosh.
Have you ever seen Rounders, or the guy who?
No. All right. Look this up. People have been telling me I look like people for like all week for some reason.
You look like Eddie Jacob Ellis.
Yes. People just name like a white guy, and they're like, "Oh, you look like him." You know.
You do look like a white guy.
Very true. Oh, I don't know. Probably the Ed Norton guy, not the Matt Damon guy.
There's Edward Norton,
We all look the same.
Oh gosh. Anyway,
I got to get your hair back, man. When I was a teenager, I had it like down to nothing. I was a rock star.
I had a mullet. I had hair down to here when I was a teenager.
That's
when
amazing.
I was in high school.
I want to do like Goldblum in the Fly, like that sort of thing. Like that's like a mullet, I guess, as well. But
Max,
hey, he's got to jump on too, man. Come on.
Max never comes on my live stream.
Neither do I. But there's a first for everything.
You don't, yeah. What happens?
I'm just waiting for the next thing, and it was either do the dishes or jump on the live. You guys have been doing lives lately. I've noticed.
Yeah, I mean, but it's Christmas Eve, and I figured, it's my job as a Jew to be here for all the lonely Christians who don't have anybody for Christmas.
Nice. I was thinking about doing the special and getting Chinese today, but I don't even remember what I ended up getting. So.
Yeah, dim sum on Christmas Day. I mean, that's kind of obligatory, especially in New York.
I don't know. I can never tell what's in it, so I don't. But
whoa, we have somebody watching on on Twitch.
Nice.
Although that name is weird.
But yeah, what else were you guys talking about?
Emotions.
Yeah.
I personally don't believe in emotions.
What do you think? Whatever it is.
I'm joking.
I actually think the first time I got onto a chat in BOM, it was you two. You were there. Where's the pointer?
How did you get banned? Both of you have been banned from BOM. I know how Shane got banned. We're not going to talk about that.
I don't even.
But I don't know how Eddie got banned.
But no, whatever. No, I respect Joey because the other day he like called you. He didn't. I'm making my own words, but he said like you say stuff that like only stupid people would say in public or something like that. You had brought up some.
Oh, I pick fights. Yeah, yes. I pick fights that he thinks I shouldn't pick fights.
Yeah, that's not a smart thing to say in public or something like that. And
yeah,
I'm like, I like it's like a contradiction. The two guys are against each other.
The thing with me is like I don't have kids, I don't have a wife, I have my own business, and so I can like, what are they gonna do? Like when that Zion Lex guy, the Black Hebrew Israelite, like he made those videos which have more views than anything on my channel, calling me a racist and telling people to come and picket at my business and stuff, and they went on my business Facebook and like that. Yeah, I'm picking a fight that most people would never pick, right? It's a fight like, and for a lot of people, if something like that happened, they might actually lose their job, right? But for me, it's like, well, I can pick these fights, whereas other people can't. And I pick these fights so that other people don't have to.
Well, you also fought him away. Like, you it seems like you kind of won that. Like
I think I
you
did.
did
Yeah.
you did the Trump thing, and made a funny nickname for him, and
Lion Zion Lex.
amazing. And if he was like a slightly more well-known person, I would have told everybody about it. I'd have been like, "Oh, check this out, my guy on the computer. He's
Well,
you know."
anytime you see a Black Hebrew Israelite in New York, which I'm sure you see a lot of them, ask them if they know Lion Zion Lex.
That's hilarious. And I'll do like a TikTok video where I'll have the camera and the microphone.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. And did you hear that Jacob guy that he was scared of? Like,
I saw
completely
a couple of them
destroy
the other day,
him.
actually, and I didn't even look at them. I didn't even want them to. I run away.
That's the thing. There's a lot of Jews who are scared of or who are scared of these Black Hebrew Israelites, and I kind of want to get that undone, you know.
Well, I mean, it's the New York thing. Like a guy, you'll see a guy like pooping on the train, and you just kind of look the other way. You're like, I'd be doing that too.
Rabbi
I'd be doing
Malot
that
wants
too,
wants us all to go to sleep. Good night, Rabbi Malot. It's not even midnight here. Why would we go to sleep?
Right.
I don't sleep at night. I'm gonna sleep. This is early for me.
Yeah.
What time is it? Like 2 a.m., 3 a.m.?
Yeah, it's 2 a.m. over here. I just got
2
off
in the
work.
morning.
It's
This is the first time I've actually heard you speak, and you're like, "It's 2 a.m. over here. I'm a New Yorker."
It's funny because I don't even hear it. But my parents, both of them, though, oh man, the letter R has never been spoken in my house by either of my parents.
We can tell the letter R has never been spoken in your house.
Then I went to college and I became a straight-laced man. But now I just say whatever. It depends. If I'm upset, I say different things. But
that's such a New York statement. When I'm upset, I say stupid things.
No. When I'm upset, then my voice changes or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Or if I'm not in a good mood, and then I like hold my hand like this too, like I'm a TikTok caricature.
Oh man, such a all right. Are you like Gen Z or where are
I'm
you?
26.
Okay. Oh, so you're like
I call myself Gen Z because I think I go with the Jonathan Haidt 1995.
20. You're 26. That's Gematria Shem Havaya. That's like the perfect age.
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, my birthday is in 3 months, so I'm 27. Hopefully, I don't make it into the 27 club.
What's the 27 club?
Where you die at 27, like all the celebrities who die at 27.
I didn't know all the celebrities died at 27.
Kurt Cobain,
yeah.
Jimi Hendrix, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
And they all kept white lighters on them.
Well, then it becomes like mythology. But yeah.
You two are like twins.
I can see that.
Bro.
Rabbi Malot says 27 equals zach. Zach means fine.
Proper.
Fine?
Well, Edwin means rich friend, apparently. So that's
Edwin means rich.
It means rich friend. It's like French or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so apparently it's a lot of musicians who died. So if you don't play any musical instruments, you're fine.
All right, then I'll throw mine all in the garbage.
I mean, we have the voice.
Yeah, you both have that like deep. I spent way too much time smoking when I was 16.
Yes, smoking, yeah, and yelling.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, hey Jacob.
Hey Shane.
Do you know? So the book. Who's it by? Okay, Michael Heiser, Angels. Would you recommend that book?
I do not recommend anything by Michael Heiser or anybody else who went to that den of villainy and evil called the University of Wisconsin-Madison especially if they were in the Department of Hebrew.
Okay.
Look, Michael Heiser has come up with his own cosmology, which, as a Protestant, he is trying to like reinterpret. Oh my God, where'd you get that Christmas sweater?
My apartment is, or my house or whatever, is freezing right now. So I put on. My mom got me this.
Your mom got you. It is a Christmas sweater. It is definitely.
I love it. But, my mom a while ago got me like an extra large black hoodie, and I'm like,
Okay.
I would never wear this. Why did you get this? She goes, it was on sale. And I'm like, that doesn't mean that you buy it.
See, now we know your mom definitely is Jewish.
Oh yeah.
Dude.
By the way, yeah, when are you getting that hatafa done?
I got to talk to him. I'm like afraid to get it or whatever. I just, I'm
No.
busy. He's busy. Whatever.
No.
Yes, I
No.
understand what you're saying. But, no.
So Chezi asks, why is that fine? A Shabbat clock is what God had in mind. Because for the same reason that it's perfectly fine to leave food on a blech for Shabbos, for the same reason that it's fine to allow anything to continue because God's creation continued into the Sabbath. I don't even understand where the question starts. So Fawad said, by the way, hello, 31-year-old plays L'chaim. We do believe that the Torah, as you guys refer to it, and the Gospel have the remnants of the original message of God, but it also contains plenty of books of verses that aren't God-inspired. Well, you're wrong. Based further beyond Eddie move, putting on that thing of yours. There's a bunch of people watching.
Well, we're a bunch of misfits on Christmas Eve, so I guess that's what else are we gonna be doing?
Apparently, yes. I'm gonna go get some tea. You hold down the fort, Eddie.
Sounds good. So my rabbi, he has like a weekly email, and at the bottom of it is a joke, and the one joke that's really stuck with me was it's like these three guys and they're working on a building or something, and every day they have like a packed lunch, and they all hate it. So it's like a Jew, and then there's like an Irish guy and whatever else, like two non-Jews and a Jew. And they're all like, oh man, this is terrible. Like if I got to eat another tuna sandwich, like I'm gonna jump off the roof of this place. And then the next day they get the same thing, and they're like, they all jump off the roof because they're like, I can't keep eating the same thing, blah blah blah. So there's a funeral, and all the three wives are together, and the two non-Jewish wives are like, man, if he had just told us that he didn't like the food, we would have made something else. And the Jewish wife goes, he packs his own lunch. And I'm like, I understand that. Like painting the walls of your own cell. I thought that was funny. But what you reading? Hello? You're on mute.
Thanks for asking. Well, this is a volume by
What are you reading?
Stephen DeYoung. God is a Man of War.
Proper. Right now I've been reading 2001 Space Odyssey. It's like all of a sudden I'm like 80 pages into a book. I haven't read this much in years, and I actually like it. Like I don't have to force myself to read.
Dude.
And it's really like his future predicting is like a laugh fest. This is a line from him predicting the future. Where is it? So he's talking about like the problems of the world that had dominated since the 70s. And he goes, though birth control was cheap, reliable, and endorsed by all the main religions, it had come too late. The population of the world was now 6 billion. And a third of them was in the Chinese Empire. And what is it? As a result, food was short in every country. Even the United States had meatless days. I guess he couldn't have possibly imagined that we would just put sugar, salt, and fat on a piece of cardboard and everybody around the world would just be eating this stuff all day. But a lot
What
of
are
the
you
predictions
talking
are
about?
very funny. So I started reading 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Okay.
And he has a lot of predictions of what they wrote it in 64 of what the
Okay.
world would be like in 2000. And it's like very dystopic in that like China sells nuclear weapons for $200 million and silly stuff.
I could never finish watching that movie.
I never saw it, so I don't watch anything.
I tried several times to watch it, and every time I like fell asleep.
I'm the exact. I can't. Once a thing is on, I can't stop watching it. But I can't binge anything. Like once an episode's done, I turn off the TV.
What are you doing, Dave? You guys know that reference? It's from 2001.
So
Apparently, Houston, we have a problem. Was them quoting the movie?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Me neither.
yeah, the only book, because I've read like a couple of pages of this. The last book that I actually like was reading through. What was it? I can't remember. I'll remember though. I'll remember.
There's just one problem with EA Dawa. Friendly Muslim is a FBI, CIA handler, and so yeah.
Speaking of books, I'm happy to hear that more people are reading the book that I think is required reading for everybody in this corner of the computer.
Chezi likes it. I haven't even looked at it. Frankly,
It's
I don't
fun.
see any
I mean,
reason.
Well, you know,
Wow.
because you know
Okay,
your own
Shane
things.
has it too.
But
I do my own things.
No, I mean,
Actually,
you know your own things. You know.
I checked I checked the statistics on oh, God is a Man of War. I need to read that. I checked the statistics on when I did those 2 hours of Likutei Torah on Exodus, and quite a few people apparently listened to that. So I don't know if I should continue it or not.
Hey,
I feel
once
for
called
that
you
stuff.
Paul,
Anyway, what were you
Jacob.
saying?
You called me Paul? How dare you?
Do you want me to just pull books off the shelf and you can do a rating like 1 to like 3?
The thumb down.
Right.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
Right.
Okay.
Start here.
No, I think the stuff where you're like translating in real time, like unless there's some sort of like at the end where you say like a full sentence in a row, it's like hard. But if other people follow it, I mean, you know, I don't have any more furniture to take apart in my apartment, so I don't really listen to a lot of your videos anymore.
Oh, so you listened to my videos while taking apart furniture?
It's funny. There was the video. What was it? Grimm did the grope in the elephant about the masculine, and I put a comment in it, and I was like, I'm listening to this while I take apart furniture in my apartment. And it's like that's the masculine.
Oh, stop with that, Jacob lol. Soon I'll be tagged as a CIA handler too. I've been on there a few times too. Look, I don't understand why he doesn't say who he is. Like, why would you be so involved? And frankly, the way he started his channel, it's Hegel. Hegel is worthless Gnostic bullshit. The way he started his channel, the interview he did with me was one of the best interviews I've ever done. and he took it off his channel, and now I can't find it. I wish I had downloaded it, because I actually would like to upload it on my channel. It was one of the best discussions I've had. But he does that because he works like the CIA does, frankly. Jung, I mean, I have to like Jung. Which book is that?
It's Introduction to Jungian Psychology, Notes of the Seminar on Analytical Psychology given in 1925.
I mean, I
Too
don't
many
see any
words.
reason to. I don't see any reason to read Jung himself on analytical psychology, because, like, the science has progressed. Yes, please do come by there. We don't work for the CIA. Don't worry, we won't recruit you as long as you don't recruit me for Mossad. I don't know that he's not working. I'm reading that right now. I haven't finished it. Yeah. Well, you saw Father Stephen came on my channel, right? Yeah, and he's coming back. So, and he wants to discuss atonement and Passover and Pesach and stuff, and a Passover sacrifice. So I need to finish that book, but every time I start reading it, I start making all kinds of notes where he made mistakes.
Well, you got to make a full-fledged commentary.
Yeah, is it?
You got to make like the
edition
like the
at some
bookshelf,
point?
whole bookshelf of 10 volumes of commentary on his book.
Yeah, there's no necessity for that. Frankly, I think when he's doing his second edition, I'm just gonna like give him a bunch of notes, and hopefully he'll correct. The thing is, ultimately, I don't think it's too much of a problem. It's just minor stuff about Judaism. Like, he studies Second Temple Judaism, and frankly, when he told me that chart, which I hated, was put in by his publishers, I was like, okay, now I don't feel like he's as crazy as I was worried he might be.
Is there any way, so if you know that something is inaccurate, can you just send me it, so when I read this thing, I'm getting the good?
So I bought, because I wanted to start reading it as quickly as I could, I bought the Kindle version, and so I'm making the notes on the Kindle. I don't know if there's a way of downloading my notes off the Kindle and like giving it to people. I really don't know. Last question, Jacob, if I may, about that same word ka'ari. Psalm 22 uses ka'ari, while Isaiah 38 uses ka'ari. What is the difference between the two? Okay, where in Isaiah 38 are you talking about? I'll pull it up. What verse in Isaiah 38? Because as far as I know, Psalm 22 is the only place where the Christians claim that that word ka'ari shows up. Isaiah 38. Okay, 38 what? Mm. 38:2? Is that what you're... So... sorry. No, that's not... So I'm not sure where... Do you mean Psalm 38, not Isaiah 38? Isaiah 38:13. Okay. Shiviti ad boker ka'ari, like a lion. Yeah, like, so there, look, when it comes down to it, the vocalization marks, which are the differences you're pointing to, are from 1,000 years ago. They're not original. The Hebrew itself is just the consonantal text, and there is no difference in the consonants. And the word ka'ari shows up like a lion, shows up all over the place. Like, well, here I'll pull up all the places that we have ka'ari. Well, ka'ari shows up 3 times, and ka'arieh shows up 10 times. So it's 13 times that you have like a lion, and ve ka'ari shows up another time, and ka'ariel shows up another time. And like, there is no argument to be had here. This idea of like Psalm 22, I forget what it is, but that in Psalm 22 it's this one word that they claim came up, like it's just bullshit. It has zero validity to it. It really has zero validity to it. Yeah,
and even if it did, like, that's your argument for your theology, one word in or one sentence in, like,
yeah.
I mean, look, whatever. I know a lot of guys. They go, Lichtkin, who's one of my big guys on the, I text him all day, every day, but he's, it's like,
who's
yeah,
Lichtkin?
Lichtkin.
Oh, Lichtkin, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So he's another one. I mean, cool stuff or whatever, but it's like, why couldn't it have been more explicit if there was all this? But then there's the Hezi side, and he's like, well, it is more explicit, but just in the stuff that you're not supposed to read until you're 40.
What? Lichtkin says that?
No, Hezi. He's talking about, like, Kabbalah, how you're not supposed, he says, like, well, when you get into the deeper stuff, then this stuff is less rigid, etc.
Less rigid, but the idea that Chas v'Shalom, God can be incarnate in a human being, like, what?
Well, I'm sure that's but
yeah, it's
but
like,
that's part of his fences on fences thing.
Okay. Anyway, what's your girlfriend doing on Christmas? Is she with family?
She's actually on her way over here. That's why I'm on the computer waiting. She
That's
fell
why
asleep,
you're
blah, blah,
awake.
blah. And then
she's making a midnight booty call.
Hey man, that's not proper. But I keep it. I'm old fashioned. But no, what's it? And then we're gonna eat dinner tomorrow with her family, and then my family the day after. So
I see.
But and then the gifts and whatever else. I'm a miser, but around this time of year I get very generous. So,
well, I'm glad you're generous.
What about you? What are you up to? You got any plans the weekend?
Oh, not the weekend, but like next week I'm actually gonna go visit my friend Jason Jarts.
Hey.
Yeah. So and he's gonna take me shooting and probably go buy a gun.
Nice.
Hey, where do you stand on? Where are you from, Jacob?
What do you mean?
Where are you originally from?
I was born in Tehran, Iran.
In Tehran, Iran?
Yes.
Okay.
That is where I was born.
I'm seeing if it's interesting for sure.
Good night, Fawad.
What was that? That was like surprisingly, like, that was like very cryptic.
Shame can be like that. So Zach says, I had no idea Eddie was a New Yorker.
Well, now you do. I'm surprised because I don't really think about it, but it's the air, I guess.
This is the first time I've heard you, and you're very New Yorkish.
Well, we had one phone call like a year ago when you were driving down
Oh,
LA
right.
or down in the desert, and you were like, a massive 18-wheeler blew up and was just.
Oh, right.
And was just
that
ash.
was when I was driving. Yeah, that's when I was driving to Arizona, and it was like, whoa. It had blown up. It was completely like the engine block was gone. Yeah,
That's nuts.
it was.
Ay, shillelagh.
Yes.
So is work still busy, or what's the? I know you said that there was the
Work-
Medicare deadline and all that.
Yeah, that was on the 7th. Work wasn't as busy this year as it was in previous years, but partially also because I was kind of like already telling people that I'm shutting down my insurance business.
Oh no.
Okay. Do you want an explanation, Jacob?
Sure, I will take an explanation, Shane.
My sister probably thinks you're cute, and
I am cute, but I'm also twice her age.
Yeah. She was like, "Is he from Israel?" Because I was like, "Hey, you want to join a thing, like just Christmassy vibes?" And she was like, She was like sleeping. Is he from Israel?
Well, I am Middle Eastern, but I'm also twice her age.
You said no, and she was like, "Well, then I don't want him."
Yeah.
No. Because I had the chat, and then you were like Tehran, Iran, and she heard, and she's like, "Did he say Tehran?" And she's like, "I think that's bullshit." And then she looked you up.
I was born in Tehran, so
Yeah.
Tahiti? Is that what he said? He was born in Tahiti?
No, I have never been to Tahiti, unfortunately. I also have never been to Hawaii. I really want to go. I want to see Hawaii. I want to see China. I want to see Japan. I want to see a lot of places. Yeah.
When do you think you'll go to Japan?
I have no clue. The thing is, the flight from here to Japan is like 20 hours. It's like really heinous.
I want to go to.
I could barely do like the 4-hour plane trip to Puerto Rico. I felt like I was in hell. My stomach was all bloated. It was bananas. All right.
Bananas. Bye, Eddie.
Bye, Eddie. Oh man.
My computer had I got to start making my way. It was great to see you guys. And in the future, got to do more of these.
Yes, sir.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Merry
Be
Christmas.
Good.
Man.
Yes, you as well. And good all of the things, and let it all be good.
Yes.
Dude.
So, CW's mother is from Long Island, apparently.
What?
And Zach's mother's family is from Staten Island, apparently. Staten Island is like in New Jersey, right? I don't know where Staten Island is. I'm going to see where Staten Island is.
That sounds.
It is one of the boroughs of New York City.
Yeah. She's a. Geography is interesting, for sure. I was. You ever like look back at a conversation you had with someone and be like, wow, their consciousness was at like a wavelength that I wasn't at, that if I would have been in, would have been a super good conversation. Ever.
Depends what you mean by wavelength. So my discussion with Brent, also known as Coronius Focus, it was really obvious that he's a lot smarter than I am, and I couldn't like engage him at his brain level. Like, so Sam, I can still engage Sam with most things, but he's obviously a lot smarter. Ginger Bill too. He's also a lot smarter than I am. I've never actually spoken to Vervaeke, but he's also really smart.
Well, okay. I think you've got one over Vervaeke, honestly. As far as just the information you have.
No. He like there are things I know about that I don't think he's bothered to study, but like he's yeah, no. He's no, he knows like when I have something that I disagree with Vervaeke about, I generally have to think about it and see it's like, am I really gonna go ahead and disagree with somebody like Vervaeke or not? Because he's just that smart. That's my dog. She's sleeping. Happy.
Oh. Is it a girl?
Yes.
Dude, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Man. Merry Christmas, Jacob.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Um. Oh, so I've not been reading as much, which has been. I think I needed a break because it's just too. I don't know. Too like easy to get just like in that. I don't know. How's your life?
It's pretty good. It's been more busy and filled with stuff than it's been like yeah, my life's been kind of busy. Yeah.
Man, well, you get to,
Who is people are messaging me.
huh?
Okay, that's one thing. Hey, lonely Jew on Christmas. I love what you're doing and have only benefited from your contributions on our little corner of the internet. That's very nice of this person who said that to say that. I'm not going to tell you who it was.
What is that?
What?
I mean,
why am I not going to tell you who that was?
Yeah.
Because it was a direct message and he didn't come on my channel to say it, so like it's not anybody special. I don't even know if you know who he is. I mean, he is a special guy. He's a very nice guy. But I also don't know. What?
He's a what guy?
He's a really nice guy.
Oh, I know who it is. No, probably not.
I'm not sure you actually know who it is.
Okay.
Does it really matter?
No. Is it? Can I guess?
You can guess. There's no way you're gonna guess.
Is it Dust to Dust?
Nope.
Okay.
Like I told you, there's no way you're gonna guess.
Is it John Vervaeke?
I've never actually communicated with a Vervaeke at all. Yeah. It would be funny if Paul... Did you see Paul's... are you on Twitter?
Yeah.
Did you see Paul's? I already showed this earlier, but I'll show it again. Where was it? So Paul tweeted out. Where is this? There it is. Okay. Paul tweeted out this. He was watching TBN with his his wife, and it's Jan and Paul Crouch that I was like that. And so somebody asked him, what are you watching, Christmas Eve tradition? And he answered, a particular Jew's Christmas dream come true, meaning me, obviously. I wonder if anybody else commented since then.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
That makes life makes life good. So man,
yeah,
dude.
So
oh man.
You know, Jordan B. Cooper. I actually apologized to Jordan B. Cooper for being a little too polemic, and frankly, I have to contact the other Shane because he's a Lutheran, and I think I may have offended him. So I have to try to undo that. But yeah, I went pretty strong against the Lutherans, but it was for their own good, kind of.
Yeah. As long as you can like both people, like it's like are prepared to engage in like discerning, oh gosh, what's good or what's good, what's true, what's beautiful, like, and I think that's sort of like my going, maybe like a criteria for going into conversation, like both people trying to discern something, like all
Well,
three
part
of
of the problem. Okay, so like this. Let's see, how many people have tuned into this live stream so far? This live stream has almost 200 views on YouTube and probably something similar. And something similar, not similar, but like a few views on Twitch as well. And so, like, you're talking about 200 possibly people watching this stream, and it's like you can't speak to 200 people simultaneously. It's impossible because people will understand what you're saying. Like, what I would say to you one-on-one is very different than what we speak about in public with other people listening. And even with that, like, I'm not sure everybody would understand. Like, so, you know, if I'm talking, it really depends. And I think that's what Jordan Peterson, when he was doing the Kathy Newman interview, he's like, you can't talk to large numbers of people without offending anyone, and you really can't.
Yeah.
It's funny, I was just talking to Paul Vanderklay about this recently as well.
I think if you're trying to get, if something's true and or you think it's true, or if something's true and you speak and the truth comes out and it offends somebody, it's not really, I mean, yeah, you just,
Well, it's not about that. No, see, that's the thing, Shane. It's like all speech, every time we speak, it's contextual, right? So Vervaeke gives this example of somebody drives up and says, "Excuse me, I'm out of gas." And you respond, "There's a gas station down the street," right? Well, when he says "excuse me," he doesn't mean that he did anything wrong. He means, I only want a tiny minute of your time, right? And when he says "I'm out of gas," he doesn't actually mean that he's out of gas. He means the car that he's in is out of petroleum, gasoline, and not gas at all. And when I tell him that there's a gas station down the street, like, I'm not telling him that it's not a closed gas station, it's an open gas station, and it's not helium gas, it's gasoline. And it's like, so there's a lot of context whenever we speak to each other, right? Anything I say to you is contextual to how we're talking, right? Just the fact that both of us speak English and both of us speak actually American English as opposed to, and in fact, we speak West Coast English. So, for example, one thing I found out, so what's a double-double?
it's a in and out, it's an in and out menu item.
It's a cheeseburger with 2 patties and 2
3 buns, 2 patties, and all the fixings.
2 buns. No third bun, but same difference.
Okay.
You're thinking of a Big Mac. Okay. But okay, that's a double-double for us on the West Coast. Now, if you drive a little bit north to Canada, do you know what a double-double is? At Tim Hortons, which is a coffee shop they have up there, a double-double is a coffee with 2 creams and 2 sugars.
Mm.
And apparently on the East Coast, a double-double is a pepperoni pizza with double cheese and double pepperoni.
Oh, gosh. Now the question is, which one has more calories?
Good question, but I think it's probably the pizza.
Yeah.
But anyway, like, words are any communication is contextual between the people communicating, right? So when on my stream I said I want Lutheran churches burnt to the ground, right? I didn't actually mean I want them burnt to the ground. Obviously, I was making a reference to Martin Luther and his book where he says synagogues should be burnt to the ground. And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Don't forget to say Krishma. Good night. His message says it is time to go to sleep, but he said it in a particular way, which has to do with Passover. It's a long story, but good night, Chazi. And yes, things have contexts. And so when I speak to you alone, like, what I can say is very different than when I'm speaking to 200 people who may be watching me on a Christmas night, and like, yeah, and certain things may be misunderstood, and like, hopefully people are smart enough to know the context for things, but like, you have to speak to different people in different ways. And that's why our conversations, one of the reasons our conversations on the internet are so not perfect, imperfect, and problematic, I guess, is a word you could use for it.
Yeah. Seems like what I see, being precise in your speech, what I see Peterson doing is him saying he will describe something and then he'll attach an emotion. Like I you know this he was something about he went to church and the masks were mandatory. um Appalling. He was like, oh, well, there's he was like, oh, uh putting old people through that, appalling. um and I don't know, that's a smart way to not get probably, I mean, uh I don't know, I
What
think
did he find appalling of the mass? When did he say this?
because Canada had mask mandates and people in
Oh,
church.
the mask mandates. I thought you were talking about Christmas night mass. I'm like, what are you talking about? I had no idea what you were talking about.
Oh, man, I've only been to one Christmas service. No, two. I've done plays when I was a kid. Um, were you an actor as a kid?
No.
Oh, same.
Oh my god. What? This can't be true. What?
Is good news?
No.
Oh,
Well, uh, I need, before I say anything, I need to make sure this is true. Just a second. I can't seem to find this on.
do what you got to do.
I can't seem to find this on Google, and unless I do, I'm not gonna say,
Okay.
because
You do,
it's
and you want me
it's
to go so you can do breaking news or whatever?
no, that's not. I mean, it's trending on Twitter, but it doesn't. I can't.
Hey,
Oh yeah, it's satire. Okay,
Oh.
yeah, it's not. Yeah,
Hey.
I don't know why it was trending, but people believed things from a satire website.
It's
with
dude, it's a Christmas miracle all the same. I
yeah.
So dude, I woke up in such oh man, like a like can't even like just like a destined spirit. I was like, oh wow, like things. I don't know. You know that whole like the world is ending thing? I think that's like on the way to being like solved. You know that like you see like the leftist problem with like, oh, the world's gonna end, yada yada yada, and so long. And like, I don't know. I sort of like the other night I was like, oh, like, you know, still, what's the word? You know, adjudicate what you should like spend your time wisely on. But I was like, oh, you know, we're gonna be around for a while. So like, and the world's not
So,
gonna end. So have the calm to make the right choice, I guess.
I mean, okay, so for like the climate crisis people, I think are wrong. At the same time, I think Eric Weinstein is correct when he says that us being on one planet with the type of technology that we have now is incredibly dangerous. And that incredibly dangerous doesn't even mean that there's a very big chance that we would destroy everything. But there is some chance. Like, we've gotten to a point where there's enough nuclear weapons we could really do a lot of damage. And with CRISPR and genetic engineering, and obviously with these viruses and gain of function research that people are doing, like, it's possible we could do really horrible things. And that's why I think Elon Musk is right that we need to try to get off this rock.
See,
But like, that doesn't mean it's very likely the world's going to end anytime soon.
yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, yeah. I was, I don't know, man. Um, what was like your personal like sense as like, I don't know, when you were like young, or like, do you remember like a like your passion as like a kid, or like,
Okay, you have to understand, as a kid, I went through some really horrible things. So I actually had a lot of um, uh, post-traumatic stress disorder as a child, that went into my adulthood, and it took many years for me because I grew up in a war zone. Like, there was actually a war going on around me as a child. So like, my childhood's not exactly normal.
fair?
Antonio, who said not so lonely Jew, yes. Have a good stream. Yes, it's been a pretty good stream. Wait, but will we even advance far enough to leave Earth before the Messiah comes? I don't think so, but we have to plan for things according to, like, you put one foot in front of the other, and we have to assume. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. And we hope for the Messiah every day, but at the same time, we have to put one foot in front of the other. And so I only jokingly say that the Jewish calendar is going to end in 217 years, because it kind of is, but if it doesn't, we're still, next day, it's still going to be the next day. So
I had a earlier. I was I honestly think, like like when things get like honestly just follow like, I don't know, that belief, whatever it is. That's what I think. Like people, they're like whatever, like you think, like the childlikeness that is described. Only what is it? What's the verse? Only uh, like one of these. Plastic is.
While you look that up, Antonio asks, is that related to the deadline for the Messiah to arrive? The deadline for the Messiah to arrive has passed many times over. There's no actual deadline. The Messiah will come when it comes.
Truly, I assure you, he said, unless you are converted and become like children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. And
Yeah, wrong Bible.
oh, oh right. Oh, um, oh, bro. How? So were you? Okay, you're gonna have to. So, what denomination of Judaism, or is it sect?
Well, no. So denomination is probably the best word. I am the synagogue I go to is Orthodox, but I'm not what's considered observant Orthodox. So, like, I don't live the life of an Orthodox Jew, but the synagogue I go to when I go to synagogue, which isn't very often, is an Orthodox synagogue.
Yeah, I was gonna go to church today, the nearest Orthodox Christian church, and um, I was like, you know what? I might go tomorrow because I'm like, it's time to join the catechumenate. But um, at the same time, it's like the most meaningful, like relationship, like is not with people I don't know at, well, people that I know in some ways, like doctrinally, but it's like I don't know. I was thinking about like, and then today I went to Walmart because it's next to the bus stop to get to um, the Orthodox cathedral and the church, and I went into Walmart and freaking so I was smitten, and she and and then I made it back out to the bus stop, and I was like, hey, when does the bus leave to go there today? And he was like, no, so it's probably not going tomorrow either. Um, but yeah, uh, oh, prettiest girl I was smitten. Um, and I don't know ever. Ah, man, I feel bad. I feel bad.
Why do you feel bad?
Because like when you, I feel like when good enters your life and it's real, like when you pinpoint a almost like the cross when something is so catastrophic and it's like goodness, or like it's like diverting your attention to anything else seems like not the right thing. Does that make sense?
Mm,
Or it seems like a misdemeanor of the law, like, and that's, I don't know. Maybe it's
but
Christian.
okay, well, it's not just that. I mean, you saw a girl in a Walmart.
I know, but then like, I was like, I don't know. If you commit the sin in your heart, it's like,
Shane. It's like saw a girl in a Walmart. It's not a cosmic event.
right, but I asked her for her number too, and I got it.
Okay, and you got it.
And then I
Okay,
asked her,
so are you gonna call her?
and then yes, of
Okay.
course. Okay, these are all good things.
Yes, these sound like good things.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah, but at the same time, I hope your engagement has been broken off.
Okay. Okay. All right. I can.
We'll
All right,
talk later.
Yeah. It's yeah.
We'll talk later.
Okay. I appreciate. Dude. Okay. So I had a vision this morning.
I don't like the sound of that.
Okay. So I woke up and helped my what did I? So I woke up and went to. Did I go to Walmart first? Well, okay. So I woke up and I had a good interaction with my roommate, and then I started walking, and I was about to come back home, and I'm like, I think it was. So I saw like, okay. So one time I had a dream of you, and you had said it was just your icon, and it said 700 subscribers, and you were at like 200 at the time, and I was like, oh, Jacob's about to get big. So I had that dream. So that was like, man, that was like 5 months ago, maybe more, and I was like, okay, I don't have to worry about Jacob. He's doing just.
Well, you don't have to worry about Jacob. This is true, but that I'm not sure exactly, like, if if your vision and your dream, although it is kind of weird that you're dreaming about me.
Well, no, that was one. It was like a series of like, so like just like, because
I've never dreamt about you.
Oh, I who so a depth psychologist would say like they're the people you have dreams about represent like a concept or whatever you associate with them in your mind.
Okay.
They come to so maybe frugality.
Okay.
Oh man. So I was walking down today, walking down the street, and then I go to come home, and I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe this should be a private conversation.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Sounds like it, Shane.
Yeah.
CW, you're not doing anything. Come online. click on that link.
Dude.
Outback Steakhouse. I love Outback. It's one of my favorite places to eat. Have you been to Outback?
I think once.
I took Paul to Outback Steakhouse,
Oh.
and he still talks about how he thinks I was crazy. Really, Outback is frugal. I don't think of Outback as frugal. I mean, it's a frugal as far as steakhouses go, but like If you're being frugal, you don't go out for steak.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not frugal to go out for steak.
I mean, in this economy, it's not frugal to eat.
This is true.
Bruh. Which
Raw.
I don't. All right, let's go. mm, So are you still in like conversation with all the like I'll have to catch up, dude.
Dude.
So is there a point in time where is the return of the Messiah like the end of time?
Well, I mean, once you say return of the Messiah, you're already going into Christian stuff. But yeah, the question, like whether there's going to be a millennium and what exactly will happen after the Messiah comes and how it happens. Ultimately, in Judaism, we say that we don't know the details because they have not been clearly spelled out in the Torah, and therefore speculation is just speculation, and we don't know. CW, I'm not sure that Outback Steakhouse would be much cheaper than the place you took me to when we were in whatchamacallit, Minneapolis. Have you ever been to Minneapolis, Shane?
No.
I have been to Minneapolis precisely once, and I went to a steakhouse with CW, and I made the mistake of listening to the waiter and not ordering a steak. And the fish I ordered was okay, but I would have preferred a steak. It wasn't great, even though he recommended it. Baltimore was the name of the place CW took me to. And I made the mistake of listening to the waiter.
Dude.
What does Baltimore mean? Baltimore.
A modern American steakhouse. Eat is what it means.
In what language?
Oh, no, that's just what it means. All right, Baltimore.
Like, how did they get that name? I guess it might be the person's
Historically.
name who started
It's
that.
a surname.
Ew.
It's a surname from.
Well, the name of the guy who opened it is Randy Stanley, so it's not his surname.
Okay, maybe it doesn't. I mean, Baltimore. Bold and renowned. The name
In what
Baltimore is
language?
German origin, German. The name of a monk who is the patron saint of blacksmiths. Not a
Okay.
20th century occupation or baby name.
The patron saint of blacksmiths.
Dude, that should have been me, dude. I should have been named Baltimore.
Baltimore.
Man. Dude,
You have two sisters, right?
I have my twin, who I talk to regularly, and like I talk to, and then I still talk to Savannah, but Savannah is my dad's girlfriend's daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, and then no, I won't rip on my brother.
You have a twin. Wow.
Yeah, Sierra.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's a I honestly like, so she's into like her big thing. We were talking and she was like, yeah, geography. And now I'm more into geography, but at the time I was like, I don't like geography.
Yeah, like geography. My geography is pretty bad. I'm not very good at geography.
Dude, yeah. She's really into, like, what do you think of do you know the show Secular Talk? So him,
Kyle Kalinske.
Kyle Kalinske. He's probably the most. Oh gosh,
I would call him king of hot takes. Somebody who thinks he's a lot smarter than he actually is.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny. Like as a teenager, he made his channel and he became famous, like just as a young man with his hot takes, and he continues to have hot takes all the time. And it's like, are you at any point actually going to mature and actually read some books and learn some things? But apparently not. In case anybody was wondering, no, I'm not a fan of Kyle Kalinske. But that shouldn't be surprising. I have constant whatchamacallit, ambulances going by.
Are you in like northern or southern Los Angeles?
Northern Los Angeles.
Okay.
Yeah, you can very easily find the address of my office. Like, it should take you all of 2 seconds. So CW would like to know, what discipline, if not geography, does Shane enjoy?
Psychology.
Apparently yoga. That is the thickest book on yoga I have ever seen.
Yeah, it's Mircea Eliade. Yeah, yeah.
Like, how do you have a book on yoga? Don't you have to, like, teach yoga by actually teaching yoga?
All right. You should know this. Why do they have extra white pages at the end of books?
I believe it actually has to do with the binding process.
Probably.
If psychology, any thoughts on the efficacy of CBT?
It's good.
CBT is good.
Yeah.
It's effective. Did you study psychology?
Yeah.
You got a bachelor's in psychology?
Or I study psychology. I'm getting my associates still. Yeah.
I highly recommend, if you're doing your associates in psychology, that you, well, at least here in Los Angeles, you can get an associate's degree in addiction studies, and that would allow you to be an addiction counselor.
Yeah. I did. Actually, it's funny. I was walking down the street. I was coming back home. While I was walking down the street, and I was like, I should get more exercise. But then there was, I was thinking about stuff, and I was like, I probably shouldn't have interrupted. But I went into this AA meeting and sat down, and got to know him. And then it came my turn, and I was like, yeah, such and such. I smoke cigarettes and drink caffeine, and life's been a lot calmer since I stopped doing that so much. Like, thanks a bunch. Yeah. I was doing addiction studies for a second, or I took a class, and that's really, it's so helpful, man. Just being in a like good setting. That's sort of like, I don't know. I feel like the goal of every human being, or should be.
Two of my classes from last semester, like, the grades are in, and the last one isn't. And that professor is pissing me off because it's like, will you just finish doing the grading already so that I can know that it's over? But he hasn't.
Um, yeah, I think yeah, I think CBT is great actually. Um,
It works.
I found an equally potent mixture. Jungian's like working out plus Jung. You get it's a very oh gosh, I don't even know what the word is. That's what I like to do is work out and then read Jung.
Working out is good, which is why I should do it more. And it helps.
Yeah,
Young
maybe
can be
not so much.
okay.
Yeah,
I'm not convinced that all of his ideas have been scientifically validated.
no,
Although Peterson, I mean, I think Peterson and Vervaeke are both scientifically rigorous enough that I trust their what they say. But ultimately, like I I'm not really gonna be talking. I mean, I'm not gonna be taking the things that I'm studying seriously because, frankly, I think what's taught in schools and by the APA is just mostly junk. So, yeah. Them's my views about that.
what do you think of Ayn Rand, her objectivism, her philosophy, her idea?
I used to be a kind of fan. Now I kind of find it very superficial. I think she ultimately was a reductive materialist,
Mhm.
and I'm glad she was there to refute a lot of some of the worst ideas ever. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, um, I don't think she's a serious philosopher um, who
That's
seriously like contributed to science in any way. I mean, to philosophy in any way.
yeah, yeah, yeah. In some sense, I almost feel like. So, do you think if you had to give her credence in any realm, would it be like one? There's a psychologist, Nathaniel Brandon, who like read her when he was like 12, and then had an
I've
affair with.
actually met him, and I know. Yeah, I've read some of his books, and you know the story of what Ayn Rand did with Brandon.
No.
So Brandon was 18 or maybe 20 and married, and Ayn Rand was obviously married and 3 times his age. And she decided that it was her right to sleep with him.
Mm.
And so they sat down their spouses
Mhm.
and Ayn Rand was like, "Yeah, we're having sex and you guys should be happy about that."
Well, I mean,
No, that's a highly abusive relationship, and she was a narcissist for doing it. She was a narcissist for many reasons, but like that particular part of the relationship just showed what a broken person and unethical and ethically broken person she was. And like the Nathaniel Brandon thing is part of what fractured the objectivist movement. She is the Michael Crichton libertarian philosophy.
I liked what was
I would kind of agree with that. Yes.
what was her? She had her 3 A's. It was Aristotle, uh, Augustine, and one other philosopher. And it was one other philosopher that wasn't her, but I like to say Ayn Rand's 3 A's. Ayn Rand, Augustine, and Aristotle. Like those are her only 3 philosophers she recommends.
Okay. Well, yeah. Honestly, frankly, I think she's going to be forgotten soon.
What? And maybe, I don't know. I think I attract somewhat egotistical. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, people. I mean, let's be honest, Jacob. You don't have the smallest ego.
It's not about my ego. It's like true humility is recognizing where you are. And like, if I were pretending that I'm not smarter than most people, then I would be delusional.
I love you so much.
No, I would be. I mean, it's like.
Here, that feels. Can you hear my keyboard typing?
Yes.
All right,
Very
feels,
loudly.
I feel
But
like
that's
only the host should. You should be able to hear the host keyboard typing.
Yes, I was in fact typing something. Was it very loud?
So, did you like? What was your impression, or like, do you have like a rapport with Brandon, or like, did you have
No, so he used to come to the Los Angeles meetings. I actually I emailed with him like a few times. People in Los Angeles like so I have friends in the Los Angeles objectivist community, and I used to go to some of the Los Angeles salons that objectivists would have, and that's where I met Brandon and like I think I spoke to him maybe twice and maybe emailed once or something like that. Nothing a lot. I read his books, like one or two of his books a long time ago.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think his psychology of self-esteem, even though like Dr. Tversky, who's this Orthodox Hasidic psychiatrist, was a big fan of and made a bunch of books with Charles Schultz about. Ultimately, I think it didn't scientifically bear out.
Yeah, I think so. It's hard. It's hard. I like me and my sister. That's like our because I read Brandon when I was like 18, and it just became my and then I showed it to my sister, and that's the only thing me and my sister talk about now is the 6 pillars of self-esteem. And I think it's good, but I also have introduced it to people and saw like my relationships get very bad after taking in like his content mutually. But
I mean, honestly, I just don't think. I don't think it's been proven that his ideas improve your mental health. They just don't appear to do that at all.
well, okay, one way, because this is something like, okay, I I think there's an element of it like that is rational, that speaks to like, okay, like go with like the I think essentially Nathaniel Brandon was like um I think before he found, because he talks about like the idea of God in the six pillars of self-esteem, like if there was a God, why wouldn't he want you to be responsible? Like or if there was a God, why would he want you to like not connect with people? Is like sort of the like he thought connections with people were
Yeah, but I mean that. Yes, he said that, and that was him being kind to religion, even though he's actually an atheist.
yeah
But um, ultimately, like the question becomes: is do practicing his six pillars of self-esteem improve people's mental health? And
okay.
I don't think they do.
So I I hesitate. I take responsibility for having ran. Uh, like I ran a lot. I still run, but he the amount of so he has at the end of the six pillars of self esteem. There's anyway. We'll talk about it later.
Okay. It's getting late. I think I'm gonna probably end this stream
All
in
right.
another 10 minutes.
Hey, good. It's a lonely Jew helped a helped another. Well, this is good, man.
What are you trying to say, Shane?
Huh? Well, I didn't know. I don't know what I am. But thank you, Jacob, for having me on.
You are quite welcome for me having you on, Shane.
Oh, okay. I'll let you end your stream.
Okay. It's nice talking to you. Is it the 6 pillars that are flawed, or the identification of the fundamental aim of life as honoring the selves? Doesn't really matter. He's a psychologist, and his psychology is supposed to help cure people of their mental illness. And it fails! Okay, it's 1 a.m. I am going to end this stream. It was nice talking to all these people I spoke to over the last 7 hours. And have a Merry Christmas, people. Good night. Shalom.